Hey there, Tim. Just working out a few bugs here with out of the park or with old time baseball. So yeah, good to see you, man. Just gonna take me a minute. I'm gonna try a different executable for this one rather than mess with that. So just give me a minute. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. All right. So I have two possible executables for this because one of them doesn't release the mouse, which is a big drag. So which makes it difficult for me to type inside chat. So maybe I'll just talk. That'll be fine. That will be fine. All right. So let's bring everything back up again. So yeah. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. All right. We'll skip all the amenities here, and hopefully OBS is catching this. I have no idea. It doesn't look like it. Ugh. It looks like I've got to exit out again. Sorry about that. Oh my God. Yeah, this thing, yeah, it's just because you're working with DOSBox. I have two versions of Old Time Baseball, and I need to find the other one because the other one releases the mouse. Yeah, I see now. It's just this long lag. Okay, but anyhow, so 2007 Indians is complete. Way to go, man. That is, let me put this up here. That is absolutely huge. So game 161 at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Game 162 will either be 10 p.m. tomorrow night or noon on Sunday. Nice! Tim, it's a Herculean effort. It really is to finish a cards and dice season. These digital seasons are always easy to, you know, kind of finish for obvious reasons. Oh yeah, I can see what it was doing there. All right, so we'll just do this. And yeah, Tim, so what do you got coming up next as I restart Old Time Baseball? Congrats, man. Yeah, we'll skip all this. All right, there we go. Thank you very much. All right, we're back in it now. So the 2000 playoffs next. Nice. Nice. All right, let me see. What are we doing here? Blah, 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 blah. I used to know this ball game like no problem. All right, play league games to next featured game. There we go. That's what I want to do and play ball. All right, we're going to let Mel Allen call this game. I'm going to leave my mic on and maybe just talk every once in a while. So we had a lot of fun in the draft last night. Tim goes on to say, then after the playoffs and a break going to start in 1972. Pirates, oh, baby. All right. And Strat Super Advanced Replay. Wow, the Clemente chase for 3,000. Of course, as baseball fans know, Roberto Clemente in real life does finish with 3,000 career hits. In fact, his 3,000th hit, right? Yep, was his final hit. No, of course, nobody knew what would come that New Year's Eve that year. So that's going to be at the end of December. All right, well, that's going to be a while. All right. So after when you do your playoffs and everything, Tim. So since we're only in August, are you going to be doing any sort of interim things or whatever? Are you going to be doing some other sports? Things other than baseball. Just curious. But I would imagine, especially after cards and dice and playing out a 162 game season plus playoffs and everything like that, you probably need a bit of a break. I admire that, man. Okay, so you're gonna do some Stratomatic hockey. All right, well, that sounds good. What season? Who's your who's your franchise? Who do you like? All right, and we got a computer just managing both teams. Just gonna make sure everything. We're gonna leave this in one pitch mode, I guess. Announcer, music, quick off the field, blah 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 blah. Pitch review. All right, here we go. So this is the Boston Red Sox, Chicago White Sox, 1917. All right, everything here looks copacetic, and let's play ball.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome to historic Fenway Park in beautiful Boston.
All right.
Tonight we'll see Chicago play Boston. The weather tonight is cold with 60% humidity. And now, friends, let's settle down and enjoy what is likely to be a real pitcher's duel, because this wind blowing in even during batting practice here before the game, you could see the hitters trying to knock doubles off that famous high wall in shallow left field. In the race for the pennant, Boston is tied for the lead in the divisional race. I'm Mel Allen, and I'm here to bring you all the action. Leading off, Eddie Collins, batting .289.
No Sitco sign blasphemous. Yeah, so one thing, because they didn't have, I don't know why that would have been. Maybe back then there was a thing that they couldn't use the Sitco sign. But yeah, I mean, that's as much a part of Fenway as anything. How about it?
Here comes the pitch. There's a high pop-up, the catcher. He makes the play. That's one down.
I just realized something that I need to do here. So I guess we get to talk a little bit for anybody that comes in. I forgot to set up the rest of these teams for dead ball play, so I need to do that. All right, let's do this. All right, I know that I have Chicago set up. Oh no, I didn't want to restore. That was stupid. Okay, so I need to do a new team. I knew I forgot something. I think I have Boston set up. Yep. I can tell up here because of speed and power and leave him, yank him, and stuff like that. So, as I said, with this game, you've really got to go in and do some tweaking. Okay, Cleveland is done. I think Detroit. Yep, Detroit's done. It's a bit tedious, but it is what it is. Athletics are done. Good. I guess I did this a little further. Okay, didn't do the St. Louis Browns. So we get a little bit of review here before we get into the game. Why not? So MV did a fun game today. Montreux Expos, California Angels, 1982 season. And Tim talks about blasphemy. Shit. So we love MV, but his 1982 season, he has interleague play on DH and the Ghost Runner. So what are you going to do? All right, so let's set this for endurance. Leave him in. So you're not going to see a lot of relief pitchers. A lot of sacrifices. And I wish there was a way to just copy this for every team. I think there is. All right, anyhow, we're going to squeeze, hit and run. We're intentional walk. Nah, we're going to crank that up to about 14. Pitch out, throw strikes. Let's see. Improved chance of catching base stealers. We're going to crank that up a little bit and push it. Push it should always be at 100%, no matter what area you're playing in. Steal second, zap. Steal third, zap. All right. This one's ready now. Is there a way? See, this is. I really, really, really wish that that this was for all the managers, because I'm just trying to set this up for an era. Oh well, that's okay. It's all good. All right, and then finally the Washington Senators. Yep. All right. So again, speed game. I haven't decided what to do with this one, so between defense and hitters. So just leave that in the way it is. Endurance. Leave him in. It was always said in dead ball it was a shameful thing if you didn't finish the game. All right, we're gonna squeeze and hit and run, and oops, accidentally set walk him too high. I should have done that the other way. Oh well, that's right. A little bit of things. It'll be fun. All right, we're gonna pitch out, push it, steal second. And steal third. That does the American League. I'll do the National League another time. Hey, Big Clue, how are you doing? Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, stealing third, always a trick. Always a trick, to say the least. All right, let's get back to it now. Jeez. All right, I'll set the American League up another time since we're doing Or I'll set the National League up. Come on, you. Come on. No, what are you doing here? Ugh. Now let's see what happens here. All right, now here we go again.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome to historic Fenway Park in beautiful Boston, where tonight we'll see Chicago.
You mean the Mudville Scrubs?
The weather
Yeah.
tonight is cold with 50% humidity. The wind is blowing in at about 10 miles per hour. Looming above the players in left field, the famous Green Monster, a friend to so many Boston hitters over the years. In the race for the pennant, Boston is tied for the lead in the divisional race. This is Mel Allen, and I'm here to bring you all the exciting action. Leading off, Eddie Collins, hitting .289.
Yeah, the Mudville Scrubs, I think. Yeah.
Here comes the pitch. Grounded to the shortstop. It's a bouncer right through the infield. That's a base hit for Collins. Coming up to bat, Nemo Lebo, hitting .236. The runner goes. He slides in under the tag. He steals second. The payoff pitch. Fly ball to left field. And he makes the catch. That's one down. Next batter, Happy Phelps, batting .308. Grounded to third. Got him. Now coming up, Joe Jackson, batting .301. Here comes the pitch. A line drive to right field. Caught by Barry. That ends the inning. No runs, one hit, no errors, and one runner left on base. Middle of the first inning. It's 0-0. Leading off, Harry Hooper, batting .256.
Tim, we'd love you to be involved next time. It would really be a lot of fun. It's just 2 nights for the draft, and that's pretty much the only commitment.
Grounded to the shortstop.
Hopefully you'll give it a thought.
Throw to first. Got it. The first out of the inning. Now batting Jack Barry, hitting .214. A liner to second, caught by Collins. And now 2 outs. That brings up Larry Gardner, batting .265.
All right, Tim, thank you. We definitely will. Excellent, man. We're going to have Mike Silva joining us as well. Carlos Yaz. It's going to be a bigger league. So that'll be in about 2 or 3 weeks.
After 1, Chicago 0, Boston 0. And now starting off the inning is Buck Weaver, batting .284.
Hey, Aaron. Good to see you. Doing a little old-time baseball today. 1917 opening day.
Second, and he makes the catch. 1 out now. Coming up to bat, Chick Gandil, hitting .273. A line drive to the shortstop, and he drops it. The throw to second base. Coming up to bat, Ray Shaw, batting .226.
Just realized what a loud game this is.
He comes to the stretch. The runner goes. Strike 3. 2 down. Got him. No runs, no hits, 1 error, and nobody left on. And now in the middle of the second inning, it's 0-0. And now starting off the inning is Duffy Lewis, hitting .302.
The Klooster, huh? Is that what we're going to call him now? The Klooster. That says Aaron Reed. What's up, Klooster?
Fly ball to center field. Caught by Felch. That's one down. Now batting Dick Hoblitzel, hitting .257. For ball 4.
Your fellow Kentuckian.
Next, the center fielder, batting .246.
All right, here's Tilly Walker. I'll announce some of these names that he doesn't say for Aaron's sake.
Strike 3. He struck him out. That's 2 away. That's 2 strikeouts for the pitcher tonight. Next batter, the shortstop, hitting .241.
You know, I understand this isn't MLB The Show, but this is a great old game. It really, really is.
A liner to the shortstop. Base hit for Scott. Now batting the catcher, hitting .208.
You know, Big Clue, I'm surprised because it seemed like I was getting a lot of bad draws, you know, and so I was trying to get, I was just trying to do the best I could. You know, my proudest picks, I think, are Paul Molitor, certainly Randy Johnson. I think getting Teddy Higuera was pretty good. But I realized that what I might have to do in this channel, which will shock the hell out of everybody, is every once in a while do some baseball games, newer baseball, especially with expansion teams, because my ignorance of the Arizona Diamondbacks, for instance, is absolutely shameful. So it was a lot of just digging in, and you guys are just knocking out your draft choices like madmen, and I'm there like an idiot. Because, you know, as far back as I could go, when the Brewers, right, 1970, I guess it was, right, because they were the Seattle Pilots in 1969, so, which, I think I got Tommy Harper, actually. I don't know, I can't remember, but it was like this short span of years, and it was like, oh my God, what do I do? What do I do? Because I wasn't getting a lot of the big name Brewers that I knew, and again, I didn't pick up Paul Goldschmidt in the best year that I could have or whatever. I mean, I know the players, but yeah, it was a real challenge. But, you know, I'm the one always bitching about people getting out of their comfort zone. I need to do the same thing, so I totally will own that.
He comes to the stretch. Grounded right down the third baseline. Forced at third. That ends the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. Heading to the third, Chicago 0, Boston 0. Leading off, the shortstop, hitting .203.
Well, so Big Clue, 70s baseball I feel more comfortable with. So that was right, and thank you for that compliment, you know, in that observation. So 70s baseball made sense, right? But it was... And I watched baseball through the 2000s and 2010s, but for some bizarre reason, it's just that if you would ask me right now who finished third in 2006, I couldn't tell you. But yet all of you guys in here could say, oh, here's who finished third, you know, in the American League Central, in the National League East, or whatever. I could not tell you, but yet I could tell you who finished whatever in 1934 and 1910, and I need to get better at especially 21st century baseball. I thought I was weak with the 1960s, but man, I'm a dunce when it comes to 21st century baseball. I'm very ashamed of that, so I got to change it. I bet you could for second place teams, Tim. I'll bet you could.
A slow ground ball hit out right down the third baseline. And the throw to first. Got him. 1 down. Up next, Red Faber, batting .058.
Really excited that Dwayne and Bernie are going to be also assisting Steve and I in broadcasts.
A high fly ball going out down the left field line. Caught by Lewis. Out number 2. Coming up to bat, Eddie Collins. He's 1 for 1 with a single and with a stolen base.
Sorry for the glitches. This is simulating going to the CD drive, so.
Fly ball to left field, and he makes the catch. That ends the inning. 3 up, 3 down. In the middle of the 3rd, no score.
Absolutely, Aaron.
Leading off the inning, Carl Mays, hitting .252.
I just can't get over how well this game is held up. 1995, and it still looks pretty good. And plays pretty well.
Pitch. There's a shallow fly ball to left field. And he makes the catch. 1 down. That brings up Harry Hooper. He's 0 for 1 so far tonight. Strike 3. Out number 2. Coming up to bat, Jack Barry. He's 0 for 1 thus far tonight. He comes to the plate. A liner to second, caught by Collins. That ends the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Going to the 4th, Chicago 0, Boston 0. Leading on.
Tim, never worry about changing subjects. This is all about just talking and having fun. So Tim says, sorry to change subjects. Mike Lansing getting less than 1% for being on Rockies and Expos when he hit for the fastest cycle in Major League Baseball history is horrid. Weird hoodoo going on in the old national pastime, man. It is. I agree with you. I just wish they would have done old-time uniforms in this. Ah, well.
He comes to the plate. For ball 4. Up next, Happy Felch. He's 0 for 1 tonight. And he lays down a bunt to third. The throw to second base. And he's out at second. And the throw to first. Not in time. Coming up next is Joe Jackson. He's 0 for 1 thus far tonight. There's the throw over to first, and he beats it out. He comes to the stretch. Fly ball to center field. Caught by Walker. 2 down. The throw to second base. Coming up to bat, Buck Weaver. He's 0 for 1 tonight. The runner goes. A looping drive to center field, and he makes the catch. That ends the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. Middle of the 4th, it's 0-0.
Good tight ball game here.
And now starting off the inning is Larry Gardner. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout.
Red Faber's never made it into any of our leagues, guys. Red Faber. Interesting.
Here comes the pitch. Grounded, and the throw to first. Got him. 1 out now. Now coming up, Duffy Lewis. He's 0 for 1 so far tonight. A liner to second, caught by Collins. That's 2 away. Coming up to bat, Dick Hoblitzer, hitting .257. He delivers. A liner to third, and he drops it through the hole on the left side. That brings up the center fielder. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout.
So it's interesting, right? So he doesn't announce Tilly Walker's name, but right in the last half inning, Tilly Walker makes a catch in center field, and he said caught by Walker. So a a little bit uneven at times, I've noticed in this game.
A line drive to left field. Caught by Jackson. That retires the side. No runs, no hits, 1 error, and 1 runner left on base. Top of the 5th, it's 0-0. And now starting off the inning is Chick Gandil. He's 0-for-1 thus far tonight. For ball 4. Coming up to bat, Ray Shaw. He's 0-for-1 with a strikeout. The runner goes. There's a shallow fly ball to left field. Caught by Scott. 1 down. Next batter, the shortstop. He's 0-for-1 tonight.
Swede Risberg.
Grounded up the middle for a base hit. And he's out at second. It's a double play. That retires the side. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. 4.5 in the books. No score.
I'd take it too,
and
Tim.
Now starting off the inning is the shortstop. He's 1-for-1 with a single.
So Tim's saying that he got a rarity score of 46 for 9.9 Immaculate Grid. I'll take it. I still have to jump into. I looked at it the other day, and I was like knackered. But I've got to give it a shot. Just got to give that a shot. Looks fun, and if anything can stretch your baseball knowledge, it's that. I think that's such a cool thing they've added to Baseball Reference.
A liner to third. Got him. 1 out now. Now that brings up the catcher. He's 0-for-1 so far tonight.
Boy, somebody's got to break out here. This is Sam Agnew. No relation to Spiro.
A hot grounder. Got him. Out number 2. Now that brings up Carl Mays. He's 0-for-1 so far tonight. He comes to the plate. A line drive to left field, and he makes the catch. That's the 3rd out of the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. At the top of the 6th inning, Chicago 0, Boston 0. And now starting off the inning is Red Faber. He's 0-for-1 so far tonight. A high fly ball going out to left field. Caught by Lewis. 1 out now. Now that brings up Eddie Collins. He's 1-for-2 with a single and with a stolen base. A high chopper to first. He takes it to the bag himself. 2 down. Next batter, Nemo Lebo. He's 0-for-1 with a walk. A high fly ball going out to center field. Caught by Walker. That retires the side. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. We played 5.5. It's 0-0. Leading off, Harry Hooper. He's 0-for-2 with a strikeout. To the shortstop, picked up by Collins. And the throw to first. Got him. That's 1 down. Now batting Jack Barry. He's 0-for-2 so far tonight. Grounded And the throw to first. Got him. Out number 2. Coming up to bat, Larry Gardner. He's nothing for 2 with a strikeout. He delivers for ball 4. That brings up Duffy Lewis. He's nothing for 2 so far tonight. The runner goes. The throw to second base. Got him. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. That's 6 in the books. No score. Leading off, Happy Felch. He's nothing for 2 so far tonight. Fly ball to left field. He makes the play. The first out of the inning. Now batting Joe Jackson. He's nothing for 2 so far tonight.
So I'm wondering, with Immaculate Grid, is that like sort of a procedurally generated thing? Do they actually curate that each day and create that, guys? I'm just curious how that works behind the scenes, if that explains it anywhere.
Chopper, but right back to the pitcher. And the throw to first. Got him. That's 2 away. That brings up Buck Weaver. He's nothing for 2 tonight. A hot grounder. And the throw to first. Got him. That'll do it for the visitors in the 7th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. 6.5 innings gone. No score. And now.
All right, thanks for that, Tim. Appreciate it. That helps to know that. All right, I had to cut off Mel there, so Faber. Duffy Lewis lined to second, his last at bat. The 2-2.
A liner to second. Base hit for Lewis. Next batter, Dick Hoblitzer. He's nothing for 1 with a walk. There's the throw over to first, and he beats it out. The runner goes. The throw to second base. He dives in safely. A stolen base for McNally. There's a high pop-up to second. Caught by Collins. That's 1 down. That brings up the center fielder. He's nothing for 2 with a strikeout. Strike 3. He struck him out. Out number 2. That's the 4th K the pitch has earned tonight. Next batter, the shortstop. He's 1 for 2 with a single.
Everett Scott.
A liner to second, and he makes the catch. And that's the 3rd out of the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. After 7 full, no score. Leading off the inning, Chick Gandil. He's nothing for 1 with a walk. For ball 4. That's his 2nd walk. Up next, Ray Shaw. He's nothing for 2 with a strikeout. The runner goes to third. And the throw to first. Got him. And suddenly they have the winning run in scoring position. Now that brings up the shortstop. He's nothing for 2 tonight.
All right, can Risberg break this scoreless tie.
He comes to the stretch, and it's a wild pitch. Grounded to third, and the throw to first. Got him. Now batting Red Faber. He's nothing for two so far tonight. He comes to the stretch. He delivers for ball four. That's 3 walks given up. You know, we just played 5 innings. That brings up Eddie Collins. He's 1 for 3 with a single and with a stolen base.
I think Mel's a little drunk since we're in the 8th.
Here comes the pitch. It's a slow ground ball hit out to first. And he's out at second. That's the 3rd out of the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 runners left stranded. Going into the bottom of the 8th inning, Chicago 0, Boston 0. And now starting off the inning is the catcher. He's nothing for 2 thus far tonight.
Oh, you're absolutely correct, Big Clue. And as I'd mentioned when I had shown this on the channel, whenever that was, last week or whatever, Stormfront Studios actually got access to the blueprints to a lot of these ballparks. And yeah, before, there was nothing at all like this game before, well, the Tony La Russa series. So there was nothing like that. And as far as this game, there was nothing at all yet until this game really came along for era, like for picking different eras and stuff like that. So this game really very, very pioneering in so many aspects. And you know, again, that little glitch there, we're in the 8th, and Mel Allen says we've only played 5 innings. You know what? I excuse it. It's 1995. It's still it's a flawed gem. It's a damn fine game. I think Baseball for Windows, APA, I think, is better in a lot of ways. But it's a wonderful game, and for its time, I remember getting this game and, you know, installing it and just blown away by it. It was amazing.
A high fly ball going out.
Is this going to be it?
Field line. It's off the wall. The throw to second base. He's safe at second. A double for the catcher. And suddenly they have the winning run in scoring position. Now that brings up Carl Mays.
Okay, so yeah, Carl Mays is up, and he flied to left his last bat. So Big Clue, since you have you probably have the same version that I do, there should be. It depends on which one you downloaded. It should either say start the game or it'll say oldtimebb.exe or something like that. Just double click it, it automatically configures the included DOS box, and you should be ready to rock. So after this game, I'll show you my where I started, but there's nothing you should have to configure. But just remember, just go in and tweak each and every manager, and always, no matter what area you're playing in, when you have the choice to play it safe or push it for base runners, crank play it safe all the way to 100%, or you will get one of the big sort of not bugs, but not carefully engineered parts of this game where you would get so a grounder all the way that would go to the wall, and the player would stop it. The runner would stop it first. So whether you're playing in a, you know, in the 1970s, you're playing in dead ball era or whatever, make sure at least to crank that all the way to push it.
Here comes the pitch. Grounded up the middle for a base hit, and the throw to first. Got him. Now coming up, Harry Hooper. He's nothing for 3 with a strikeout.
I used to have it, Aaron, and I left it in Europe, unfortunately, and
a high chopper. And the throw to first. He beats it out. That's a base hit for
cool
Cooper.
that you still
Next
have
batter,
it.
Jack Barry. He's nothing for 3 thus far tonight.
And you know, Aaron, I mean, it doesn't help you much, but I remember. So, guys, you know, back in the day, game manuals were awesome, and the old time baseball manual was really, really, really good. I'm sure, you know, you can find a PDF of it somewhere. I should look for it. It was an excellent manual. It had, I forget, it was like maybe 80, 90 pages, something like that. It was, and really got into detail about a lot of, you know, working with this game and stuff like that. And I just had to relearn it by kind of messing with it. But it was this thing comes with, I think it's about 13,000 players, 12 or 13,000 players. Yeah, it's pretty comprehensive. Well, Big Clue, what I can do, I'll figure out how to get the version that I have to you. If it's too big in Discord, what I'll do is give you access to my Google Drive, and you can get it from there. So we'll get you taken care of, man. No worries.
The runner goes. Grounded. And the throw to first. He beats it out. Base hit for Barry. Up next, Larry Gardner. He's nothing for 2 with a strikeout and with a walk.
Bases loaded. 1 out. 2-2 pitch.
Hot grounder to first. That dribbler goes through the right side for a base hit. Look out now. Hey, that throw sailed high and wide, and it's going to be an error on Nemo Lebo. That drives in a run.
I will, Christopher.
It's 1-0.
At the end of the game. Yep.
Jimmy Walsh batting .265.
I'll give you a couple links. Yeah. So Big Clue says, wife, don't you have enough baseball games already? Big Clue answering me, never. Absolutely. There's no such thing as too many baseball games. At all.
Here comes the pitch. Grounded to the shortstop. It's a bouncer right through the infield. Fielded by Felch. Base hit for Walsh. That drives in a run. The score is 2-0. Now coming up, Dick Hoblitzer. He's nothing for 2 with a walk.
Yeah, that is funny. The cartoon whoops for an error.
Fly ball to center field. Caught by Felch. That's 2 away. Driving in a run. It's 3-0. Now that brings up the center fielder. He's nothing for 3 with 2 strikeouts.
All right. See what Tilly Walker does here. He played pretty well in Legends League this year.
A looping drive to left field. A single for Walker. Next batter, the shortstop. He's 1 for 3 with the single.
Things looking pretty bad for the White Sox here. Everett Scott up.
The pitch. There's a high pop-up to third. Caught by Weaver. That ends the inning. 3 runs, 5 hits, 1 error, and they leave them loaded. After 8 pulled, it's 3-0. Leading off the inning, Nemo Lebo. He's nothing for 2 with a walk.
Carl Mays has a 1-hitter.
Fly ball to center field. Caught by Walker. 1 down. Coming up next is Happy Felch. He's nothing for 3 so far tonight. A high chopper fielded by Scott. And the throw to first. Got him. And now 2 outs. Up next, Joe Jackson. He's nothing for 3 thus far tonight. A bunt to second. Base hit for Jackson. That brings up Buck Weaver. He's nothing for 3 so far tonight.
I know, weird to see a 2-out bunt, but it would happen.
The runner goes safe at second. A hot grounder.
That's the ball
Got
game.
him. That ends the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. And the ball game is over. Boston wins, and that's the ball game. This is Mel Allen saying so long, everybody. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.
All right, so fun stuff. Fun stuff. Absolutely love this game. Yeah, I'll put some links in there. I'll give you the link to the one that runs for me. So yeah, I know, right? But that was really, really cool that it did that. Again, it wasn't a commonplace thing to have a 2-out bunt back in the era, but it did happen. And to see Joe Jackson stealing second, good low-scoring game. So Boston, 3 runs, 7 hits, 1 error. Chicago White Sox, who would win the World Series in 1917, no runs, 2 hits, 2 errors. They were a very, very dominant team, and for a long time, still considered by some baseball historians as one of the greatest baseball teams of all time. Everybody kind of, so many people focus on the 1919 White Sox. This was actually a better team. You can look it up on Baseball Reference. All right, so then you get your box score, which is really, really cool. All right, so we're just going to click done, and then it'll just switch us back to here. So a couple things that I didn't get a chance to show you guys. Let's see if we can do this. Hopefully this isn't going to erase what we just did. So when you want to play a season, all right, it will default to just like an 81 game season. If you notice, you'll be clicking down here. And it's like, oh, how do I do that? How do I do that? What you have to do is click on generated schedule, and then you can set it for 154 games or whatever. I'm not going to click this because then it will just erase everything we've done. The other thing is when you go to season, you can look at every team's schedule. So there's Washington. You can select other team. So we can look at the Brooklyn Robins here and see that they're going to be playing Phillies for a 3-game set, then the Cubs, what have you. And you can mark these as featured games. So if we go back to another team and we go to the Chicago White Sox, which I'll be largely doing here, I like the fact that it, it gives you the kind of like the little line score here in the schedule. So if I click this, and then if I go to season, right, play league games, then I can just go to next featured game, or I can, add a day, so that will take us whatever. So you can really kind of just jump around. You can play it. You can look at games that are going to be played on April 18th, what have you. So a lot of stuff that you can do there. And some night I'm going to do a broadcast, because there has been some interest in this game, on how you can do drafts. We'll actually do one in this. You can do a complete fantasy draft, just like you can do an Out of the Park Baseball and Action PC. How you can also just bring in teams that you want. And yeah, you can work with this much easier at the player level than you can at Out of the Park Baseball. So really there's a lot you can do with this game. And my stream the other night really scratched the surface. So let's jump out of here. All right. And we'll exit the system. Boom. And that's it. All right. Let me bring up a page. And yeah, a little bit of piece of my artwork there coming up that you'll see that I just stuck on Google. I'm trying to design some characters for this book that I'm working on. So probably going to have a collie in there. All right. Anyhow. Hey, Joe Murdy, we haven't seen you. Wow. Yeah, Big Clue says, wait, you mean some games can have a user-friendly schedule generator? Yeah, and this one is super, super simple. It really is. Yep. So, shocking. Joe, we haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. This is Joe Jackson, South Carolina's own. I know this from having Action PC States Collection. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Big Clue. I'll have to show you guys sometime the other characters. I've already created Finn. He's an Irish dog. Enzo is an Italian greyhound. Finn is obviously an Irish setter. I've created a Cockney cat. Her name is Elsie, and so the way she speaks, she's like the sort of quintessential East London fishwife, if you will. You know, Whitechapel area, what have you. I have Winston, an English bulldog who was in the First World War. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. The book's coming together. Ken and his son have agreed to look at some of the galleys, and we'll see. But thank you for that, Big Clue. All right, so old time baseball. Let's look for a couple different versions of it here, guys. It's just so much fun. There we go. Old time baseball PC games. So Big Clue, where I picked it up. Now it's free here on my abandonware, but where I got it is oldgames.com. And let's have a look at this site for a minute, okay? So you will also want to make sure to download the easy setup. If you downloaded just this download, you don't want to do that. So you want the easy setup right here, this guy right here. Now, the drawback to oldgames.com, and it's just not going to cost you that much money. If you don't pay for the download, it takes forever. But you can buy a month worth of downloads. And you want to see what's in here. This is a great, I forget what it is. It's like $15 for the month. You can load up on so many games. So let's just look at sports games and what's available here, for instance. And these are some good old classics. There's 10th Frame Bowling. Let's actually do a search just for baseball. And let's look at the baseball games that are and that you can find here. So there's Championship Baseball, Epic Baseball. I know you guys were talking about Epic Baseball. I don't know that I've ever downloaded this. Yab Baseball. There's Backyard Baseball, Radio Baseball, and there it is. There's Old Time. There's the original Baseball Mogul from 1997. I wouldn't bother paying for this here though. You can get I think tons of older versions of Baseball Mogul from the site if you so choose. There's Bo Jackson Baseball, Street Sports, ESPN Baseball Tonight, Backyard Baseball 2003. There's MVP Baseball 2005. I don't remember if I've downloaded this. I might have to go back and see. TV Sports Baseball, which was also Bo Jackson Baseball. You can see this. So this was out like on the Commodore Amiga. So I'm not sure. You might need you can get a free Amiga emulator, and you know, if you have one of those big like retro drives or anything like that, you know, you do need an Amiga emulator to play that. But that's fine. Or you can just go down here and grab Bo Jackson Baseball. They are the same game. And I do remember with this game seeing it before in an emulator. It has a really, really cool, quite cinematic opening for its time, and this was 1991. There's MVP Baseball 2004. So I want to do a bunch of these some night on the channel. What else? There's Microsoft Baseball, Strategic Baseball Simulator. This is freeware. Don't bother getting this off of here. Sporting News Baseball from 1988. There's RBI Baseball 2. Diamond Dreams Baseball. So this is in the days before complex computer simulations of baseball. There's a tabletop baseball. Each player assigned a card of probabilities. In the mid-1980s, Pursue the Pennant came along to challenge the two top guns in the industry, Strat and Appa. Pursue the Pennant was the first major tabletop game, and then it'll go into a longer lineup. But this would eventually become Diamond Mine Baseball later on. And if you think Diamond Mine's Spartan, take a look at Diamond Dreams Baseball. That is a pretty good ball game. So 1995 was for that. Pro League Baseball. I've been finding there was another version of Pro League Baseball that came out in 1995 that had every team from 1904 to I believe 1993. I can only find this first one. Here's Earl Weaver Baseball. Now, if you would go and get this one, and guys, I will put the link in here. Yeah, Strategy Baseball Sim is still free, and it's excellent. It is excellent, excellent, excellent. I have it on here. I should bring it up and we should mess with it. If nobody's doing anything on a Friday afternoon, mess around, look at some of these games. What I would say for Earl Weaver baseball, I think this is the PC version, and the PC version doesn't have all the every cool thing that the Amiga version does. But you know, it's to your choice. There's Backyard Baseball 2005. There's Major League Baseball 2K10, 2K12, and 9. So a lot of the Major League Baseballs are on here. Backyard Sports, Baseball's Greatest Hits, and here's a nice little treat: High Heat Baseball 2000. And I loved the High Heat series. So just for baseball. Now, just a word of caution. So when you go to any, so let's just go to Epic Baseball, for instance, okay? If it says easy setup, that means you do not need to configure DOSBox, okay? So if I wanted to download Epic Baseball right now, bam, I could do it. And I know a lot of people really like this game. I've never played Epic Baseball ever. Let's look at some screenshots here. And again, sorry, they're not very good screenshots, I guess. Yeah, unfortunately, can't get it. Let me see if we can get a better look there. So that's what it looked like, and it looks like this thing came with some classic teams or something. Not quite sure, but you can see that there's a strong resemblance here to Micro League Baseball. So yeah, this might be something fun to try. Again, I don't remember. I was on a binge one day and was just downloading tons of stuff, but I don't remember. Let me see here. It says, okay, the shareware is the shareware edition. I don't think this is just a shareware. Okay, so the deluxe edition of the game has all officially licensed Major League Baseball Players Association players and teams, league play, league utilities allowing you to manage leagues and teams, reports which you can generate, view, and print, schedule editor, which lets you make up your own schedule. The Mega Pack edition includes all of the aforementioned, plus all National League and American League stadiums, as well as general manager owner disc that allows for creation of your own manager profiles. As well, the disc lets you trade players and rearrange teams as you see fit. Now, it didn't show everything on here, too. So here's all of this other stuff down here. So again, guys, if you go to this site, and this is old-games.com, so let me get this link on here for you guys. This is the one that you want to get. All right. Let's just do this. If you want, actually, I guess you probably want the link right to Old Time Baseball. So we'll just do that, but you can always go back. And this will run for you. Big clue. If it doesn't, let me know, and I will give you mine. And if it doesn't work because you're working on a virtual part of it, anyhow, there you go. And then just the base URL is old-games.com. Again, let's see what the price is here to download something, and I'll look for let's look for baseball again, and because that Epic Baseball looks really, really neat actually. And I wanted to get back to show you guys something that you definitely don't want to miss out on. So let's go to Epic Baseball. We know this is an easy install, but here you see here's Micro League Baseball 4, which didn't show up in that list. There's Earl Weaver Baseball 2. So you really got to dig deep. There's Hardball 5 if you're really feeling up to a little bit of that. So, but let's look at Micro League Baseball 4. I played Micro League Baseball 4 back in the day, but I actually always preferred the very, very first one. It's Micro League Baseball series, surprising little games for their time. And it had a pretty good AI. So when you think about the Commodore 64, it had 38K, right? 38K bytes free. That was it, right? And that was before you started the game, right? So you had Microsoft Basic running on there. So what they were able to do with the original Micro League Baseball was amazing. This one, again, has an easy setup. You can also download the manual. It's really tiny. It's 16.3 megs. So each team has a stat compiler. Right? Okay, so let's go back here. The game offers a selection of history's most powerful teams, and you can pit them against each other in league play. Each even has a stat compiler that allows you to keep records in each individual. The writer here says he was impressed at the amount of strategy that can be used in each game. You can go head to head with another human, or you can play against the computer. So the head to head against the human, that means you're going to be playing hot seat, of course. Decide which players are in the lineup, what pitch to throw, how to swing, how to run the bases, position your fielders, etc. A baseball strategist's dream. With the fact that you can get team discs, the replay value is very high. They are games that belong on every sports fan's hard drive. So it's right there. I know I'm going to do something really crazy here because I know there's a couple F-ball fans in here. There's also Micro League F-ball. And I'm not going to read all this because, it would be blasphemy. But there's just so many treasures here to download. So I'm going to pick one of these, and so this way you guys will know what the what's this Micro League Baseball Managers Challenge. I have no idea what this is. All right, so if we go to well, I don't want this one because I would have to configure DOSBox, so I'm not going to mess with this one. Let's just go to Micro League Baseball. So we go to the easy setup. All right, so this is actually a pretty good deal, guys. For one day, it costs $7.95, and as Big Clue already put in there, for the month, it's $11, or for 30 days, it's $11.95. Now, you can find these games elsewhere for free. But it's been my experience that when you go to a lot of these sites, you're either going to be taking some chances. So definitely scan whatever you. But from here, I have never ever had any issues at all with any games. If you don't mind messing with DOSBox, and again, you can get there's a good Windows front end for DOSBox called Defend. So if you mess with Defend. It does save a lot of the hassle because in DOSBox, for those of us who played back on Windows 98 computers and stuff like that, and it actually had pure DOS along with it, which, Windows 10, 11, 8, 7, any of those, they don't have, even though you see command prompts, there's no DOS actually running. But you had to configure, remember, extended memory, expanded memory. You had to set up the interrupts for your sound card and graphic card and everything like that. And that's what makes DOSBox a pain in the ass. But Defend takes care of that, and it's free. So since Big Clue has already done that research, I'm not going to download this, but we'll remember to look around. But there's all kinds of stuff, man. There's all kinds of great role-playing games in here that should bring back some wonderful memories for folks. So, yeah, there we go. Yeah, Joe Murdy says that Epic Baseball really does a great deal, much like you might see today with Out of the Park and Action. Very surprising, actually. That was back in the 90s. Yeah. So let's go back to, let's do our search of baseball again. I'm almost, I don't remember if I've downloaded this Epic Baseball or not. That's the thing. So yeah, it really does. I'm gonna have to do this bit. So it even has it's an abbreviated box score, but not too bad. Gives you a nice little abbreviated box score. All right, there we go. So really a strong resemblance to Micro League Baseball, right? So it looks like maybe is it? I think it looks like you only get Dodger Stadium. So here we go. Let's look at the options in this game. So there's the Yanks, 27 Yanks and the 59 Dodgers. Hoyt, Drysdale. Graphics on, normal game, player default, computer default. Yes, you can select your team, set your lineup. There's a playbook, profile. Oh, so there's a new stadium. You can have DH on or off, different game types. Pretty cool. I should actually look and see. I don't know why. I probably did download this and just forgot. So I'll have to look around when I'm off. I don't really feel like going through File Explorer and messing with this. So Yeah, so good site. I've downloaded a lot of stuff from here. Can you get defend from old games? You never. Okay, so let me put this in the chat so that you can. It's D-FEND. So basically short for DOSBox front end. So defend. Yeah. So Big Clue says, I smell an epic baseball broadcast coming soon to a YouTube channel near you. Yeah, I've been talking about wanting to do go back and revisit some of these old games, which is why the other night I had that weird aborted stream. Retro Bat's a pain in the ass, but finally got it figured out. So looking forward, I was actually surprised to see on the Amiga part of it that Earl Weaver Baseball isn't on there, but you can add your own ROMs. So, guys, give me a second here. I've got to go off mic. All right, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am back. Thanks. So, it wasn't boring for the audience. It was in first-rate entertainment. Yeah, good. It's fun stuff. Fun stuff. Aaron says he loves him some hardball. I suck at Twitch games, dude. So you'll see hardball demonstrated on here at some point. And just trying to get one of the things that was frustrating me the other night is I was trying to get the Commodore 64 hardball to run. It wasn't recognizing. So one of these things with these, and Aaron, playing RetroArch, and so RetroBat, same thing, what have you, is if you screw up, right, assigning your controller assignments, you're pretty screwed. It sucks. So I found an actual Xbox controller here that I had, and I'm thinking, well, let's see if Windows recognize it. It does. Plugged it in. Now everything runs hunky dory. So, but I do want to find a lot of these games that I've already downloaded from here, since I can just run them out of DOSBox. So we'll have a fun night, or a fun series. We'll start of literally some old time baseball games and have some fun. Because why not? I mean, does every baseball sim, it's fun to go back and see where we've been, to see where we are and where we're going. I'm curious here about Earl Weaver Baseball too. Oh, and it's got an easy setup. Let's look at. I've never played Earl Weaver Baseball 2. So I do know that it came out for the Commodore Amiga, because back in the day, PCs were shit. So there we go. There's Matty pitching to Eddie Collins. Pretty nice. Get the little batting helmets here. So Eddie Dombrowski, if you guys look around, he's the guy who was the principal. This looks much better than the first Earl Weaver, actually. Wow. Might have to give this a try, guys. And I'm pretty sure, just like in the first Earl Weaver, you can make your own ballparks. Let's read the little blurb on this guy. I might have to just drop a couple bucks, because I know I didn't buy this. All right. Let's see what we got here. Holy hell. All right, maybe we're not going to read all this. Ooh. Okay, so This is the commemorative edition, so that's nice. So this features the original Earl Weaver 2 game with support for 256 color VGA graphics. So we Amiga owners used to laugh at that because the Commodore Amiga had a hold and modify mode that gave you over 4,000 colors, and had a built-in dedicated sound chip. The Amiga was amazing because it was a true hardware multitasking system. It wasn't software multitasking. In fact, the only other and it didn't even have pure multitasking, was the Atari ST, was its big competitor. Great computer let down by terrible mismanagement. All right, anyhow, along with Commissioner's Disc 2, the 1990 Major League Players Baseball Association stats and manager profiles discs, and the Weaver on Strategy book and special Earl Weaver baseball card, not available anywhere else. Let's see, detailed simulations with easy play action game, da-da-da-da-da-da. Stats are also a big part of the game, as players can simulate complete 9 innings within 1 minute and track 50 different batter and fielding stats, as well as over 30 pitching categories. Instant replay. Oh, this had instant replay. Nice. Cool. It has a stats and physics game, no graphics, but play descriptions and wind and ballpark effects. Managerial option, you call the action. Super fast stat game, no graphics, descriptions, or wind effects. With the 2 included add-on discs, you can also run a draft, edit ballparks, create leagues, set manager tendencies, generate schedules, big clue, and play with all teams represented by city name only players and ballparks in the 1990 season. Or Weaver 2, blah, 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 da, 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 da. So, wow, this looks like this could be a lot of fun. And there's, so Tony La Russa. So again, why you got to dig down? Here it is, and I do have this. Here's Tony La Russa Baseball 3. Easy setup, and there it is. And interestingly about this game, there we go. Nice looking. You can see it looks a lot like Old Time Baseball, because as I said, this was Old Time Baseball was an expansion for Tony La Russa Baseball 3 originally. I'm sorry, I had a little brain cramp there. But if you play Tony La Russa Baseball 3, the animation's actually much, much smoother. I never understood that, unless it was because of the inclusion of this crazy engine that was running underneath Old Time Baseball, that maybe perhaps that was causing some of the jank in the animations. But Tony La Russa Baseball played really smoothly. If I remember, it was Lon Simmons, and I can't remember the other broadcaster there. But with the 2 games, now I don't know how that works through this, but back in the day when you had the CD-ROMs, I'm guessing if you just mount the CD-ROMs, like the additional universes and stuff like that, you could bring ballparks and teams. Like, you could bring these more modern ballparks into Old Time Baseball, or you could bring the old ballparks into Tony La Russa and players. So you pretty much had the best of both worlds. Yeah. So there you go. So it's worth it, even if you just want to spend, the $7.99 and just download all the baseball games. But I know we're not all one-dimensional gamers, so there's probably a lot of other stuff that you want to get. So yeah, there we go. There we go. But hopefully this was helpful. And I guess with that, we'll probably shut it down here. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else here that we might have missed. Front Page Sports Baseball Pro 98. I don't know if anybody. I don't think I've ever played Front Page Sports. But this is 1998 and not a bad looking game. So I think that really La Russa and Old Time Baseball kind of started this. Okay, we've got to make the stadiums look, the ballparks look nice. So, pretty cool game. And again, this looks like this will just run right up. It looks like it would be on field. So kind of crazy. You look at this, and it almost looks like an earlier version of Out of the Park Baseball, right? So there's no texturing yet on the field or anything, but not a bad looking game, huh? Sparse crowd. So what else do we have here? So this is 1997. And I think this was just that season. So unlike a lot of the other games that we play, so there's a Riverfront Stadium, and this apparently, because this is not Riverfront. Riverfront never looked like this. So I don't know. So let me know, guys. And let's look at MVP Baseball 2005. Big Clue, let me know if the version you get from here, either that or I can just find it and send it to you. So if you don't feel like spending the money, I will definitely get this to you. Now, MVP Baseball, it's just a straight download. Now, the other thing that you have to be careful of is this was, I'm pretty sure this was a Windows game. And yeah, so here's the thing. If you download old Windows games and you're playing on a 64-bit system and they have 16-bit installers, they're not going to work. So do be aware of that. You'd need to run a virtual machine inside your, or else just do what I did. I went on eBay and bought an old laptop that had Windows Vista on it, and I'm running an XP machine on it, just so that I could create seasons, leagues, and stuff like that in APA, and then import them into Baseball for Windows 5.75. So do be aware if these are Windows games and if they have a 16-bit installer, there is no way you can get them to run. You have to use a virtual machine. Yeah, so Tony, actually, if you look at the credits on Old Time Baseball, Clay Dressler is on there and you know what? I hate to say this, and I mean, but whatever. Clay always used to shit on out of the park baseball. So, in my estimation, anyhow, while Baseball Mogul's a good game, I think Old Time Baseball blows it out of the water. But to be fair to Clay Dressler, though, he wasn't the principal developer of Tony La Russa and Old Time Baseball. Who lives? Don Daglow? I'd have to look. So that's pretty much it. And I'm just so itching to do a game of a Diamond Mine baseball game. And I'm wondering if it'd be better received if I had just a crowd loop playing in the background. So start Action PC Baseball, start a game, and just let the crowd just have some noise or something. God, I love that game, and I just want to share it with the community. But if I would put on a Diamond Mine baseball game right now and call it, Big Clue would be here with me, and I think that'd be it. Hey, MV, good broadcast that I caught. I had to catch it on the flip side, so good game earlier. So I guess you figured this out. So you had that pitcher in there that was catching. With those league tools, there's a little glitchy thing that goes on in Action PC Baseball, and you have to be aware of it. And you know about the availability tools. So the reason why you had a pitcher catching is because, as you saw in your roster, you had those inactive players, and sometimes that part of Action PC Baseball is a little bit confusing. So you have to make sure to execute those availability tools, or you'll get all kinds of inactive players. In fact, I will show you in Action PC how I keep running into it. Let me bring that up. Sorry, I guess we're going too far here, aren't we? Or too long. I'm sorry, guys. You know I can't do a small stream. So I believe it was in the state collection, right? Now, I've run the availability tools and everything for this league, but I just want to look at a couple teams and see. So let's bring up South Carolina. Okay, so it looks like everybody is active. So you have to make sure, always, I run them sometimes twice, right before I start a season. I do both the reset tools here, like I'll reset the league. So if, from the very, very beginning, I'm not going to do that now, obviously. And then you have to do, setting all players active, set all players active, do this reset, and then you have to do it again over here. So really, really, really important to do these. And I'm like, and I was catching your stream on the backside, MV, and I'm like, no, MV have to do, I'm like, wait a minute. The live stream happened 2 hours before I saw it. So, so many moving parts in this game, as you rightly said, MV. And guys, catch his game. He does a nice little recap, talk about the draft that we, or the second part of the draft we did last night, and profusely thanking Big Clue, Steve, and everybody for being a part of it, and really liking MV's take on it. And MV, not to make your head any larger already, but I have to continue. The same way with Bernie Strom, who's discovering deadball, but with you, right? We're talking about baseball. This isn't even in really your lexicon in the UK. I know from living right in Ireland. I mean, people play baseball. The Netherlands actually has its own professional baseball league, but it's not it's not really part of the Irish, Dutch, or British lexicon for that matter. I don't think there's too many people in Wales and Scotland playing a lot of baseball games live right out there. But man, you're doing such a fantastic job, and your love of baseball it's just absolutely amazing, and it just comes through. And I dare say, better than those of us who have been familiar with this game our entire lives. So, and I know baseball within what, a year or so, it's been a kind of a rediscovery for you. So, huge. So different times, Joe. One time I was over there like 10 years, another 5 years, so back and forth. Um, in Europe, and I miss it. And if I had a chance to go back, um, my happy ass would be in the western part of Ireland right now. So, hey, there's Ken Castro. How you doing, cuz? So, Big Clue was talking about the teams that people have done. You missed the 1917 game. Boston Red Sox won 3-0 on opening day, beating the Chicago White Sox. So, in old time baseball. But Big Clue saying everybody picking some really good teams. He's feeling this one's going to be a lot more competitive. And Ken, really glad you're part of it again. Just have being in the draft. So hopefully Steve will have something ready. Maybe we can do an exhibition game tonight, just two teams even. I think that would be fun. Not with the pictures or what have you, but we'll see. We don't want to push him too hard. So MV says we're a hidden community of baseball fans in the United Kingdom, but there are a few baseball fans in the community that stream baseball. That's nice. That is nice. Yeah, can't wait for them either. Right? I know the Big Clue has put up the Excel spreadsheet. I haven't looked at anything yet. Big Clue said I drafted a decent team. Yeah, fingers crossed, but just going to be fun. We're going to have 4 broadcasters this time around. MV, I heard you talk on your stream. Absolutely, man. You want to do a broadcast here and there, or just you want to jump back on the team for that? Yeah, man. It's just because you said you wanted a break doesn't mean, oh, sorry, MV, now you can't do any games. Man, we welcome it. Or maybe we can figure out a time where you and I can be on at the same time. One of us do color, one of us do play-by-play, whatever, or switch it up. Have some fun with it. But Dwayne Martz and Bernie Strom are going to be jumping aboard, so it's going to be largely Steve Tate, Bernie, Dwayne, and myself doing the few games that we're going to do on here. So, or for the Shags 3-0. But it's not going to be like, you've got to be here to manage. It's not going to. It's not like McGreevy, not in any way, shape, or form. So, the spreadsheet's excellent. Ken Castro says he just rolled a game. He was supposed to be doing yard work. So everybody getting it from their wives today. Apparently, he's a Big Clue. His wife, don't you have enough baseball games? Big Clue says never. So yeah, that's why I'm not in any hurry to get married. I don't have a honey-do list. So you guys. So MV says it's funny. Every decade was represented by, on average, 2 players per decade. This was the toughest draft yet. But and again, I've said this to Big Clue. And MV, we should just get you on here to talk for a little bit, man, if you want. That at first I was a little bit leery of this. Okay, I mean, I really dug Todd's original idea of, you'd have random year and then just go, and then Big Clue puts the twist on it with the 2 franchises. I'm like, I don't know if I like that. and it turned out really cool. So you had to simultaneously get deeper into baseball history, but it also allowed you to be more focused and maybe have a better strategy going in. So yeah, MV, you feel like coming on and chatting for a couple minutes with everybody with me? Let me know, and if you don't, I totally understand. Maybe Mel kick your butt or something. I don't know. Should should be after kicking your arse then, me boy. While we have Action PC up, oh, you're knocking. Well, I don't have Discord up there, my Welsh friend. So one moment. You discordant person. You now have to turn on the other mic, so I might sound a little dodgy. So there, yeah, I put a chick up there, and I guess Legends. Hopefully, who knows? All right, let's get. Where is the MV stir? Where is he? He says he's um knocking. Are you really? Am I in the wrong Discord? Probably. MV, I can't find you, man. Where are you, my lad? MV, you're not online on Discord. It's not showing you as online, man. I will wait and see if MV decides to join us. I'll turn off this second mic for now. Boom. There we go. So I think hopefully everybody's clear, and you catch this later on. You're clear on how to export your managers and set your manager tendencies if you want. Cousin Ken has opted to just have the CPU run everything, which is fine. So you're not, and now the phone of the commissioner got your attention. Yeah, I put her up last night to kind of just demonstrate how to upload files. So there we go. There we go.
Beatles.
MV.
Howdy.
There we go. Everybody, the man, the myth is on with us.
I was washing my car. So
You're
I'm
getting
on.
out
I'm
West
online.
Virginia.
I'm online. Yeah. Oh my God. Last night was amazing. Beatles. I must admit, I was hanging on at the end because it was 5 o'clock in the morning over here.
Mm-hmm.
So, God, and I felt it this afternoon. Didn't get up until about midday at my time, and I felt really rough. But quick round of baseball with the 1982 Heretic League did the trick.
There you
How are
go.
you, sir?
I'm doing well, man. I wanted to let you know a couple things about West Virginia since you want to know about West Virginia. So West Virginia was
Uh,
it was created during the Civil War. And if you ask a West Virginian, they will tell you they are neither North nor South. They will say that they are West Virginia. They are technically a northern state. So, and you also in Kentucky and Maryland, right? They were kind of sort of forced to stay in the Union. So even though right, so Maryland is south of Mason-Dixon line. The Mason-Dixon line really isn't. That's kind of a colloquial kind of dividing line between the old Union and the Confederacy. But Maryland was actually forced to stay in the Union. They, you know, there's no way President Lincoln was going to allow that to happen. But Virginia. So if you look at a map and you look at West Virginia used to be Virginia prior to the Civil War. So there, that'll help you out a little bit.
yeah, that was good. I know. I know. I've now heard of Sweet Tea. I never
Oh,
knew
sweet tea, yeah.
Charleston. I never knew where Charleston was or Harper's Ferry.
Harper's
So
Ferry,
I've
yeah.
I've now done my research. But going
Mm,
back to your point about last night,
yeah,
um, I sat down as you heard on my stream. I said, "Wow, I can remember sitting down with you on the Ned McGreevy, a lot of us on the Ned McGreevy, and having a sort of revision you said about other things in the future. And
right.
to see yesterday 20 people in the room, Beagles,
That was fun. That was so fun.
it was amazing, and to see everybody that I regularly see, I mean, that was all we needed was someone like Al to step in, or Dave, or those guys to jump in. But it was amazing the commitment that everybody had to the draft. You know what Big Blue has
Yeah.
done admin-wise, or Steve, yourself, myself, anyone that's been involved in it. You know, Robbie, all those nights culminated in that night last night. And yeah, it was terrific. It was terrific. So yeah, well done.
Yeah.
I'm really pleased.
It was, everybody
Although I
did it. It
wasn't
was
pleased with my
gratifying.
draft though.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I mean, we were all giving you, taking the piss a little bit, but I mean, yeah, you didn't get Koufax, you didn't get Mays, but I think you have a strong team. I do. I think you have a strong team. The
Oh yeah,
guy,
I mean, don't get me wrong.
I'll
It's
tell you who
amazing
put
how.
together. I'm sorry. Oh, no, please finish. Go ahead. Yeah,
I was
amazing
just going to
how.
say, it's amazing what Clue. I remember Clue talked to me a couple of weeks ago on a Sunday, whenever it was, and he was going through the idea and pitching it. I said, look, it sounds great, but to actually participate in it, and midway through the draft, I'm thinking, I'm not going to get Mays. I could just tell. I'm
Yeah,
not going to, statistically, the odds are, if
right.
I've got Drysdale 1960, which I had a choice of Mays, but it was one of his worst years.
Uh
He
huh.
only hit 28 home runs, still a decent season. I
Right.
thought Drysdale's got 280 strikeouts in 2000, in 1960. It's a good year for him. I'm thinking, I'm going to take Drysdale, and I did. No regret it, but then later on I could see myself shifting, thinking, which other great center fielder played for the Dodgers and the Giants? You know,
Right.
I'm thinking Jude Snyder. Okay, roll the dice for Snyder. Anything, nothing came up. I'm thinking, oh my
Yeah.
God, 1942. It's got to be Pete. Is it Pistol Pete Reiser? I'm
Yeah.
thinking, well, he'll have to do. And then
Hmm.
I think I got Mookie Betts on the very last pick. But so it was a lot of shifting and turning and twisting and making decisions on the spot. So that was great fun.
What's amazing, right? And we mentioned this last night, is so right 1950s New York. That was the era of the three of the greatest center fielders of all time, and none of those three are in this league. Mickey Mantle, Willie
Crazy.
Mays, and Duke Snyder. None of those three are in this iteration of Shanks.
Equally, Beatles, which often gets overlooked, while New York had Mantle, Mays, and Snyder in the
Snyder,
league as
right?
pitcher, also look at the shortstops at the same time: Rizzuto,
Yes.
Stark,
Uh
and
huh.
Pee Wee Reese. They're not in
Yes.
it either.
I know. I know. Crazy, isn't it? Um,
Oh, it was amazing.
Christy, I don't remember. Is Christy Mathewson didn't make it in this
Oh,
time?
Christie only came up once in
Right, and you had Joe
1984.
McGinnity, right? Well,
Yeah,
McGinnity much better record, because
he has a better
that's
record.
right. That's the beginning of Mathewson's career. So you were smart taking McGinnity,
So
definitely.
I mean, I was just cursing you all, thinking, you all should be sitting in my shoes. You know what I mean? Imagine
Right.
when he was sitting in the same shoes. It was great. I hope Steve had the same pain as I did. Did he?
He,
I don't know.
Steve was playing very sort of as we say in America, he's playing very poker faced.
He
So
was.
you remember because in what was it, Shanks two? Was it Shanks two that he was waiting for Walter Johnson?
He was. Yeah, well, Shanks won.
Shanks
I
one.
was taking the piss.
Right. I know you were, right? And so this time Steve's just quietly putting in his draft picks. So we don't know. So Big Clue's asking if that's MV. I hear he says they let him out of the coal mines already. The infamous Welsh coal mines, right?
Seriously, just amazing to do it yesterday. And also, you saw me in my sycophantic mode. I was kissing butt last night. When I saw the man who was called Sylvan, I was
Mike
like, hang
Silva.
on a
Mike
minute,
Silva, yeah.
that's Mike Silver.
Yep.
Because I've known him also, and I've been on out of the park like as long as you have, or like 20 years.
Oh, right.
And to see, him on there, and I think I might have even been on the board before him. RJL Network, Robert. I've been talking to Robert years ago, not realize it was the same Robert or RJL until much later when I started seeing him broadcast. I thought there's only other one Mets fan I've seen do that, and it's RJL, the same person.
Uh-huh.
But I was called, and still am called, Dr. K and on the park boards. So yeah,
Oh,
it was great
really?
fun.
Okay, so that's you. You're Dr. K. All right. So we've
I'm
all
Dr. K.
kind of read at least read each other's stuff, if not actually corresponded. Like all
Yeah,
these years now, we come together in this little community. So
it's amazing. It's amazing. How happy were you with your draft?
so I was talking about that during the 1917 game that I just got done on old time baseball. And so, I mean, you know what, man? I've got to eat crow. I've got to own up. I'm always going off on people. Get out of your comfort zone. Get out of your comfort zone. Get back. Play dead ball. Blah blah blah. Which I still hold on to that. But I realized So, and Clue went over my team. He said, "Yeah, it's actually not a bad team." And he said, "I did really well in the '70s." I'm very comfortable with 1970s, '80s, '90s baseball. Where I am so sorely lacking is 21st century baseball.
Yeah.
I was so lost with the Arizona Diamondbacks, especially. And then when I would get Brewers draws, I wasn't getting good teams. I wasn't getting Harvey Wallbanger years, right, for the
No.
Brewers. So I'm like, oh my God, what am I going to do here? So some of my good picks, surprisingly, I got lucky. You know, I got a good Randy Johnson here. And then for the Brewers, I got a good Paul Molitor. I got, Teddy Higuera. I don't think I have a strong team, but I was actually surprised, and by Big Clue said I picked a pretty competent team. So, but then in Shanks two, right? This is Shanks two. So in Shanks two, I picked a damn good team. I mean,
Oh,
come on,
Mudville Knights. Yeah, they were
dude,
great.
I got picks from heaven. I got 1927 Babe Ruth. I had 1929. I think it was Jimmy Fox, and Babe Ruth
Yeah.
stunk up my team. Oh my God, Pop Lloyd carried my
Pop
team,
Lloyd was amazing.
and I had a few weeks I was in first place. I'm thinking, okay, I picked a damn fine team, and ended up with I didn't finish last or whatever. I think I finished like seventh or something. I don't remember.
Mm. No, no, no. You were fifth
I
in
finished
an
fifth.
8 or 10 man team, and I think I was fourth. Clue was second with his, can't
Who
remember his
who
name.
who won? Who won that? I'm trying to remember.
Steve narrowly got past me in the playoff. I have to say he's a lucky son. He got past me.
Unlucky sod. You call him an unlucky sod.
Uh, much to my disappointment, Steve squeezed through and had a battle with Clue. I think he swept Clue in the final in the World Championship. You were fifth. You only just missed the playoffs. Hawaii were third, I think it was, in the league part, and all of us were within about 11 games of each other. So,
Okay.
and I think 4 teams in the league.
So MV is one of your goals to be right because you won McGreevy, right? So is your goal to be the first manager to win? Uh oh, I think we just lost him. Uh oh, uh oh, uh oh. Are you there? Hello. Uh oh, that's bad. Yeah. All right. Well, hopefully MV will return. I was going to ask him if he's going to be the first manager to win McGreevy and then win the Shanks League. Oh, there he is. He's back again, like a bad penny. Are you there, man? MV's having issues, or I'm having issues. What the hell? Why do I want to open the soundboard? I really don't need to open the soundboard. So, wow, MV. I don't know what happened. It went bloop, connecting, ice checking. I don't know. Is this on my end? It's happening. It shouldn't. DTLS connecting. So I'm guessing my voice is still coming through. Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out. Um, you guys are hearing my voice, right? Because I have both mics on. And if you can hear me, then I know that problem's not on my end. This is RTC disconnected. I don't know what the hell's going on here. I've never seen that. Hmm. Okay, you can hear me. All right. Okay. Carlos Yaz. All right. All right. All right. Good to see Carlos Yaz coming in. Okay, um, so let's see if we can get MV back on here. So we need some. Well, now with Broop. Now he's back. Let me try to initiate the call from my side, maybe, because I'm getting this thing DTLS connecting. I have no idea what that means. Never ever seen that. Because MV, it's still showing you as not on. It's showing you as offline. So Big Clue, like I could click and call Big Clue if he felt like coming on voice. He could be here. Aaron's showing online. Mr. Tate is online. Midlife Crisis is online. Probably at work. I don't know, but whatever. But you're not showing as online. So, oh my God, this is painful. MV rebooting. Okay, how you doing, Carlos Yaz? Hopefully we can get you in the next one too. Clee baseball fans, since he's going to be part of the next Shanks. That's going to be like in 2 or 3 weeks. We'll be drafting all over again, which will be a lot of fun. So we'll give MV give him another go here. There we go. Voice connected. I'm going to try to call you, MV. I'm going to try to call you. I hope. Ugh. Oh, it's giving me all these. I don't need suggested activities. Let me see. Where are you? Where are you, my lad? Where are you, my boyo? I can't find you. Try to give me a call again, if you would, please, MV. So I can't find you. I know I friended you on here. I don't know why the hell I can't find you. Okay. Oh, your Windows just restarting. Okay, because Discord was showing that your voice at least is connected, so that's good. All right. Nice, nice, nice. So a long time. I have 2 World Series games got to replay. So the 1929 World Series we did about 5 weeks ago here in Action PC Baseball, and then I realized that I had actually pulled these into a league. Are you there, MV?
I'm here, my buddy. I'm here.
He's back. Yes. So we're going to be redoing this at some point. And the other night we did 1915 World Series, and I was doing so much stuff on my PC that day, music, graphic development, all that kind of stuff, that I didn't reboot. And so big memory leak and kaboom. So the Phillies will get another go in that game 4. MV. So I was going to ask you, so you want to be the first manager? Big Clue says it works again, damn it. But anyhow, so you're gonna try to be the first manager to win both McGreevy and Shanks, huh?
Well, that's the aim, but Steve keeps getting in the way.
I know.
Mean,
what is it with Steve Tate? What is it with that guy?
Well, what it is, I took great pride in winning the Ned McGreevy League. But to be honest, that was just by pure accident, I think. Because
right.
It's kind of the first time I didn't have a clue about Deadpool, but I do know who Walter Johnson was. And I think I picked Walter Johnson, Grover Alexander, Jack Feaster, and what was the guy? I can't remember his name. Early 19th century guy. He was a lefty. He was superb. His name just escapes me at the moment.
I know. I remember. I can't remember his name either, but
yeah, it was just really, really good.
You know, Ken Castro gave you guys a run in McGreevy. I mean, right? So we got down to like the final week of McGreevy, and we couldn't have scripted that one better. That was amazing.
Oh my God! I think in the final, I mean, that's where I think George freaking Davis? We called him.
George, yeah. Yep.
Funny enough, I have him on my team now. Made some. I think Midlife had a chance to win Game 2 of the World Series, and
yes.
George Davis made at least 2 errors back to back.
Yep.
That brought me back into the game, and the game was lost for Midlife.
Yeah.
But I just remember watching everybody manage their teams, and I think that's where I really learned the intricacies of the management side of things. I don't tend to manage myself, but to watch Midlife and Ken and a few of yourself just try and maneuver a result, that was interesting. You know. Can I also say, while I'm on air at the moment with you,
of course.
By the way, Aaron, my God, Aaron, I think I said it on my stream recently. To hear you talk the other day, I think it was a week ago and again recently, about the slightness side of things and how you picture baseball. I find it blew me away. Your knowledge just blows me away, continually blows me away, and your passion for the game. Everybody's passion for the game. I don't mean to sound patronizing because my passion is just as high, but my God, it just blew me away. I was completely blown away.
It means a lot, man. There's guys here that. Well, I appreciate that. I mean, there's guys here, though, that, I learn from everybody in here. I guess part of it is because I've said this many, many times. I'm not a sports fan. I think I'm the only person. I'm the only person in this community that's not a sports fan. Yeah. I mean, I'll like go back, like I've said before, I'll watch maybe some I'll binge watch like classic, like some Rocky Marciano fights on YouTube or Muhammad Ali. I do like boxing, and
Yeah.
hockey's okay, basketball's okay, but I'm not a sports fan. I'm just a baseball fan, and I'm a fan of the game. I think more for its history, its lore, its myths, its legends, its great. Not. I don't mean to be paraphrasing Ken Burns baseball, but it's great fools and it's great everything. And I think I don't come at baseball as a sports fan. And maybe that's the passion that you're feeling because, I can go up at all the way up and down this list of the guys, including yourself in this chat, that could school me on all kinds of stuff on baseball. Seriously. But
Yeah.
my but my passion for the game, I think, comes from the more the artist in me and the person who loves history. I just wanted to address something to Christopher Slovic really quickly. Chris,
Mm.
so Chris, I had the that state file that you saw up here is actually that's not something that Steve Tate made. That's something you can buy from DK Sports. However, and I don't know. I'm guessing F Ball Reference probably has something similar to Baseball Reference. It's really easy to create a state file. So you might want to look on F Ball Reference. I'm too scared to do it on my stream, but it's there, so you could create it if you wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm blown away with the knowledge of the games. I'll come to old baseball in a minute because
Hmm.
I'll come to that in a second. But Clue, oh my God, there's another master of knowledge.
Oh my
Sitting
God,
down with
yeah.
Clue. Sometimes, again, Clue and I were sitting just chatting on Discord. It's a great invention, by the way. What a wonderful innovation. Clue is, but Clue, oh my God, he would take me to school. Today was broadcast. I was lucky to have Clee in the chat, and he was giving me some backgrounds and some of the players. We were talking about Jeff Zahn, the
Uh-huh.
lefty from the California Angels.
Right.
Just so wonderful the community. So thank you once again. Now let's address old school, old time baseball. The history of that. I never actually played that in my time in the 80s. I
Oh,
did
okay.
play Earl Weaver 1 and 2, and
Well, it
yes, you
came out in
can
the
build stadiums.
'90s, so I would hope you didn't play it in the '80s, or else you're in some kind of time warp. Came out in
Uh,
1995.
yeah, well, yeah. Well, the first baseball game I can remember as
Hmm.
a board game, well, without looking at those really old 1970s things,
Uh-huh.
was Status Pro on board game,
Oh, I
and
played the shit out of that game. Loved it.
love that game, and I got that in the UK. Go far to get it, but I got it.
Uh-huh.
Earl Weaver, definitely. But Earl Weaver 2, I saw you broadcasting earlier about Earl Weaver 2, and you gave me that website to go and look at. You could build stadiums. I'm sure you can build
Yes.
stadiums
Yes.
in that one. But it plays the animations are really weird. They are really good, actually, for the time. They
Hmm.
were outstanding at the time.
Hmm.
And you do still get fun. But I'd love you to do a little, I've mentioned this before, front page sports baseball. You can get the 97 version without dot spots. That
Okay.
was way ahead of its time. Please, if you can research that one, that
Yeah.
is an amazing game.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Um, but the old time baseball with LaRussa one, I played LaRussa. I
Yeah.
played TV Sports Baseball,
Yep.
but the LaRussa one, the old time, that is amazing. And that's for the add-on Beatles. I've been playing around with that. There's an add-on you can download.
For what? For front page sports?
No, for the old time
Yeah,
baseball
there
inside
is.
the game.
So yeah, and what you have to do then is you have to mount that like using like daemon tools or whatever. So you have to mount that as a CD-ROM. You can't just copy those universes into the directory. I figured that out.
Yeah, I was trying and trying and trying recently as well.
Just get daemon. I think it's called daemon tools. There's a bunch of different ones. There's one called Magic ISO. So you actually have to mount it to a drive letter that the game like is going to recognize, and then you can just when you click CD-ROM or whatever, it's got to be mapped to that CD-ROM drive. It's a little bit naff the way you have to do it, but that's how you get those extra 10 years up to 1991 into old time baseball. That's how you do it.
Yeah, no, I just think it's great. And what a follow-up to the Tony La Russa series, which I did play. With
Brilliant.
Hardball. We've talked about this before, Hardball and all those games.
Oh
But
yeah.
it makes me feel a little old. It's so lovely to yeah, but it's great to see you broadcasting it. So So
I like
what are you
mixing it
looking?
up. I like mixing it up. I've been like, and I'm still, I want so badly to start doing some diamond mine baseball on the channel, but
Well, you
the
did a good
problem.
job
So
yesterday.
well, but here's the thing with diamond mine baseball, right? So we'll watch a guy's hands rolling dice, and I guess because there's noise of the dice or what have you, right? And guys are moving the cards and stuff. Diamond mine baseball has no sound, so basically, what I'm going to be doing is reading to you guys because it has superb play-by-play. I do
It
embellish
does.
it, but it's I've tried it on here, and maybe it was because I was doing. Cousin Ken will remember this. It was one project I feel badly that I never finished because it was like just a Led Zeppelin, but not in a good way. On this channel, I was doing 1895 Cleveland Spiders, who finished second in the National League that year, and it was so many times we would have like 5 people watching it, but it was constantly just Ken Castro and I. That was it. That was it, and that only happened with Diamond Mine Baseball, and it's such a brilliant baseball game. It
It
really
is. I was
is.
watching
Oh my
yesterday when you were
God.
doing it in the background. Yes, I thought to myself, with your wonderful brogue, your Irish brogue that you put on,
Well,
but
I
just,
try to keep that down. I'm gonna
but
do one drunk some night, then you'll hear me.
yeah, do one when you're absolutely pissed. But
Absolutely.
I just loved your voice anyway on the broadcasting. We've all got our own unique thing. But if you called the game with that game in the background, wow, I think that'd be amazing. Because I was watching it yesterday, thinking, how come I'm getting the feel of the broadcast when you're just playing with it on screen? You weren't even speaking about the game; you were talking about the draft. And
It's
yet, I was
yeah.
intrigued with what was going on the screen, even though I've got the game myself.
It's a
Pretty weird.
great game. It's such a great game, but I mean, when you compare it even to action PC baseball, right? I mean, so I've got just this opening screen up here, right? Or I have 1929 World Series up here right now on action PC baseball, right? But I mean, just as a contrast, just bringing up Diamond Mine, which I'm going to do right now on the screen,
Mm.
and after you
I,
get this little splash screen, what you get is just this sort of, it's just gray. I mean, there it is, right? And it's like,
mm,
so it already doesn't give you this great start, and then I click on game scheduled, and it's very Spartan, and then you go into the
very
game.
Spartan.
It's very Spartan, but it's extremely deep. This is such a great. This was the king of text-based baseball simulations at one time. This was the pinnacle, and
Really.
many people still consider it the pinnacle of digital baseball games, as far as
So I
Sims.
hear,
As far as
so I
Sims,
hear, so I hear. I mean, action for me, I'm a
yeah,
big out of the park fan, as you know, but
right.
I still think actions now won my heart. I think I tend to action quicker than I
Hmm.
do to out of the park. But I would pay good money to see someone broadcast with the voice
Hmm.
one of those Diamond Mine games. I would pay good money to watch Ken roll the dice on his 19th century stuff. Because
I
let's face
wish.
it, we all
Oh
tune
my
into
God.
Robert when he does his stuff.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. I wish. Maybe when I get to visit cousin Ken sometime up there in Rhode Island, maybe I'll say, come on, man, I'll bring my PC and I'll say, look, you don't have to show your face. Put this on your hands. I'd love to see him roll up a game, right? Because he's
Oh
just
my
having
God.
like a blast with the Appa Bats roster, the pre-expansion thing, and he keeps us up to date.
Yeah,
Oh my
he's
God.
just, I mean, just the enthusiasm, the color that Ken brings
Mm-hmm.
on the broadcast, even in the chat.
Oh
When I can
yeah.
hear him, obviously I read his writing a little bit too.
Oh yeah.
I'd love to see Big Clue roll some dice.
So
I
would
don't know if
I.
Big Clue does. It's just fascinating to watch. Hello there, Carlos. I see Carlos Yaz in
Yeah,
the chat as
Carlos
well. Hello
Yaz.
there.
Good to see him. He's
Um,
just been thinking he's rewatching the Ken Burns documentary. Been a few years. Oh my God, I love it. It's on Amazon. I know. I think it's also, at least in America, I know that PBS is carrying it as well. So, but PBS has partnered with Amazon. So if you have Amazon Prime, you've got Ken Burns, all the Ken Burns stuff.
I've been watching Ken Burns, even though I've watched it once before or twice before. It's just sometimes like to just roll it out and watch Ken Burns baseball, the documentary again. And every time I watch it, I learn something new. Let me ask you a question. Oh, can you tell me a bit about Buzz Arlett? Is it Buzz Arlett or Buzz Arlett? He was the minor league equivalent of Babe Ruth. Do you know much about him?
I do. You know what? That's another area of baseball that like I am so focused on Major League Baseball, right? I mean, I can tell you a bit about the Pacific Coast League and about the minor leagues in general, but it's going to be one of these baseball scholars in here that could probably answer that more. That guys that have studied the minor leagues. I haven't. I'm guessing, Ken would know. Big Clue would know. If Legends was here, he would know. Minor leagues, man. I am a complete novice. I really am. I
Okay.
can tell you who invented the affiliated minor league system and a few of the players and stuff like that,
Yes, of course.
but
Oh,
minor league,
yeah.
I just so for me baseball is so huge and blah blah blah. I just like focusing on Major League Baseball, and that includes the Negro leagues, of course, because they are
Oh,
Major League.
they were
So
great in Shanks too, by the way. That was good that we included them. They were brilliant.
I know we didn't include them this time around.
That's
So
okay. The next time we'll do that. But I just loved the
right.
stuff on there with that. It was pretty, brought so much extra dimension to that league. But then, well, again, what
Oh
I
my
like
God,
about
right?
this whole league thing we're doing is how each one is so slightly different to the other one.
It is. S- I would even argue more than slightly. You
Yeah,
still,
well, yeah,
yeah,
definitely. But
yeah.
that's what just makes it interesting. I was going to ask you a quick. I know I'm asking you questions here, but I can't
You,
help myself.
we're just
Um,
chatting, man. Have fun. Yeah.
if you were to visualize where this would be, these leagues, what do you see, like with all of us in the community on there? What's your vision if you had one? Because it's evolved, yes, organically, but I do remember those early conversations on the Ned McGreevy, and here
Mm-hmm.
we are now, like a year later, maybe a year and a half later,
Mm-hmm.
to where we are now. What do you see?
Do you mean as far as moving forward, or
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Moving forward, even though we're in the here and now, what would you see or what would you like to see? Someone was talking about convention. I think it was Steve Tate.
I think that would be
I could just see him
amazing.
there in his Darth Vader uniform. But yeah, I'd love to go to a convention. But
If it,
what else do you see?
yeah. So I mean, maybe starting with that, but first, there, guys, and I call it so. Big Clue and Ken Castro. Ken Castro has an article that he's written, and then also Big Clue put in something about Arlit as well. So there's a link to Saber and a link to Ken Castro Substack. So now
Excellent.
you're going to be our Buzz Arlit expert. So with you, I mean, it's like, I'm talking about if I had the opportunity, I'd be back living in, the western part of Ireland. I'd be out on the Aran Islands and just making sure I had good enough internet, and that'd be it. That's where I'd be. Not, please don't take this wrong, guys, but I'm really not. I want to go back. This America is not where I belong. It's, because I wasn't raised that way and I lived over there. But anyhow, what do I see? I wish there was a way, right? We get you over here for a little bit. And I know that's not cheap, but maybe we'll figure out a way to do it.
I'll
I
get it.
would,
I'll get it done.
I think it would be absolutely amazing, and not just folks coming into this channel, but we do have some cross pollination on with other channels. Um, I'd love for us to all meet up. It'd be amazing, a conglomeration of cards and dice. Bring PCs and play and make it just fun. Make it our own little thing. Maybe then other channels pick up and say, "Let's do this." Why not? Look, so people, and I mean, Ken and Pib 99 were schooling us one night a while back on how the cards and dice baseball thing started out. And now look at it. These people are
Wow.
going to conventions and they're all over the place. I see that. The other thing I'd like to see moving forward is, while the community is coalescing, I'd like to figure out a way that every YouTube creator in our community, so everybody that's in the sports gaming community at least, right? So our Red Sox fan, everybody, how we could get together and do a weekend where it would just be, so Dwayne Martz is up, then Bernie's up, you're up, Steve's up, whatever, and just baseball the hell out of it for a weekend, right? And but make the broadcast such that it'd be running either through StreamYard or through Discord or Zoom or what have you. Why couldn't we start with a virtual convention? Wouldn't that be a blast?
See, that's a good idea. I like that.
You know,
As long as it doesn't clash with the Porn Star Awards, Ken Castro says. But yeah, that's cool. I can just see
I
that.
it'd be fun. I
Oh, I
mean,
think, well, this is it. I can see it going that way.
Oh, so the 2023 SaberCon is being held in Minneapolis. So what are they doing in Chicago, Big Clue? Because I know there was something going on in Chicago. It's Saber. So do you mean 2024 SaberCon? Because I thought it was in Chicago. Yeah, okay, you said 24 because it's in Chicago this year. Get together for a weekend. That would be amazing. Do we? I don't think we have any guys in the West. I think that furthest west we have. No, we do. D. Scott Howard's in Seattle. Um, JT Dutch is in California.
Yeah, JT Dutch is a big Dodgers fan out there as well. Yeah.
You want to talk about a baseball scholar? That's why
JT
you know.
Dutch.
Oh my God, when JT Dutch comes in here, I'm just like, oh man. I mean, so when I get JT in here and Ken Castro, Big Clue, right? It's like, holy hell. I'm just like, okay, I'm just gonna read what you guys have to say. These guys are brilliant. Not taking anything away from anybody else at all. But I mean, JT Dutch, he knows his baseball. We just don't get to see him too much in here. When we
He
do,
comes in and out,
it's
doesn't he?
awesome. We get Clee baseball fan when he comes in. There's somebody else, man. Smart guy, smart guy.
Oh yeah, today Clay came into. I'm lucky to have Clay on there, and if I didn't know something, Clay, what do you think? And he would just give me a quick rundown of that particular play. You know, I was like, wow. You know, if it was soccer, I could do the same, or cricket.
Right,
So I do get the depth of knowledge, but wow, I'm jealous and think I wish I just knew. But that's what keeps me involved.
right.
You know, just to keep searching and keep going deeper. Like Buzz Arnott, I saw him on the history file,
Hmm.
the slice file, and I knew of him, I'd heard of him, but I didn't think he had made it to the major leagues, but he had.
So he was up
So
for
I
a
was
cup of
intrigued.
coffee, as we call it, then, yeah.
That's right, yeah, cup of coffee, you know. So I was interested. The reason why I asked about the vision side of things, I can see us playing head to head. It's just
I,
we've just barely scraped the surface.
I would love to do it. Steve and I are the only two people that have done that so far. And I'm trying to preach to a rather recalcitrant choir here. Fire it up, man. Playing head to head
Well,
action
I'd love
PC
to do that.
baseball
Yeah.
or out of the park baseball is a blast. I mean, and Steve and I are right. We're even up so far. And then I guess at some point, I couldn't make that weekend. We've got our Detroit Tigers, Pittsburgh Pirates series that we're going to do. It's so much fun, even with runtime error, Steve Tate. It is so much fun, guys. And
Runtime
so what
error,
I
yeah.
would love to see also is like, so here we are, we're just chatting. What I would like to do is go further. So credit to our Red Sox fan. He's the one, he does that chat with Al. That's more of a scheduled thing or
On
whatever.
Saturday, yeah. Saturday.
Where as you guys know the way I am, I'm just whatever's going to happen is going to happen, right? And so I said, come on and talk. And I like that kind of more
Very
free,
rock and roll.
right, free form, dude, the whole thing. But what I would like to see is more kind of simulcasting. And like, so I've had Aaron on here a number of times, right, doing some color. I would love to have you on. Calling a game. Big Clue with me. We're calling games together, having some fun, get some banter
Yeah.
going. I want to try to create more community. I think one of the things, not trying to be boastful, I think one of the things I do pretty well is trying to build community. Oh, there goes my cat trying to get up there, and he's too fat. Get up there, buddy. Anyhow, I like community building.
Oh
And
yeah, big time. You've definitely done that.
and I'd like to, to be able to sort of reach out and say, look, this isn't about building my channel. I'm never about that. This is about building our
Community.
community. And I'd like to say, hey, like reach out to our Red Sox fans. Say, come on, man, come on here. I'll let's pick a Red Sox team and whatever, and let's call a game together. So not even just intra channel, but inter community.
Community, yeah,
I would
definitely.
love to have that. I'd love to have Robert come on here. I'd
Oh,
love to be invited by some of these guys over to their channel, but everybody knows that you don't want to have me on your channel because I just
Are
go
you two
off
rock?
for hours.
Are you two rock and roll people?
Well, I just go off, man. I go off
I
on
love
all.
it.
I'm like Captain Tangent, right? This has been 2 hours and 5 minutes, dude. I forget even when this game ended that I did this 1917 game. So that game was over an hour and 16 minutes into the broadcast. So we're coming up on an hour past the game that's on the tin.
Well, Ken is Ken and Clue and I think Hello Christopher. Slovak is in there.
Christopher
Chris is one of
Slovik's coming on Monday. Monday
I
morning.
can't wait. I can't wait to hear it. You know,
Chris, did we say
I
10 a.m. or 11 a.m. my time? Just because I got to work 2:30 that afternoon, but no problem. Just want to make sure because can't be late for the doggies. Yeah. So,
yeah, looking forward to Chris. I remember sitting down long before, even before I got to you, and seeing Chris Slovak, and he was doing a lot of. I can't remember now what he was doing. He
yeah.
does soccer a lot. Obviously, that's my sport.
Uh-huh.
So you know, I got to see Chris do it in his wonderful broadcasting voice. You know, so it's good to see Chris do that stuff. I can remember watching Legends have one person in the chat. That would probably be me at the time. Just watching him, not commenting much. Kind of do what I used to do with you, just like.
Okay.
You know, but the community's been built up beautifully, Beatles, and yeah, we're all a bit strange, but that's it. I think Ken is saying here, maybe some people in the community are maybe not as comfortable to style, but I suppose it's its own style. It's like if it was a band, it's playing rock and roll, but its own version of it, maybe punk, I guess.
It's weird. Well, because what I've tried to do, and thank those of you who are regulars, especially to what I say is our channel, is it's always been, and I mean maybe I don't know that I think it was maybe subconsciously intentional. I'm not sure, but it was never about the game being first, and it's about like absolutely love the fact that people are just willing to come on and just talk baseball. Whether they're typing it in the chat, they're on here or whatever, you know, and just getting to know one another as people rather than just okay. And I'm not taking anything away from these guys who are amazing and have great broadcaster voices, but it's I love building that sense of community, and I'm beginning to sense maybe what cousin Ken has known all along. So this little channel that we've all kind of built up together, that's kind of leveled out its subscriber count, right? It's a little bit different because we all do a little bit different things, and I think this is the only one that doesn't put the game first.
That is true. It is true, and everyone's got their own part to play. You know,
Yeah.
there's Steve the Mad Professor, there's Clue and Todd and Ken with this particular brand of humor.
Yes.
Steve also has the same humor. Don't get me wrong. At the moment, I am taking some beatings online, which I played a part to because I do invite it. To be honest, with my Red Bolt Nation. Do you know what I mean? You've got Aaron there who takes a completely different take, and I love Aaron and Robbie Wartburg, and Robert's been coming into it. So not to self-congratulate or anything. It's just great to see this, and that's why I must be crazy because I'm 5 hours ahead most times.
You're doing
hanging on in there. Do you know what I mean?
I have wonderful news for you, MV. So well, first Ken Castro wants to know if we're sitting.
Speak of the devil.
And he comes.
Here he comes. Here comes Steve.
MV. Big Clue says MV thought he saw garlic in a crucifix in here. So Steve Tate arrives. Oh man, you rang. Nice. Ken Castro says he's going to play a football game later. So football meaning footy. So nice. Way to go, cousin.
Yeah, it's
Steve, how you doing? So MV was wondering if you had all the teams done and everything, all the logos. I'm sorry, you know I had to take the piss a little bit because remember back in the Negro League files?
Oh God, yeah.
You're like 1,000, Steve. Come on, get to work. Could imagine having you as a headmaster. Oh my God, right? So Christopher, really quickly, guys, will be on 10 a.m. Monday. And just all I've got to say is buckle up because you're going to hear some amazing tales. Chris is brilliant but edgy, which is what I love. So 10 a.m. Try to be here Monday. Chris will be coming from live from Islamabad. Looking forward.
Yes.
Look at Steve. Is he a madman or what? He says 8 teams are done.
Only 8.
And also adding logos. Holy hell.
Now Steve he's a machine. He's a real machine. It says with empty. Just laughing at the comments. What's Clue saying now? With MV as headmaster, we might get to Mrs. Factor. No, that's my role, Spoo. That's my role. I played well, I think. Uh, the quick one. I saw that Ken was saying he's broadcasting some soccer.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that, Ken, but obviously you don't stream. And keep us informed of the soccer, because I've been playing some Soccer Blast in the background, which I think the play games, group of games, Beatles is awesome. It really is awesome. I'm back into the card and dice. So I'd love to hear how Ken got on with that.
Oh, so yeah, so would I. And Steve asking you a very, very important question. He's asking how you like your team.
Well, good question, Steve. Am I happy with it? I'd have to really see it again. See it on Action PC. I think I've overloaded my bullpen quite a lot. So I've got players like Rod Beck in there and Broxton, and I can't even remember, but I have a solid bullpen. And I think WWG was what Gamer was saying, are you going to do openers and closers? And I thought, well, that's one step innovation just too far for me. But the more I thought about it, the more I thought, well, hold on a minute.
Here come the heresy. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Maybe I think Clue corrected me, is that it's not so much innovation as a strategy. And I'm thinking, maybe that's what I do. I've got a very long bullpen. And I haven't got superstar hitters. Everyone's got superstars, but you know what I mean. I haven't got Mays and Koufax. I've only got Don Drysdale and Juan Marical, which are brilliant. Don't get me wrong, all Hall of Fame, let's be honest. But there are levels to this. So I'm thinking, well, what edge can I do? As long as I take down Steve, as long as I take down the Death Star, you know what I mean? To take down the Death Star. That's what I care about.
Oh my God!
The fact that we didn't win the World Series doesn't bother me last season, or didn't get to the. It's the fact that my regular season record against Steve was better. That's my trophy. So I'm always looking to take down Steve.
Yeah, I'll tell you. You know another guy. So Ken, is this thing you're doing with Dwayne? Is this gonna be on Dwayne's channel? Because I mean, Dwayne is just south of me in Hagerstown, Maryland, and you're in Providence, Rhode Island. So you guys are gonna play head to head online? And is this gonna be like broadcast on his channel? If so, this is gonna be a national event.
I can see that.
So, you know who's built a really fine team is Bernie Strom.
Oh, underneath. Bernard's team I didn't really pay attention to.
Yeah.
Dwayne's a canny operator, I must say.
So online, does this mean that Cousin Ken is going to be, like, will we see his hands rolling? Whatever? This is something that's going to happen? We'll hear his voice at least on there during a game? When is this coming up? Where are you, Dwayne Martz? He's probably at work. This is huge. This is huge, man.
I'd love to see that.
Wow. All right, I'm doing a hashtag Cousin Ken because he's breaking his cherry here, man. There we go.
So is that Ken playing a soccer game or a baseball game?
He's playing footy. He's playing footy.
Right, I'd love to see that, Ken. When is that, Ken? Let us know.
Yeah.
And Dwayne, like I said, I'm playing Soccer Blast, and I'd love to see Akbar soccer in
And we'll put up a heart too. There we go.
Big Clue says, Bernie, that backstabbing, two-timing, low-life, scum-sucking so-and-so.
I know, right? He gets the Cardinals and the Red Sox. Oh, my God.
Ken's on tonight. Ken's on tonight.
Oh, so we got footy tonight, man. Oh, man, that's it. Okay, I'm glued. I'm glad it's tonight, not tomorrow night, so.
And Ken, would that be on Dwayne Martz's channel? And then if so, if you could kindly let us know what time, is that okay?
Yeah. This is groundbreaking. This is huge. This is
not online. Oh, damn it.
Oh, man. Ken brings us to the edge, and then that's it. See that? He's a tease. You're a tease. You're a tease, cousin. I'm taking away my hashtag. How can I unhashtag cousin here?
But going back to the future and the vision, Beatles, head to head, I'd love to see. Clue and I tried to do it the other day, following your instructions and Steve's instructions. But it was like us sailing across the ocean with a bottomless boat, which just weren't going anywhere. So I know there are tutorials. I'll have to go back and look at it again to see how we did do that, because I'd love to take on people head to head.
Oh, you mean in Action PC Baseball?
In Action PC, yeah.
Oh yeah, super easy, man. So download
Himachi.
You download Log Me and Himachi, and then Dave, being the cool dude that he is, right? So when you go up here, I don't know if you're looking at my screen, you go up to Internet, and I can choose, like, if I wanted to host a game session or join. So let's say Steve and I were doing, our head-to-head, which that was my fault. Again, we do got to get back to that, Steve. That's been a blast, and maybe it'll get more people to do it. So let's say Steve's already hosting. When I click join game session, right? All I do from LogMe and Hamachi, I just find his PC. He'll tell me
That's
what
me.
it's named. I copy it and paste it. And what Dave Cook did is he created a way that we can just find each other like instantly, which is really, really nice. You don't have to like wait in weird lobbies and stuff like that. It's basically that. Log me in Hamaji, go to internet, and if somebody else
Find
is
the
hosting the
person.
game, you click join or you're hosting it, and then you give the person your IP address. They just copy and paste it into Log Me in Hamachi, click OK, and bam. Then the other
That's it.
person, there'll be like a phone ringing or a knocking on like the host side. You just click, and then you're into the game. That's that simple.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. I'd love to try that. And I've noticed, because I've shared my screen online with Steve and Blue,
Hmm.
possibly self with Discord also has some functions there,
Hmm.
which we probably don't take advantage of on Discord. But maybe from a security point of view, it doesn't. Maybe people don't really like to do that. But
Well, with
there
with
is a way to
Hamachi,
do
you don't see anything, which is nice, right?
right.
Because
Gotcha.
that's not right. Yeah. So no, I don't
Yeah,
know that Discord would be so smart.
the best place. Yeah, yeah,
Because yeah, because I'm seeing people I've known on Discord back in Europe, and I just saw somebody's name, and I'm like, what the hell? So yeah,
yeah. You don't
but
want to
but
do
but
that. Yeah.
Logman Hamachi is completely like it's safe. It's cool.
Yeah, but
Um,
my future, as I see it, I definitely see us having a convention. I would
yeah.
definitely fly across. I mean, I'm flying across anyway, because I will regularly go to Jamaica or go to the States at some point.
Well,
Cuba's
Jamaica, you're
down
not
on my list.
far. Carlos
No,
has a
no far. In
question.
fact, I'm waiting to get a ticket booked by my young sister so I can go aboard
Okay.
to
Um,
Jamaica to see the place I haven't been for years. But
Carlos
Miami's what,
Yaz.
an hour away.
Carlos Yaz has a question for you. He wants to know if you prefer action or out of the park baseball.
Good question, Carlos. Really good question. Uh,
It's
that's
a
a really good
tough one.
question.
It's a tough
Okay,
one.
it's a tough one. Here's my answer as best I can. I'll keep it quick.
You don't
I
have to be
fell in love with
quick.
Alan.
Take as
Yeah,
long as
I
you
forgot
want.
the option. Yeah, I
Read
fell
the
in love
entire.
with.
In fact, if you want, MV, you could read the entire Pentateuch if you want. Go ahead. Go
So
for
here
it.
we go.
All right.
So I fell in love with Out of the Park baseball after playing front page sports page, which is I'm surprised no one really knows it. It's such a huge game in the 90s. Maybe it was huge to me being a Brit, but anyway. I fell in love with Out of the Park baseball in 98, 99. I was getting a little tired of baseball mogul, and Out of the Park just scratched all the itches I had, so to speak. So that's always been my go-to in and out of the game until about 2014 when they stopped using the pawns and started to go animated, like proper animated. Although at first it was a bit weird. Action I originally took up about 10 years ago. I think so. Definitely the F-ball version. I hated it. Absolutely hated it. I thought, what kind of rubbish has Dave put out here? I just didn't get it. But maybe I didn't have the catalyst, which is yourself, Beatles, and Clue, and Steve, and the rest of the community, because I started to watch King Ichibu, as I told you before, King Ichibu, and our Red Sox fan calling the games. I started to take an interest. But it wasn't until I got to Ned McGreevy, to be honest with you, that's only a year ago, that I started to think, hang on a minute, this action PC is deeper than I thought. I was an action PC basketball man. Again, that's another one I'd love to get into. And golf. Those were two games that got me on action. So that as I've done action, as I often say, if you know Doctor Who, it was like getting into a TARDIS. You think it's small, but it's a cavernous. It's not never ending. Or
Yeah.
going down a rabbit hole.
Hmm.
So to answer your question, I think Action PC just they both scratch my itches, but Action just has a. I just keep finding new stuff. Maybe because I've been playing Alan Park for 20 years, it's old to me in a way, even though there's some new stuff. Animations are brilliant, but I get the animations in my head from Action. If you notice lately, I've dressed my players in uniform now. I've used the add-on that you directed us to, Beatles, recently,
Right.
where you can download the jerseys for by era,
Hmm.
and I'm like, wow, this is awesome.
Oh,
So
I
I
love
don't
it. I
know.
love it. It looks cool. It looks cool. So you and I are in the same. So for me, action edges out of the park baseball. My big
It
complaint
does.
about out of the park baseball is it's a pain in the ass to work at the player level. That's its biggest fault. If
Oh,
so,
big
like
fault.
right here, right? It's so simple. right? For me to I can create any, as we're talking, I could create anything I want, Major League Baseball, whatever, simply at the player level. Now, out of the park, as far as from team level on up, they're equal. But when you get down to the player level and out of the park baseball and importing, right? So like if I wanted to import, like, so again, I have this 1929 World Series up here. But if I wanted to bring Ron Santo onto this 1929 Cubs team, all I have to do is just go into the directory where 1929 is, click Ron Santo's name, and he's on the 1929 Chicago Cubs. If I had this World Series set up in out of the park baseball, all right, or let's say just a season, I have to actually go in. I have to get the player's his baseball reference ID, all this kind of stuff, the year that I want, and everything. And if I want to do a mass import of players into out of park baseball, I have to use an external comma delimited file.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, there's like 3 or 4 databases in out of the park baseball. As far as database wise, it's bigger than this game. Okay, than Action PC, because it's got a number of different databases. It's like you guys have created these awesome databases and you've made them like shit to get to. So somebody on the Out of the Park forums actually, this person, maybe it's Steve Tate, and we don't know it, but there's and maybe I'll put up in the Discord for Out of the Park players that it has everybody who played, and you have their baseball reference ID and everything, and the only thing you have to do when you're doing the mass import is just change the year that you want. But working at the player level in Out of the Park baseball is god awful. That's why we've never done any Shanks or McGreevy in Out of the Park, because of that. It's so simple to set it up in Action PC, but it just edges it out. I think they're both brilliant games. They're really,
both
really
brilliant,
are.
you know. So
Yeah.
Carlos, I think Action has just pipped it. Diamond Mine is a distance way back. I don't really like Digital Diamond. I don't get it. I don't get the. I know it's really good for like using, for example, like say this Pro board game. I'd love to
Yes.
know how to play it on Digital Diamond. I've tried. It
Hmm.
just doesn't feel right. It feels like Hollow to me, but that's just in my head.
Hmm.
It's not the design of the game. It just doesn't appeal to me right now.
Right.
But Action hits me in every spot, to tell you the
Same.
truth. And in
Same.
our community, it's obviously a very popular game as well.
So for me, for Digital Diamond Baseball, I think that as a digital game on its own, I've said this before, I would grade it a B. I would give it a B. But it is when you add in everything, and if you want to learn it, actually there's a manual that explains everything. But I think like guys like Dwayne Martz do it really, really well. Dave Gardner do it well. I don't feel like typing in a play result. So that for
Yeah.
me is kind of like a turn off. The design's nice except for the players having those stupid halos. They look like very bad Russian Orthodox icons. It's a good game, but how you feel about Digital Diamond is how I feel about PC Replay Baseball. I've tried it twice, and like Steve Tate, I
Yeah.
can't even get a game started on it. But there's just something about it. I've
Bernard
watched.
makes it look so cool, though.
Yeah, I'd rather watch Bernie play it or watch our Red Sox fan play it. That's a game I'm not really interested in playing. I've tried it, and I'm like, I just and it's expensive. The
That's the only
seasons.
thing. So
Oh.
once I get my hands in my wallet, as you saw when I bought the complete collection, I'm impulsive. I'd
Hmm.
want to buy every season. And what's the point if I've got every season on Action and Out of the Park? And
Hmm.
particularly Out of the Park, which gives such great value. Um, but no, I don't think I'll ever buy Replay Baseball. Again, it looks great. I prefer to just watch
Oh yeah,
Bernard play it. That will do it
exactly.
for me. I don't think I'll ever buy that game.
No.
But thank you so much for getting me into Action PC Baseball. The
Mm.
basketball, I used to love it, and I've just stopped playing until recently when Darth Tate has been building, his basketball universe. It's kind of got me thinking, I could take them on as well. You know how competitive I like to be. I'm thinking, I take an interest in when they're doing their stuff. So it's
Oh
all
yeah,
good.
yeah. Well, I mean, I credit our Red Sox fan. I had heard about Action PC Baseball, but I'm like, well, I've got Out of the Park and I've got all these other games, APA Baseball and all that. And I'm like, why do I want another game? And so I was still very new to the community. So this was 2017, I think it was, or end of 2016. And I'm watching him play Action PC Baseball, and
Yeah.
I didn't realize I found myself like looking forward, and as I was watching
Yeah.
what he was able to do, I'm like, holy hell, why have I slept on this game? And now I'm like action PC baseball junkie, and
Oh,
I
big
think
time.
now, and again, this is not my because I'm not a sports fan. I've looked at their F ball game. I've looked at the other one, um, and they maybe it's just because of the nature of baseball. I think that of the games that he does, the baseball game's a masterpiece. It's amazing.
It is. But
It's
then again, so I've got to be honest.
just its
Again, I'm
look,
not
I guess. I
the
don't know.
football game is and the basket. They all the guys are geniuses, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
You know, I've been trying to make games since I was about 11, 12 years old. I did actually make one actually,
Hmm.
cricket, even if I say so myself, Formula One. So I've always wanted to make my own. Of course, I wish I had now, because it's but instead it's the other side I've probably playing that I've enjoyed. You know,
Hmm.
I think what Dave's telling is incredible. I'd love to see how he goes about doing even hockey, ice hockey. I don't have a clue about how it's played. I just like to see the fighting,
Yeah.
the fact that he's done it in his yeah, I just used to love it. In a way, that's kind of what drew me to baseball. Was the fact in the 80s, there'd be dust ups on. We can't do it in soccer, although you can, or you used to be able to do it, not so much
Right.
anymore. But
Right.
to see the dirty, like I said, I'm competitive. If I was playing Steve's team in real life,
Hmm.
you know what I mean? I'd be trying to use all kinds of nefarious methods, to win. Because it's just like,
Like you
I've got to
do.
win. I don't care about aesthetics, no matter whatever it takes.
Were you gonna have that chance again? Because way back, when you were asked how you liked your team, did you see the comments, the answers?
when he, I didn't
So
actually.
so Big Clue answers that first. He says to Steve, he says he likes it better than other people do, and he parenthetically states as always, and then Steve Tate, right? The artful and yet judicious use of the ellipsis says, "Well, I've seen it, so dot dot dot." So I don't know if you caught that little subtle
No, I
photon
didn't actually. I
torpedo,
didn't.
but
It's fun, and I think that's it. We'll play our role within this
yeah.
story of playing the game, and I think it's beautiful.
Well, you know,
You know what
Darth
I
Tate
mean?
got me deeper into this game than I would have ever imagined.
Yeah, same here, same here.
Oh my
And
God! I
again,
mean,
I
wow.
like the way Steve gets down and dirty with the stats, and again,
Yeah.
I 100% get. I do the same with cricket and
Hmm.
soccer, particularly cricket. And with a game I play called Cricket, there's different versions of it. But at the moment, it's called Cricket. It's about to release called Cricket 24.
Hmm.
We used to stream Cricket 22 and previous versions,
Right.
and I'm the Steve Tate of that game.
I
But I
believe
don't
it.
do it anymore. It's great. But I was going to ask Steve, maybe next time you get him on. Again, he's talked about it briefly. What is it what itch is he scratching, and why does he keep scratching when he keeps going so deep? Because I get it, 100%, I get it. Um, but I can't describe why do I like to get edit mode on in every game I play, like Legends did with his stuff.
Yeah.
I want to create everybody. You know what I mean? So it's so fascinating. I thought that was weird until I met Steve. And yourself and Clue and everybody else. Well,
Right.
hang on a minute. There's a community or a tribe, we want to call it that. That's just like me. Maybe I'm a bit of a nerd. I don't know what you call it in America, but
Yeah. Nerd,
I love
geek,
it.
whatever you want to call it. Sure. Yeah, we all are.
You know?
Come on, we all are. I mean, I won't even. So what? One of my other things about PC Replay Baseball, because Robbie plays it. Robbie has, I think, more digital sports sims than God, right? And
Right.
so I'm saying, okay, so Robbie, if I would buy PC Replay Baseball, can I do this or that? No, you can't do this. There's homebrews, or it's like so. It's and Ken says, and I've heard this from many people. The PC Replay Baseball cards and dice is superb, and of course the
Really?
computer version is I'm led to understand a very faithful representation. But um, I I want to have freedom to do what I want. And with the digital baseball games that I play, I can do that. And I love
Mm,
having that freedom. And Action PC more than and well, baseball for Windows. The only thing I'm limited there is I don't have any season after 1997. But that's just me not buying seasons because there's I figure 1871 to 1997. That's enough baseball for that game. But I can edit every damn thing I want. I can work at the player level really easily. Um, And out of the park, I can't go to the player level as far as importing them, but I can edit every player I want. I want that freedom, and Steve really rekindled that in
Embraces
me.
that. Yeah, yeah, same here. Same here. Out of the park, even though it has a wonderful editing function, I didn't do it because again, it comes with every season. There's a
Mm-hmm.
fictional element we can create players really easily. But watching Steve do his work and his craft at showing us how to create players thinking basketball, I think he showed the other day. I didn't know he could do that. Can you
Mm-hmm.
create fictional players in Out of the Park? I'm not sure if you can, you can't, but
You can.
maybe. I
Mm-hmm.
suspect you can, yeah.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You
So
actually can. If you're a masochist, go for it. You can do it though.
yeah,
You know.
in your chat at the moment or in the chat at the moment,
World's
Sean's a
worst
marketer.
gamer. That's world's worst gamer. Hey, buddy. He says, "What have you all been flapping your jabbers about for 2 hours?" Well, so the first hour and 15 minutes, we actually did a game in old time baseball, and then showing off some stuff on this old game site because there's folks here that wanted old time baseball, and then we just been hanging out with the mighty MV man. Yeah.
I'm a chatterbox. That's what we're
So,
doing.
so Ken, if you want a sort of, you were talking about wanting to have a certain young lady in a certain profession in your logo. I'll send one of Steve something I've designed, and he can work it into the logo if you want. Now, Steve or Big Clue asking how about maybe a little preview game tonight. So Steve Tate says possibly about 3 hours. So that will be
Bless
on
you.
Steve Tate's channel. Yes.
He'll
So he's
unbox
going to
in
do it.
3 hours.
Nice, nice.
Oh, he
So
says 2.5 hours actually,
two
maybe.
and a half to 3 hours. So now, bearing in mind that when Steve says that, it could be 5 hours from now. But
That is
just stay
true.
tuned, because when Steve Tate says he'll be on shortly, sometimes it's within 30 seconds, and sometimes this is within 2 hours. So
Hence why I'm hardly
looking
responsive.
forward, though. It's true, Steve. You know it's true. I've gone into Discord, going live in a few. That's all he'll say, right? So it could
Brilliant.
be right. It could be a few like geologic eras. It could be a few moments. Could be a few years. But he does eventually does. I'll give him that. So Steve kind of very free flow. I'm down with that. It's good.
Hence why
So
people want to tightly
Steve, oh man, look. He says I will make it very tasteful. I promise, Ken.
Steve says we started as like Beatles finishing.
I know,
That's what
right?
it
I
says.
know, I know. I say, well, we're going to wrap it up now, and it's so. Here's why that is. So you guys know my faith is Eastern Orthodox. I'm an Eastern Orthodox Christian. So, and if you go to one of our divine liturgies, so when the priest chants, "Let us complete our prayer to the Lord." So you would think, okay, if you're a Catholic or Protestant, hey, this is almost over, right? No, 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 man. Once the priest says, "Let us complete our prayer to the Lord," you got another half hour going, man. It's the Orthodox in me. Yep.
Steve is correct here because I joke with Steve all the time. When he's coming to the end of his broadcast, you were faded out, Beatles. You were like, I'll be going in 5 minutes, 15 minutes later. You said, I'll
Yeah.
be wrapping up shortly. Steve is like, full flow, 100 miles an hour. Right, guys, I'll see you soon. Bang, boom, gone. That's it. The door is closed immediately. So when he leaves in a hurry.
Oh, I
And
know.
I always laugh at that one. It's like, there's no gradual decline in his cadence. It's like, well, everybody,
Yeah.
that's a wrap.
Well,
Bang,
yeah.
gone.
So if we put this in human sexual terms, right, there is this thing called aftercare, right? If you're in, you guys get what I'm talking about, right? Steve doesn't do that, right? So you're watching, you're grooving along, and all of a sudden that damn logo pops up in the streaming software, and you're just kind of left like, but, and he didn't even leave a note.
Yeah,
Yo,
yeah. And Steve, he's brutal. That's the best way to put it. And again,
you're
going
go-
back to community,
he's
at the
gone, man.
moment,
You
yeah,
see Prism
Joe,
software, and that's it. No more Steve.
that's it, it's gone. I'm like, okay. But it's
God.
become the norm, isn't it? It's just what you expect. And again, going back to the community, again, not to overly self-congratulate the community, but it's like to
Yeah.
appreciate things because this world is stressful as it to live in itself.
Oh my God.
And
Right.
it's to have this sort of what's the right way, escapism, and to meet new people. And I saw Joe is got a blue range on my channel,
Yes.
and he was in there today. And I know learn from Joe about yourself, and just to
Hmm.
see him pop in for a couple of minutes and it's appreciated. You know, it's always appreciated, and
Oh yeah.
the banter is always rife, uh, which is
Mm-hmm.
I do enjoy, to be honest with you. Sometimes I think it was Dwayne when Dwayne or Bernard. I said, "Is there some sort of secret handshake going on in the community?" I said,
It's like
"No."
we're a bunch of Freemasons or something, right?
Yeah. I said, "No, this is just how it is. Join in." I said, "Just join in. Don't take anything personal. Just join in. It's
Yeah,
fun, you know." And
it
I think
is.
that's what separates the community from maybe others. I wish they are joined. All the community, I think, in gaming is joined in some form or the other. Like
Mm-hmm.
Al's community, I still consider to be the
Yeah.
community itself because I think it stems from there are a few pioneers in this thing online, and I'll always, I think we'll always have respect for them for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I
But
mean,
I
Al
consider you
really
to be a
is.
pioneer
Al's.
in your own right.
Well,
You know.
I'm just an aegis. But here's the thing. You know what? What I picture is we're like even when we're doing games, right? Is I sense that you know what we're just a bunch of blokes hanging out in a pub. You know, we're having some
Having a
pints
beer.
and we're talking about this game we love and we're talking about all these other things. That's what to me this is almost like a virtual pub, and I like that, and I like that to keep growing. I don't give a damn whether if it get through a game or not, as you guys well know. I don't care. I want to look at the chat, and I hate the fact like if somebody comes in and I am like there's like a big pivotal moment in a game and I'll miss somebody that's come through and it's like I feel so badly because I feel like I've let them down by not saying hello and not and
Or
not
saying
in
goodbye because at
right,
the end you want to wrap up when you wrap up your stream. If
right.
you don't call my name, Beatles, I'm like, did you not see me? Do you know what I mean? Like,
Oh,
because you say, right, I want to thank this. And you go, you make an effort to go through every single person.
do you know
Because
why I do
inevitably you're
that?
going to miss someone.
Do you know why I
Yeah.
do that and why I interact is because I've gone to broadcasts, and I'm sure you guys have too, where you'll say, "Hey, everyone," and you might get one person that says hello, and you're just kind of sitting there like, "Okay," and I knew that always made me feel like this is really crappy. I'm trying to be friendly. Hey, everybody, I'm here because I'm interested in what you're doing. Now I know for big streamers that's hard for them to do, like Riker,
Yeah, of course.
and stuff like that, because they've got 600,000 subscribers. But, you
Wow.
know, we don't have anybody like that. I mean, we have Al and Jester and Dave
Al's over a
Gardner.
million, is he not? Is he over a million?
Al? Hell no. He's near 2,000. There's nobody in our sports gaming community
Well,
that's
look at
that's
that.
that's above 4 figures. A
Because I can
million.
remember Al in the real low hundreds at one point. And the last time I saw it, maybe I'm reading it wrong. Maybe it's 1,000.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
talking
near,
a
he's
million.
nearing 2,000. I think he's at 1,500
Wow, that's
subscribers. So
pretty
he's
impressive.
like, I think he and Dave Gardner and Jester. It's kind of hard to say Jester's still in the sports gaming community because he doesn't
Yes, he is. Because I
interact.
saw something he was doing the other night.
I mean, he's doing some stuff, but he also does all the other stuff, which is great. But I think that those are the three biggest channels around here. So most of them are like down where you and me and Steve are and Dwayne Mars, right? And Legends. Legends channel should be larger than it is.
I think Legends, what I've
Wow.
enjoyed about watching everybody's
So
channels
good.
is the growth of the channel. Because, again, I've seen your channel grow. Steve's has exploded. Even mine's gone up a little bit. I'm shocked at how many people have come onto mine recently. But I think I get mine from yours, which I'm ever grateful for. Um,
Just having
I
fun.
think, but I do remember Legends for at least 2 years, at least over a year anyway, when you have nobody in the channel, maybe one person, and he's
Right.
banging away, and I'm thinking, my God, this man's determined. And then the other night, we're all on the channel various days waiting for him to broadcast. In fact, I couldn't even broadcast. I kept thinking, I can't broadcast while he's going for his World Series and playoffs because
I know.
it's drawing everyone in, and also I'm in there as well in the
Oh
blue
yeah.
box, so to speak.
Brilliant
So it's,
channel.
it's great fun.
Brilliant channel. I know with Legends though, being an editor and stuff like that, he's got. And we have somebody here named Goo Main. Hello, Goo Main. You could say hello instead of just two dots. We're friendly people. Why don't you give it a go, man?
Hello, Boomy.
Yeah. Yeah.
But no, Beatles. Let's just keep it going, keep growing organically, I guess.
That's what
There
I'm
are other
hoping.
sports. Yeah, I think it will get
Because
big.
again, my friend, I'm not about. It's not like I'm trying to build this
No, I know.
channel.
Yeah,
I want to build.
grow community.
Because whether it's this channel, Robert's channel, what have you. I mean, because let's face it, at the end of the day, we're watching some dude's hands roll dice, or we're watching some guy click a mouse button, and we're looking, or something as sexy as MLB The Show. We're still doing the same thing, man. And
Oh,
it's
big
like,
time.
and the community is coming together more. So people that come to, a lot of people that come to Legends channel, come to this channel, come to your channel, come to Steve's channel, and so on and so forth, to Dwayne's channel, Bernie's channel. And Bernie just started in
Oh, it's
April,
exploded.
and let's just keep growing it, man, and have all these virtual pubs, or whatever you want to call them, all over
Yeah,
the
they are
place.
virtual pubs. That's for sure.
Yeah,
100%. You know, there's some pubs I just go into and won't drink, but I'll definitely hang around. You know what I mean?
yeah, oh,
Just watch.
absolutely,
And there's
absolutely.
some I'll have a drink. I'll definitely have a drink in your pub before you all throw me out.
I don't
Comes in
throw
pints.
anybody out, man. I've played in Hell's Angels bars. Who am I going to throw out? I love it. I don't care. I've played in dives, and I've played for 25,000 people, man. And I want. That's why you guys have wrenches in here. You
Yeah, I've
know,
taken that
it's
approach as
it's to
well,
say
to be honest.
thank you, and just, and it's just a place for us to have fun. And if this channel, I don't know how many subscribers, 350 something. If it doesn't go above that, I'm still gonna do this. I'm having fun. I'm not gonna get monetized from this crap. There are people that do make a living from this, that literally from YouTube. These guys that do have
Oh,
500,000 subscribers, and even in the five figures, you can make an okay income from this.
really?
Yes. Okay, so.
I never thought so. I didn't. If I'm being honest, being really honest, real talk. A few years ago,
Mhm.
my father and I were sat there. He said, "Son, you've got a sports knowledge." I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Why don't you put it to use?" I said, "What? Doing what? Not on a broadcast, but on a radio." I said, "No, son. Why don't you go on YouTube? Everybody's doing it." I said, "Okay." So if you look back at my history, I started 3 years ago with cricket,
Yeah.
and I enjoyed it. But
Hmm.
I wasn't trying to build an audience. Kind of trying to get a feel for how it works. I was telling Mel the other day, he finally actually I gave her the permission to have a
Hmm.
look, and she found it intriguing, like I guess most women do without me being sexist. But a group of men would go online
Uh-huh.
and look at each other's hands throwing dice. She thought it was really weird, and also look at some dots running around the screen. But she was funny. She liked it though, because it's community, isn't it, Mark? I said absolutely, it's community.
Right.
That's what men do. We will sit in a corner and drink. You know what I mean? And have a laugh. No different than women do what they do, to be fair. Again, I'm sounding sexist. Please forgive me, because I know Bobby Catalano comes in sometimes, and I have to be on my best behavior. But yeah, so it's just fun. The other thing is just fun.
It
Joe,
is
I think it's you got in your chat at the moment. Joe Murley said something happened with
weird.
reference to an
Yeah.
1897 in action.
Well, yeah. Let us know what happened here, Joe. I want to install 1897 here, and let's see if we can duplicate it.
And Darth
Love
has
helping
given
people,
us
Joe.
Darth has given us an update from the Death Star to say that
Whoa.
he will be broadcasting at 5:30 till 6.
And yeah, he's working on your team right now. He says doing MV's team now. Wow, is what he says.
Oh, really? Wow! Look how many people he can edit and change
He's
their stats.
he's a beast. You know what? Steve Tate is the Jimmy Fox of our community.
He is indeed.
He is.
He
He's
is.
double X, man. He's double X.
Yeah, who's Sean DeMarco? Is that World's Worst Gamer?
That's World's Worst Gamer. That's why I just threw him a rent.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. It's World's Worst. That's why I said it's World's Worst Gamer. And
well,
I
I kept
guess,
thinking, who's he talking to?
yeah,
Because I can't see Worlds in the chat.
that's
Okay,
because you
he's
don't
changed his
read
name.
Discord, you heretic. Because
Yeah,
he introduces himself as Sean in Canada, in
I
the Discord.
see.
Yeah, yeah.
Very, very good. So here's what are they saying now, Joe Murdy and Sir Sean? What are they saying?
Honestly, Joe, when it came to 1800s baseball, what happened was results. I would give the baseball a chance again with the game, but I don't expect it to go well. 18. So if you're playing baseball on Action PC prior to 1893 and you want it to be as authentic as possible, you have to play it in pitch by pitch mode, because then
Okay.
it will adopt the ball strike rules, as baseball
Oh,
was
I
going
see.
through its evolution. But if you play pitch by, or if you play just batter by batter the way we usually do prior to 1893, it's not going to play as authentically. And I think this is the only digital baseball game that actually does account for rule changes in baseball. But you've got to do a pitch by pitch full
I know Park
full
does.
game.
Does it not as well? I can't. It does have that
Um,
feature.
You know, I've never done any 19th century. This little project I'm working on creating ballparks for will be the first time I've ever done 19th century in out of the park baseball. I've never done it. I've always my cutoff point in that game's been 1901. Always. Hey, Bernie's here.
Oh, Bernard, we're just talking about you, Bernard.
Yeah, yeah, and Big Clue has an issue with the fact, and so do the rest of us, my good friend, that you got both the Cardinals and the Red Sox, and you can scroll back in the chat and see Big Clue's rather erudite observation. I'm not going to repeat it. Oh
Well, the
my
question
God.
for Bernard is did you feel, or two questions, I think, Beatles, I'd like to ask Bernard. This is my British Bernard. Bernie, as you say. How pleased was he with his team drafting, number one? And number two, who did he miss that he was waiting on? Did he have a Willie Mays, Sandy Koufax moment?
Oh, that's a
Be
great
intrigued to hear how
question.
he went on.
So Bernie, hopefully you heard that one. And yeah, anybody too, just throw in with their,
Anyone.
yeah. Great question, man. I'll let you
Because
take
I
over
think
this
with
whole
yours,
channel.
Beatles, you had the,
Oh my
whether
God.
it's the misfortune or not.
No, it was. I mean, yeah, that's why you got to pay for it, Aaron. It's, but if did you, just don't download it, Aaron. I'll get it to you. So he's asking you to repeat the question.
Okay, Bernard, so if I can remember what I said. Number one, yeah, I can't remember half the stuff that comes out of my mouth. Right, so I get so much abuse. Right, first question, if I recall it. How pleased are you with your team draft last night? Second question was, who, if any, did you miss that you were waiting on, including maybe roll the right dice? So those are the two questions, and that's to everyone really. So Bernie, there's your question.
That's a great question, though.
Thank
So
you.
while we're waiting for his answer, so for me, again, it goes back to that I had to eat crow, because I'm always haranguing people about get out of your comfort zone. And I realized during this draft that the 21st century, I have avoided it like other people avoid dead ball. And
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
but I'm changing that. I'm changing that. I've always said in this channel, you're gonna rarely see modern baseball. Well, you know what? I've got to practice what I preach. So, um, I'm gonna screw up big time, but I'm gonna do some 21st century baseball on here. It's never gonna be
Really?
the
Wow,
large focus.
that's something.
Oh, I want to learn. And yeah, I mean, I've got the books and everything here and, get into StatHead, but the games are such a wonderful adjunct. And we had a chat on this channel a couple years ago about how playing, whether it's cards and dice or digital baseball games, how they serve as a great adjunct to learning baseball history, learning players,
Right, yeah.
teams, what have you. And so for me, while I've got the all-time source book on my lap or Total Baseball or whatever, um, I want to actually, get, working with these players, these teams, and out of the park, and in action PC baseball. So you guys will see some 21st century baseball, and I'm going to sound even more of an Egypt than I normally do, because I'll be like, "Who's this guy?" And you guys will be like, "Come on, dude! He won the home run race, in 2012," and I'll be like, "Well, good, thanks for telling me." Yeah, because I'm not. So I know that the Pirates had a good run, in the early 2010s. I know, that of course, the long droughts for the White Sox, Cubs, and Red Sox ended in the 2000s and 2010s. But I know a lot of the players, but I don't know them the same way that I
Yeah,
know, the
it's
1900s,
intriguing.
10s, 20s, 30s, 40s even. So,
It's funny that you say that, Peter, because again, I know 80s baseball, 90s, I can recognize the players, and 70s. I
mhm.
definitely can recognize about 85% of the players. And, what I don't know when I'm streaming, someone will always chip in, like Clee did today and Joe did today. They
Uh-huh.
gave me a bit of backup. And I've learned about Jeff Sun. Now I want to know about Jeff Sun. However, when it comes to the Shanks drafts
Hey,
and even the
Andrew.
Negro League draft,
Hmm.
I've always enjoyed. Hello, Andrew. Always enjoyed. I never enjoyed when 18th century, 19th century name came up, and I'm like, oh God, where's Ken? Ken would tell me how to draft. But last
Right.
night, and the other night, when the 19th century players, I didn't feel that same unease. Equally, 1904, which about a year ago I wouldn't have a clue
Uh-huh.
what to do, I now felt at ease because we played in Denver Greavy. I got really into that. So when Joe
You had a
McGinnity came
crash
up,
course. It was a crash course in old-time
yeah.
baseball.
So
Yeah.
1904 came up. There was the big six. I thought, there we go, Christy, you finally come to it. If Willie and Sandy won't come, then Christy, you're mine.
Hmm.
But then I thought, hold on a minute. There's a game name I remember that I would never have known. I'm Joe McGinnity. And I thought,
Right.
oh, hold on a minute. His stats are better. His whip is much better.
Oh, yeah.
Sure, his whip is like 0.889 or something. I thought, ooh, Steve will love this. So I thought, yeah, let's have it. And again, you've heard me joke about Jack Glasscock.
You called him Jack
Bill
Smallcock the
Dowling.
other day
Jack
on
Smallcock.
your
Can't
on
help
your
it.
broadcast.
Can't
He's like,
help it.
what's his name? Jack Smallcock or something? Yes, I do.
Oh,
But you
look
wouldn't
what
have
Bernard
known
says.
about him.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
have. I wouldn't have known Bill Dowling. I would have known,
Right.
my favorite Chicky Stahl, who was on Boston's team, I think, overall. I wouldn't have known about Jesse Burkett, although I did play with him in Earl Weaver many years ago. So I was familiar with some of the names,
Burkett's
but
awesome.
the big
Burkett's awesome.
he was part of my, again, here we go, Red Boat Nation, part of my winning Ned Brady team. All right.
Hmm.
Jesse Burkett played left field.
Yeah.
Chief Wilson played right field. I remember them because of your wonderful tutelage, and also added to that with Clue and Ken. But Bernie's answer, Pete. Let's have a look.
So
Bernie's,
Bernie answering the our MV's question first, and also then World's Worst Gamer, whom we'll call Sean today, since he's Sean today. Um, so Bernie says he is very pleased. He says my problem would be trying to get everyone to play. Yeah, how about it? He said I really wanted Jonathan Papelbon. Never had a chance to draft him. Only mistake he said he made was drafting 2004 Manny Ramirez instead of Albert Pujols. I was kind of like, yeah, that kind of gave me a little pause there too. And World's Worst Gamer, Sean, I'm sorry, Sean says Mantle is what he missed on. Wade never got a great year
really?
for him. Yep. And again, right, because those three great New York center fielders aren't in the league this time. He says also,
Great in that.
after he didn't
I had
take Bill
clue.
Dickey in his best year, he never got an opportunity to take him again. So I've heard about the game, Bernie. I need to check it out. I just haven't had time. But the Cards and Dice game called Dead Ball Second Edition. Got to look for it.
Yes, I've heard of that.
Yeah. Do you like it, Bernie? Do you like it? As Ken says, Jesse the Crab Burkett is eating up the Bats League. Burkett is tough. Burkett's one of those players like George Sisler that just every time I've played against him, like in a baseball sim, and it doesn't matter what it is, the two players that kill me the most are Jesse Burkett and George Sisler. They just murder me. So when I was an undergraduate,
Mm-hmm.
a bunch of us created leagues, and we were using Earl Weaver baseball, interestingly enough, because we all had Commodore Amiga computers. So we're going back. This is '90s, right? You know, whatever. And so we would go to each other's flats. Like, so whoever was the home team, we'd actually bring our computers there and play.
Yeah, it
So I'm
reminds me of
playing a
something. Yeah.
game, and I'm up like 2 or 3 to 1 on a friend of mine, whatever. And so bottom of the ninth, friends got the bases loaded. I brought in my best closer. George Sisler comes to bat. I'm thinking, okay. I'm thinking at most I've got to try to. Sisler's going to get a base hit. You know, he wasn't known as a home run hitter on those
Right.
Browns
Okay.
teams like Ken Williams was. Ken Williams was a slugger, which not in our league, by the way.
Ken
Wouldn't you
Williams is a
know
really
it?
underrated player, right?
Very underrated.
Ken.
Very underrated. He
Right.
was he
Yeah.
was a hell of a hitter. And on the first pitch, George Sisler grand slam, game over.
Wow.
Dude, I was raging because George Sisler has always done it to me all the time. Anytime I'm managing against George Sisler, he's going to kick my ass. Same with Jesse Burkett. Doesn't matter. Those two
They're
players,
just those players.
more than anybody else that I played, with baseball history, it's been Sisler and Burkett, bastards, and they're
Funny enough,
both St. Louis players. So what's the deal with that? So why have picks? I think why I pick Sportsman's Park all the time when we do these leagues is I want to try to get that St. Louis mojo out of the way. And it's
no, I
okay,
hear you. Isn't it
you
weird
know.
how it works like that? Because even in the Shanks 2, if you played Hawaii, I knew that Juan Soto
Uh huh.
would get a hit. If I played Clues, Blue Ocean, whatever they're called, what's the guy's name? Chase Utley
Chase Utley, he
would
was a Philly.
always
Yeah.
get a hit. And
Mm-hmm.
that's when I began to realize, because I watched a little baseball from the UK in the early part of the teen years, and
Mm-hmm.
I just thought Chase Utley was just your average run-of-the-mill second baseman. But actually, I think he's a Hall of Famer. If I'm to go with what I've learned from Shanks too, because this guy was just hitting all over the place.
Chase
You know,
Utley, yeah. Uh-huh.
is he that good?
Yeah, he was a good player. And you know,
Okay.
using was, he's no longer with us, but yes.
Who's
Yep.
not with us anymore?
Chase Utley.
What do you mean? He's
I
passed
think
away?
wait, I think let me double check him because yeah, I'm
Oh,
pretty
really?
sure. Yeah, let me see here.
I did not know that. I mean, I only just found out about Rick Mailer like 13 years after his
Yeah,
passing.
I like that
Uh,
Rick the Rick Mahler thing that you did. Oh no, he is still
I thought Chase Utley's still alive. I'm
yeah,
sure.
yeah, yeah. I'm thinking of who am I thinking of from the Phillies that is not with us now? Recent
I think
player.
there's a pitcher that's not there anymore.
Yeah, I
Hall
don't
of
know.
Famer.
I get, you know what? I get all bollocksed up sometimes.
There's a lot going on in the chat here, Beatles. It's still raging. It goes up to 11 or
It
12,
is,
sometimes to
man.
8. People are
So,
coming in and out of the bar.
I think I'm gonna have to
Keep
get this.
serving drinks.
Exactly. I think I'm gonna draw some pints of Guinness for everybody. Maybe a couple shots of Tullamore Dew, whatever. Yeah, greatest Irish whiskey there is. Anyhow, so continuing, and then we're gonna get down to this dead ball baseball because now you guys have me super intrigued.
Now
And
I'm
this,
definitely going to bite now because Bernard and Ken are selling this hard. They should get some
Sh-
commission structures.
Sean
These
says
game makers.
2017 Yankees. He says he passed on a 50 home run, 200 strikeout Aaron Judge, and many other good players for David Robertson, a relief pitcher who he didn't realize played on more than New York, and so he ended up with worse FF. Well, I'll just say it for fuck's sake, or worse numbers. I thought I said for fuck's sake. I don't care. I'll say it on my channel anyhow. It's my channel. In that respect, and everybody can cuss in here. Ken Castro talking about that game. He says lots of homebrews for the dead ball game that was developed by a New York City writer baseball fan initially for his friends to play at parties. As with anything else, fans took over and created more content. Well, if it's $10 and there's a crap ton of seasons and homebrews and stuff, I'm all about it.
Yeah, I
Burnt,
saw that ad. I saw it somewhere, and I remember thinking, well, that's the kind of game I wouldn't have bought a year ago. But
right.
because, again, I've learned from you guys, I would buy it, and I'm definitely interested
So Bernie continues. He says
in
the
it. Yeah.
Ramirez thing worked out that he was able to draft Jimmy Fox. There you go. So his first baseman Mo Vaughn. So his first basemen are Mo Vaughn and Jimmy Fox, and it was Mo Vaughn's best year. So
Not bad, Bernie. Not
how are you?
bad.
So it's a weird thing to think about platooning either of those guys, right? Because
DH.
right. I mean, I don't know how you're gonna do that. Oh my God. Oh man, it's gonna be fun. For
Oh,
me,
God. I mean,
yeah.
thank God that we have the DH on, Beatles?
Well, maybe he could do what I did with Willie Keeler and Shanks too.
You used the DH rather well, I have to say.
Keeler wouldn't
Because
have gotten playing time without it.
you had George Foster, as I recall, and you moved him from left field to
Right.
center field, and it didn't do any damage.
Mm-mm.
And then you were able to maneuver your DH into play.
Yep.
This is the wonders of the DH, you see.
I
But
still
won't go
hate the
into
DH. No,
today.
no, don't get me started. I still hate the DH. I understand the logic for having it in the Shanks League, but
Robert.
and I'll play it in seasons. Hey, Robert! Wow, this is nice. So I mean,
That's a
I'll
great
use the
question for Robert
DH
now,
like
huh?
if I'm playing a season, right? Like in a World, like okay, so the World Series that we're doing 1990. Okay, so when we're in Oakland, yes, there will be a DH, but I bloody hate it, and neither you nor God nor Mr. Tate can ever convince me otherwise. I get it for this because we want to showcase more players, but I loathe it, and I always will, my good friend. So
So,
yes, it counts, Robert. You are a real nowhere man, and we love it, and
so
it's a good thing. Cause so are
to
we.
anyone in particular, this goes out to Beatles.
All right.
It's the same question again to anyone. I know Robert coming to chat, and he's got my Mets, or the Mets, I should say. Um, this goes to everyone, actually, not just Robert. Is anyone in particular happy or unhappy with their team? And which
Hmm.
player did you miss out on that you were hoping that Clue would roll the right dice and throw? For me, it didn't work. I got loads of players, but then again, I'm the Giants and the Dodgers so rich with so many players. I can't argue with who I've got.
Well, my
But
God.
I still wanted Mays and Koufax.
So let's let Robert know, and then we'll get that to everybody, and so maybe have you repeat that. So Robert, and at about 5:36 on Steve Tate's channel. And if you're not subscribed to it, the best way to find him, because there's some wacko evangelical preacher on there, and apologies for any evangelicals here, but this guy's nuts. If you just type Steve Tate and just start typing ACT, just do that, and it will come to Steve Tate's channel. So 5:36 tonight could be a little showcase of two teams, and I know that right now, Robert, as we're having our little chat here in our little pub, that Steve's working on the teams. So hopefully he'll look up from his screen in a moment and let us know about that. But so we will see the preview tonight. So MV, what was your question again? Like, please ask it again, man.
The question Bernie answered so eloquently as normal.
Right.
Was there anybody that was particularly happy or unhappy, apart from Wordsworth's game and myself, with their drafts last night? I'm particularly intrigued with Robert or RJL because he's a Mets fan, and I know my Mets. And did he get who he was looking for? Now, here we go. So quite a few people, I think World's Gamer, aka Sean DeMarco, said he missed out on Ron Guidry 78. Oh,
that's a big one. Yeah, that's a big miss there.
It's his best season, I think. So, anybody else have anything to say about their draft? How good was it? Did you miss anyone in particular? So, yeah, because I can't believe my luck. I can't believe it.
Well, I mean, for me, again, it wasn't getting good draws in the Brewers teams. I was really hoping, because I was more comfortable with the Milwaukee Brewers as much as I loathe that franchise, because again, National League Central, have to hate the Brewers. That's all there is to it. So, but I kept getting the draws I was getting for the Brewers. They were, sixth place, and like the best guy in their team had and I'm not just drafting just by wins above replacement or WAR, but that's a good quick indicator when you've got a 5-minute time limit. And I'm like, okay, the best guy in the team this year had a 3.5 WAR. That's I want something higher, because I'm used to with Shanks, right? With Shanks 2 and Shanks 1 and McGreevy, right? Of course, the McGreevy was a different type of draft. And I'm like, okay, how the hell am I going to deal with this? Because, so I don't know how it's going to play out for me. I was hoping, though, again, it's that comfort zone thing that I realized, man, I got to eat crow. That had I had a better, a sort of more in-depth knowledge of the Arizona Diamondbacks, I think I could have drafted a better team.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not unhappy with mine. I'm going to be honest. Here's some people there. Dwayne's coming in.
Dwayne's coming in.
Dwayne.
Nice, Dwayne.
So here's some commentary, Beatles. I think Robert has got something to say, Beatles and Bernard.
Yeah, he does. So and so we'll start with Big Clue, who says, okay, so first, Carlos telling us that Steve said he has 8 teams done already, so he's been busy. Yeah, holy hell. Robert just subscribed to Steve Tate. Excellent. Big Clue answering, he says, I think for most of us, we had far more hits than misses in the draft. I think watching you guys, watching the players you were coming up, and I'm starting to sound terribly, as I always do, redundant. I'm like, wow, great pick.
I feel like I missed a superstar, though. You really would want Koufax or Mays, wouldn't you, on the Giants, or Matthews? And I can't believe my luck. However, the rest of the team is pretty good. I can't complain. Robert, what else did they say?
Well, Robert, so Robert, he says he didn't draft a full-time center fielder at all. Wow. And Bernie says he can't believe Ted Simmons will be his starting catcher. He's backed up by Hall of Famer Carlton Fisk, and as you pointed out, Bernie, Jimmy Fox can play catcher. So you've got some catchers. He also has 2 obscure relief pitchers with WARs under 1.0. Dwayne, the question asked by MV out in the chat, are you happy with your team? Are there some things you're unhappy about? Some players you missed on? Maybe some players you drafted that you're thinking, oh, why'd I do that? So we're just putting this out for anybody. Big Clue makes a great comment. He says, if people feel like it was a challenge and the results were a mixed bag, I view that as the draft being successful. I think so.
It was fun. You
Because
know, I
isn't the
learned
real
about
draft
some
like
early
that,
guys.
right? The real
Yeah, I learned
draft
about some
is like
giants
that.
thinking, my God, you know, who do I pick? You
Mm-hmm.
know, because it wasn't that easy.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the 1898 years. Now, Clue, just a quick one, actually, because I might have another. Let's see if I can get a little wrinkle here, a little edge. So, Clue, I had a couple of years which were duplicate years. Is that okay, or do I get a reroll? Sorry to be controversial, but I got 1898 twice. I'm sure that's okay because last year we had that, but I did get it twice. I only saw it today. I thought, hold on a minute, was it in the rules that we only get 1 year? But I'm happy with my pick. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to change either of my 1898s, but I noticed I had two for that year. So I was thinking, if I bring it up, maybe I get another shot at Kovacs. Or
Oh,
wait,
not see. This is why I would love to play you in
this might get
poker.
abuse.
So this is why I'd like to play in poker, Envy, and I wouldn't even have to use my sleight of hand skills because what you just did was the biggest tell of all time. You don't want to put in that part about getting another shot at Sandy Koufax, dude, because now you don't have a snowball's chance in hell.
I just saw something out loud. It's very mischievous. I'm happy with what I've got, to be honest.
Oh my God.
The two 1898 players, I don't even remember who they are, but I'm sure they were good either way. So, and then imagine if I lost one of the 1898 players, rolled again, and I got some obscure year like, you know, which nobody played really well. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, oh, for God's
Yeah,
sake.
yeah.
You know, but no, I'm happy with what I got. I loved it. I loved it. I think it really tests your baseball skills. I
Oh
think
my God, yeah.
Shanks won. I learned something in Ned McGreevy. I didn't understand the whip stat, you see, WHIP, and how important it is, particularly in action PC,
Mm-hmm.
because whip is important, right? Correct me if I'm wrong,
Yes.
because I don't know. Right.
Yes,
Good.
it is important.
In action PC, I remember I had that guy, as Steve called him, a ringer. He was, is it what, Hecker, Guy Hecker.
Guy
Right.
Hecker. Yeah.
Right. Well, I can't remember what year he comes from, but he performs phenomenally. However,
Mm-hmm.
he has a usage penalty. Thank God it was 130% rather than 100. So I was able to use it, but only in spots, which he did fairly well.
Mm-hmm.
I forget my point. Yeah, whip. So when it comes to playing action PC versus say out of the park, is there a noticeable difference playing different games and how the stats affect different games? For example, just to be clear.
Good question. Because you
Whip
could add this to the
in
cards and
action-
dice guys too.
Yeah, whip in particular on action PC works beautifully,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't notice it as much on out of the park. So I'm just throwing it out there. Oh, there's a lot going on here, Beagles.
Yeah, I know. It's blowing up here, man. That's why you're on, to help. I'm just kidding.
Thanks. I'm here to serve drinks as well.
No, feel free, man. It's interact. This is our
Go for it,
channel.
Beagles. They're all
Everybody.
try it. Go for it.
You know. So Carlos Yaz first asking how we got the franchises. Yeah, we kind of got those. We didn't pick, right? It was because long sad story. And Big Clue does answer that already. Let me see. So interestingly, Bernie, being a good sportsman here, and he does have two of the original 16. He says, truthfully, you should be allowed to have two legacy teams. I'm guessing he's meaning the Sweet 16. Hey, Bernie, be happy with it. You got the Cards, you got the Red Sox, and we all knew going in, right, that it could happen that somebody's going to get two of the original 16. I'm talking right here. We've got our MV, man. Dodgers Giants, two of the original 16.
I pretended to be asleep and wait to the right moment to enter the draft. What kind of treat? Yeah.
So Dwayne March says he's happy with his squad. He says, "Now watch me finish last." LOL. Looking forward to Bernie and Dwayne March joining the broadcasting bit and all this. That's going to be fun. And yes, you're going to do some here and there. I hope at some point. But yeah,
it's just time difference. It was hard last year because I wanted to do them live a lot, but there was no audience because obviously I was doing it at the lunchtime, my time, and everyone was at work. But it still drew people in. But I think it'd be even better when people were drafting in real time, so to speak, if that makes sense.
I think Dwayne Martz, what he's saying here, I don't think he did too badly. He said he had like just 3 bad years for both teams, 1947, 49, and 51. If you feel you only drew 3 bad years, I would say you did very well then, Dwayne. Really, really do. Sean says he was also very disappointed to not get John Olerud's 1993 season. It was a monster. He hit 363 that year and walked 100 times, and had 20 plus homers. Yeah, hell of a one. Um, I did. I think I have Yelich. I'm pretty sure I do, Joe
I
Murray.
hope you do.
Think I do. Yeah. I don't remember who's on my team. I haven't looked yet. Um,
I can't wait to see the. I know Drew put the list out. I haven't really looked at it properly. Even my
so
own team. I just know I've got a long bullpen.
no, hey, no, I'm not crying, Big Clue. It's like I said. I know. I'm totally admitting my ignorance of 21st century baseball is appalling, and I need to fix that. Because if I'm preaching the dead ball in 1920s, 30s, 40s, and 19th century baseball, then I've got to be playing some 21st century baseball. So shock, shock, shock. Some of that is going to come up occasionally in this channel. I'm going to make it happen. But anyhow, yeah, Robert, I had the Brewers and it's the Diamondbacks. And the thing is, man, it's just, hey, it's just all, and we're having fun. I wasn't getting good draws in the Brewers because I was hoping, I'm like, okay, I got the Diamondbacks. I'm more familiar with the Brewers, and yeah, so I was just getting, but it is what it is. So yeah, so Brewers and Diamondbacks. Let me see. So Bernie says, talks about maxing out the number of Hall of Famers a team can draft. We did that in Shanks 2.0. So you could have 5 Hall of Famers max. And that was kind of fun. I kind of missed that in this draft. The reason being is because you had to think like, okay, I drew, all right, so let's just say 1932. Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth is the easiest example in baseball, right? But it's like, but do I want to hold out because I might get 1927 Babe Ruth? Or, you know what, I might not get any Babe Ruth years again, or I might get him when he was a pitcher, right? I might get 1915 Babe Ruth. And I wish there was a way for Shanks 4 that we could bring back the Hall of, well, that's going to be in a few weeks, right? To have that Hall of Fame restriction, because everybody was like, we were keeping track. It's like, okay, it's like Beatles, you've used 4 of your 5. MV, you've used 3 of your 5. Whatever. Watching Steve Tate, it was at Shanks 1, waiting for 1913 Walter Johnson.
Walter Johnson, that was funny.
Right, he's passing up. Funny. He's passing up Hall of Famers to get to Walter Johnson, and I loved that part. Okay. Robert, you want to come on? We'll bring Robert on too. Cool. Let's bring Robert on too, man.
Yeah, he's funny. I love him. Put me in. He's like in the bullpen. Put me in, coach.
I'm ready to play today.
I'm warm. I'm ready.
That's it. We do a little bit of John Fogerty here.
See, Bernard, it's so funny because again, this draft has evolved. They're all a little different from the last one. All being so much fun. That I don't even know which one was more fun than the others. But the Hall of Fame one, and then we had the Negro League one as well.
Hang on a second. There, we got Robert. All right.
Something like that.
All right, everybody's in. All right, now we got Robert, we got MV. And now I got to add Robert because I have chat with MV on the tin now. I'm going to put MV and RJL. Yep.
And you got
absolutely.
There we go.
So go ahead. I don't know what you guys. Go ahead and talk. I'm typing in the tin here.
RJL, that when you're happy, and particularly yourself as a Mets fan, I don't know as much history as you do. Clearly, but Mets history doesn't go that far back. Who did you miss? Who did you screw up on? He said no center fielders. What happened?
Unfortunately, as I was going, I got 6 outfielders for the team. Bernard Gilkey, Dave Parker, Clemente, Wainer, Easler, and Stargell. My fault was Easler. I forgot that Easler never played center field in 1981. I thought he was a center fielder that year. I was wrong. And I looked through everybody. I looked through my entire roster. The only guy I can actually throw into center field who actually played that position in any one of these years was Bill Robinson, 1977 Pittsburgh. He was in center field for like 5 games.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. Do you have anybody?
Because Clemente, he's got to go in right. There's nowhere else to put him.
Right.
Stargell is a left fielder. So is Easler. So is Gilkey. Parker is a right fielder. Wainer is a right fielder. I had nobody in center. I did not know that. That was my bad. Okay. So I'm going to have
So
I
you
could
did
put
none of the years
Robinson in
came up
there.
for you to get nails then, right? You weren't able to
Yeah,
get
well,
Dykstra.
I could. I think I had 1988 with Lenny Dykstra,
Right.
but I went with pitching. I took in 1988 David Cone. I mean Cy Young.
Oh
Come on.
yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely,
come on.
absolutely. Yeah,
All right, pitching. Remember, I understand hitting. I understand hitting wins games, but pitching wins championships. So
absolutely.
That's
you
my
know,
philosophy. Absolutely, totally agree.
I had to. So unfortunately, now I looked through everything and I said, well, all right, my bad. I mean, I could put Bill Robinson in center. It's not one of his better positions. He was only there for like 5 games, and I'm sure the game won't even allow me to do that. But center field is going to be very weak for me unless I make a, unless there should be. I understand we have the draft, but there should be maybe one. You know, what is that? Kind of like not a do-over, but should be able to make like like signing an undrafted free agent or something like that, fix a hole like oh my god, I forgot to get this position. I mean,
I think we don't love that
I mean, that might
but
be something to consider for the
in
next
the future.
Shanks. I
Yeah,
don't know. I mean, because the thing about this, Robert, is it's been in flux. I mean, if the very very first Shanks League was big difference. The thing I do miss, and that was that Hall of Famer restriction. Although Big Clue said this time we have like I guess a smaller number of Hall of Famers than we did in the last one.
yeah,
So
it's much more, but it's almost to me more exciting in that
mhm.
way. But you know what, RJL, it probably still work out for you anyway. The Beatles had a similar problem last year. You had Willie Keeler, was it? Explain that whole situation. We put George Foster in centre field. He still did well. I think he was rated a 3 out of 10, and he still
Yeah.
performed
So
well in centre field.
you're going to take a hit, Robert, if you put one of these guys. I'm not sure what the penalty is, but I know Steve was playing Hank Aaron out of position too, and
He
it
was.
didn't have
But
that
if I
much of a
was to make,
deleterious effect, though.
if I was to have to choose,
Hmm.
um, what I have here, I mean, mostly it's a whole entire. The only Met in the outfield I have is Bernard Gilkey, but then again, I made that pick because who knew I was going to get 1965 Willie Stargell. So I mean,
Hmm.
I pretty much have an entire Pirates outfield. I mean, I could put Stargell in left. I gotta
Right.
put Clemente in right because that's where he lived. All right,
Yes.
and maybe probably put Paul Wainer in center, but or
Yeah. I mean,
I
you
could
could, you could. I
or
mean,
or Dave,
Wayner.
or I could put Dave Parker in center too if I want.
The, the,
I got
the,
a
the,
question about I got a question about Dave Parker. Why is that man not in the Hall of Fame?
I wish I
He
knew, man.
should be.
And it's not just Pirates fans. I mean, here you're a Mets fan. It's like what the hell's going on? And it's
Why
so
is Cobra not in the Hall of Fame? I
he's our
think
Keith
he's the best.
Hernandez. He's our Keith Hernandez.
I mean,
We
Well,
have no idea.
weren't I mean I don't know, guys. You tell me. But weren't those two players involved in the whole drug trials of the early '80s?
Who Keith
Hernandez
Hernandez
and Parker.
and Parker was, but because
Well,
well for
Hernandez was
one
caught
thing,
up in a scandal as well.
Hernandez was a drinker, but he was not a drug. He
right?
was
He
not a
wasn't a
drug.
druggie, right?
He was never a
And
druggie. Drinker, yes. Drugger, no.
so MV those drug trials took place in Pittsburgh. It was like a Major League Baseball thing. So and the Pirates were pretty much in the nadir of what they were doing. In fact, 1985, 86 Bucks, probably the worst Pirate team, even worse maybe than the 1952 Pirates. But Dave Cobra or Dave Parker, why he's not in the Hall of Fame is as big of a mystery as why Keith Hernandez isn't in the Hall of Fame. I wish I
Clues actually
knew.
said Keith was actually in the drug trials. He was definitely testifying. So I recall
Yeah.
that. Even as a child, I can remember something about Hernandez, and that's why he was thrown off the Cardinals. He was a previous MVP and was a bad release from Cardinals, and was expelled to the Mets. He didn't think he would do anything good at the Mets.
But
But
here's the
that's
thing.
Clue is saying actually he was part of that, and I'm wondering if there's anything kind of like how Pete Rose
Yeah.
is like never forgiven for what he did.
Right.
But I think that's because they're protecting the legacy of Bart Giamatti, who died of a heart attack not long after that whole thing.
Right.
And why would you go back on a decision that was made by a poor man who died shortly afterwards, probably from the stress? But with Dave Parker and Keith Hernandez, they were in that same bundle, and I'm wondering if people are still holding that against them. But again, as Clue said, Tim Raines is in the Hall of Fame.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
You,
interesting.
it's weird because again, Legends. You guys all saw it, Robert. You were here in the chat when Legends, because Legends is an editor, and Ken Castro, sports journalist, right? And then basically Legends saying that baseball writers are tools for the most part, and these are the guys who elect the Hall of Famers. So I mean, will Parker and Keith get in eventually? I think
I
Keith
hope so.
Hernandez probably has a better chance um, than Dave Parker because I hate to say, New York, higher visibility than Parker.
Yeah.
I really do.
Sad. It's sad to see that both not particularly Mets because I love Keith Hernandez. I loved him big time on that Mets.
Keith
But watch
Hernandez was an
him do with
awesome
my Mets.
player, man. Co
Keith
MVP with
Hernandez,
Stargell in
Keith
'79.
Hernandez is one of the best first basemen of the time. All
Yep,
right. I mean,
yep.
you can have Hernandez or Mattingly. Make a choice. You can't go wrong with either one.
Yeah, true. Both of them should be in. Even Mattingly, definitely. Because if Koufax can get in with a shortened season, yeah, he was extraordinary. He had a peak of, what, 5 years maybe?
Yeah,
But Hernandez, I mean, I can't understand that. And Mattingly also.
You know
They're
things are
getting in.
wrong. You know things are wrong when they put Harold Baines in the Hall of Fame and not Keith Hernandez.
exactly. And that's what that is, the Harold Baines joke here, because like we had a one night, Robert, we were just all sitting around chatting afterwards, and Harold Baines came up and we started comparing Harold Baines. I know what it was. There was a guy that used to come in here called Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans. And
Okay.
yeah, do you remember him?
Yeah, yeah. There's
And so he
okay.
says
I haven't
Koufax
seen him
shouldn't.
lately.
He was kind of acting like a jerk in another channel. And
Oh,
remember
right.
the night I left the Legends channel? It's because I'm like,
Yes.
dude, just shut up. I'm here to watch baseball.
Yeah, I remember that.
But anyhow, he was going off. He said, well, Koufax shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. Blah 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 blah. I'm like, oh really? Well, let's look. He said, well, he wasn't dominant, and we're looking. It's like, look at these seasons. The guy ended up. He had to quit baseball, right? There was, right. And so I said, all right, well, let's look at Harold Baines. I said, you're going to tell me he should be in the Hall of Fame, but Sandy Koufax doesn't. And Koufax was clearly dominant for a strong portion of his career. So Sandy Koufax reminds me a lot of Addy Joss in that dominance. Right, he had this excellent portion of his career that were stellar numbers. And look, Harold Baines made it to the major leagues. None of us here made it to the
Yeah, it's
majors.
all
I mean,
relative, though, isn't it?
right, you have to be a fantastic athlete to even make it to the majors and then to stay and have a long career. I will not ever take anything away from his athleticism. But he led the league in one stupid category one year that meant nothing. And yet, right? And so we're starting to look at all these other players that should be in the Hall of Fame that aren't, like Keith Hernandez. Compare Keith Hernandez and what he did as a player to Harold Baines. And yet Hernandez isn't in the Hall of Fame. Why? So, Robert,
But
I agree
the
with you,
argument
man.
for the argument for Harold Baines, I'm not going to be controversial for a second, I'm just curious.
Hmm.
He had 2,866 hits.
Right?
That's what, 144 hits shy of 3,000. And 3,000 used to be the benchmark, right?
Right.
He has 384 home runs, that's okay, but in 289. And an OPS of roughly, what, 830, 40 maybe?
Hmm.
Those are not bad. They're pretty good numbers.
Right.
I think so. And had he have played in the strike year more, he
Right.
may have got to the 3,000, wouldn't even have it in debate. So he was that close. I mean, it's a
Yeah.
funny one. I do agree with all of you. You know more than I do. But statistically, I look at it and think, hang on a minute. There's got to be players in there that were 3,000 hits.
I mean, here's the thing about here is the thing about the lousy WAR statistic. You see, this is what now these guys are basing their picks on the WAR, the wins above replacement. Now,
Hmm.
if of course Beatles goes in and brings up one of my favorite players, and unfortunately I never got to see him pitch, which of course, being a Jew, I always will appreciate Mr. Koufax. All right.
Yes. Yeah.
Sandy Koufax is the best left-hander in baseball history. I don't care what anybody says. Okay, he's the best Jewish athlete probably of all time.
Well, let's not forget Hank.
Well,
Let's not forget Hank
don't
Greenberg.
forget that first base, Hank Greenberg.
No. Sorry, I will put Koufax over Greenberg. Sorry.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Sorry, yes, I will. Yes,
Wow.
I will. Okay, I will. Okay. Okay. Sandy Koufax has only a 48.9 WAR. Now that
Yeah.
means if you were to go by today's way they vote,
Mm-hmm.
Koufax would not be put in the Hall
Yeah.
of Fame because of the low WAR. What did he do? Let's see. MVP, 3 Cy Young Awards, not bad. 3 Triple Crowns, not bad. 7 All-Stars, not bad. 4 World Series titles, not bad. 2 World Series MVPs, not bad. 5 ERA titles, that's pretty good. 2 Major League Player of the Year. Now, he retired due to his arthritis at 30 years old.
Had to.
Okay.
He had to. Yeah.
If he could have pitched to maybe the length of Steve Carlton or something like that, would Sandy Koufax have over 300 wins? Yes.
Yes.
Would his ERA still be under 3? Probably. Would he have over 4,000 strikeouts? Yes. Okay. But one of the reasons why, because Koufax in a way got a bit of a pass, all right, because of how good he was the last 5 years of his career.
Had a curveball that could fall off the edge of a table. Yeah, man, he
From
was wicked.
1955
Yeah.
to 1961, Koufax was really a pedestrian pitcher. 1961 was really his first really good year, decent year. But then, from 1962 to 1966, it was Sandy Koufax, and then it was everybody else. All right. Koufax, unfortunately, the arthritis got to him, and after 30, he had to hang it up. And you know what? It's amazing he went ahead. He hung up his cleats after 1966. That year, and this was with the arthritis, because he pitched it with it this year. He was 27-9 with a 1.73 ERA, and he pitched hurt. He pitched hurt. I can only imagine what that stat would be if he was 100% healthy in 1966 with that stat.
I would say this about Sandy Koufax, Robert, and I would respectfully, and I say this respectfully, I don't think he was the greatest left-handers of all time, but I would say he's in the top. He's easily in the top 10, maybe even the top 5.
Who's better?
Okay, how about Lefty Grove? We'll talk about Lefty Grove first.
That's dead. That's dead ball.
Why does that not count, though?
That's a little bit on dead ball. Here's another thing too.
Actually, 1930s. Lefty Grove.
Lefty Grove, that was also a different type of baseball as well. But then again, Lefty Grove, he has 9 ERA titles. Okay, but Sandy Koufax has more World Series and another Triple Crown and more All-Star appearances. Also, Sandy has more strikeouts. And Lefty Grove's ERA is 3.06.
Mm-hmm.
WAR's higher, yes, but and of course he played in more games. Now Lefty Grove, however, did have an awesome 1931 season with 31 wins. But then again, we're never going to see a pitcher with 30 wins in a season ever again, unless that pitcher, is completely zoned every single game he pitches.
Right.
Now, Lefty Grove, and now I'm not going to, I still got to put Koufax as he's my opening day starter. Now, here's another thing. Let's switch bases. Let's go to my number 2.
Okay.
Of course, is Tom Seaver.
Okay, but no, just so you understand, I think Koufax is a great pitcher. For me personally, I don't think he was the greatest left-handed pitcher, but one of the greatest. So, how's that? Is that cool?
Nah, because there is anybody. If you ask anybody or anyone, so you can have one pitcher in baseball history to absolutely win you the game you absolutely must have.
Oh, well, for me, it's Walter.
People will say Koufax.
Yeah, and I'm one of the 5%, and I'll be one of the 1% that will say Walter Johnson.
Yeah, but here's the thing about, only 2 pitchers in baseball history have over 300 wins, 3,000 strikeouts, and a career ERA under 3. Walter Johnson and, the franchise, Tom Seaver.
Yeah.
And Walter Johnson pitched during the dead ball era.
And in the live ball era, don't forget that. Yeah, he wasn't strictly a dead ball. But anyhow, so you're number 2. Let's go to your number 2.
We digressed.
Right.
We were talking about Keith Hernandez.
Yeah.
Right.
About why these schmucks are not putting people in the Hall of Fame. Let's see. Keith Hernandez. Hold on. Let's take a look here. MVP, 5-time All-Star.
Right.
2 World Series titles. One with the Cardinals and one with the Mets. 11 Gold Gloves. So obviously the guy was pretty good at first base. 2 Silver Sluggers, which means he was one of the best hitters at first base. And he had a batting title, in 1979, which was a season that I actually did.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so He had 2,100 hits and a lifetime 296 batting average, 162 home runs. Now, let's take a look at Harold Baines. Hall of Fame, six-time All-Star, and a Silver Slugger. And that's it. And his WAR is half of Keith Hernandez. His batting average is lower. Has more home runs, a few more hits, 2,800 hits, but his WAR is 3880 compared to Keith's 60.3. So why is Harold Baines in the Hall and not Keith Hernandez?
I think Keith will get in. I don't know how they will look at it.
And who's going to put him in? I mean, remember, this year, okay, this year when they vote, I think it's executives or think that extra that gets voted this year. Okay, last year was the 80s, was that 80s era where they put in Fred McGriff, which I have no problem with the crime dog going in. He would have 500 home runs if the 1994 season wasn't canceled. I get it.
RJL, hold on a second, Robert. On that point, that's the point I'm making. If you have that argument for crime dog, which I agree with you, by the way, he should be in the Hall, no question. But you just use a landmark that we traditionally use. If he's short of 500 by a small margin, and he missed a lot of the strike season, you're right. Had he played more of the strike season, there'd be no argument at all. He hit 500. It's the same case for Harold Baines. He's only 100 hits short of 3,000.
I understand that, but he also
and he missed 81 and 80. 81, I think they had a strike. Yeah, as well.
He played from 1980 to 2001. He played 22 years. So they really put him in for his longevity.
That's true.
But the thing is you're going by WAR, okay? And they're using WAR to get players in, but okay, that's fine. Yeah. Scott Rowland, who I really don't think belongs in there, all right, either, all right? But his WAR is like twice the size of Harold Baines. And Harold Baines is 38.
Well, let's try to steer this into something maybe a little different. And maybe this is something the chat too would like. All right. So yeah, we get it. Look, I'm just as guilty as beating up on Baines. And yeah, big clue. I am one of those people that I do hold that Lloyd Wainer deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. He wasn't his brother, but he was fine and put up some good numbers here. All right. Let me ask you guys in general, because if I may, before we go off onto something huge here. So as far as WAR goes, there's a lot of discussion in baseball whether we're putting way too much into that stat and not enough. Where do you guys stand on it? Do you think that it's accurate enough that you can judge a player just by WAR, or place so much weight on WAR? We know that there's certain stats that are meaningless now, like total bases. That doesn't mean anything anymore, right? How many wins a pitchers have? Well, that's not just the pitcher. Right, so what do you guys think about WAR? Let's talk about WAR, just in general, since that's come up into this, right?
The player with the highest WAR in the history of baseball is Babe Ruth. He's a 182.6. Babe Ruth is the best player in baseball history, period. And I don't care who you bring up. You want to bring up Willie Mays? Willie Mays is the best overall player in baseball history, but there was something Babe Ruth could do that Willie Mays could not.
Pitch.
Exactly. And Babe Ruth was a hell of a pitcher.
Yes, he was.
He was a hell of a pitcher. But of course, everyone's now talking, well, Shohei Ohtani, and all, he can do all these things that Babe is all Ruthian and all that. I want to say, you know what about Shohei Ohtani? Until he hits 700 home runs, please shut up.
Right.
Okay? If he could stay healthy to hit 700 home runs, and then you want to say he's better than Ruth, fine. He's got a long way to go before he gets there.
Right.
Let him hit 700 home runs and keep his keep his batting average around. Let's see, Ruth. I mean, his batting average is kind of paltry. It was only 342. Babe Ruth did not get 3,000 hits. He had 2,800 hits. But if Babe Ruth Babe Ruth, of course, still hit when he was a pitcher because that's right. The DH didn't exist yet when he was out there.
Do you know what's really funny though, Robert and Baker's in chat? We're talking about Koufax. I didn't get him in the trouble.
I know.
Babe Ruth, it hurts. Babe Ruth. I mean, who drafted Babe Ruth?
Bernie has Babe Ruth as a pitcher. So because remember, Bernie had. I'm telling you. So Bernie had the Red Sox. The Cards were his other team. He got Babe Ruth as a pitcher. I think in
But
19.
curious.
Did he get 1915? Ruth, was that it? Bernie, is that who you got?
I'm
The
I'm
Ruth year you
curious as
got?
to his thinking. Yeah.
This is Babe Ruth. You got to, so
Was
we're
it
going to see him as a
tactical, or
pitcher.
was it something that was it tactical, or was 1915? Because I'm kind of think like that. I'm thinking, Babe Ruth.
1915, Babe Ruth still hit 315. He only had 103 plate appearances, but he was a pitcher, so he didn't play every single game, obviously. All right, but as a pitcher that year, okay, in 1915 he was 18-8 with a 2.44 ERA. His best year as a pitcher was
What was his whip?
1916.
What was his whip? I'm curious as to why Bernie chose him. Don't get me wrong, it's a great pick. I'm just curious, was it tactical though? Because the way I think.
So MV,
thinking,
here's the thing about Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth, and I don't think there would be any argument in the chat. Babe Ruth would have made the Hall of Fame as a pitcher, right? Let's say Boston, right? Let's say he couldn't hit, right? Or Boston wasn't paying attention for the years that he was with the Red Sox. He's in as a pitcher. He was one of the most dominant pitchers in the dead ball era, and a lot of people don't realize that.
Sure.
He was dominant, not just very good.
He was 18-8 in 1915. He was 23-12 in 16, 24-13 in 17, 13-7 in 18. And his ERA those years was 2.44, 1.75, 2.01, 2.22, and 2.97. And I don't know about you, but I have no problem with those ERA numbers. I'm pretty sure you don't either.
Hell no.
Well, this is interesting because in Action PC baseball, I was saying this earlier, Beatles, wasn't I? That the start of the whip.
Right.
Because these baseball games are all designed to produce as realistic stats as possible, I guess, of course. Otherwise, they would be rubbish. The whip,
Right.
for me, is a great indicator of how they're going to do well on Action PC, as well as overall baseball. Something with Babe Ruth and those numbers. Remember, I'm the one who drafted Cy Young back in Shanks 1, who a war of 10 for that season. I'm thinking, okay, with my naive Brit self, thinking, okay, he's going to be great. He was horrific. But when I started to look at the whip, I said, hold on a second. He's going to 10 a war for the season, which is great. But actually, his whip is pretty bad. It's 1.4, 1.5. Well, bad in my books. And then I started to realize that, hang on a second here. In Action PC, the whip really makes a huge difference. It should do anyway. I draft by whip. I was curious with Bernie, so Bernard as I call him. Bernard, when you were doing this Babe Ruth pick, did you look at his whip in particular? I'm just curious.
Yeah, but I'm having fun with a big clue, so there you go. Go ahead, keep going.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's it. Yeah. So
I like a bit of controversy. I like a bit of controversy. It's fun. It's fun.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Oh,
Come on. You know what? Here's the thing, guys. Before you finish, here, the wonderful thing about this is, okay, so we're doing this on this virtual format, if you will. People have been having these wonderful arguments. It's all part of baseball, the whole hot stove league thing and who's the greatest. So that's why I'm, go for it, have fun. This is kind of a rehearsal for the Chris Slovic Monday No Holds Barred chat. So yeah, so enjoy, guys. But I will say again, MV, that that was a great pick on Bernie's part to take 1915 Babe Ruth.
I'm just curious, thinking it so intrigued me. I thought, ooh.
He was a great pitcher, a great pitcher.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Look at his whip now, actually.
Yeah, he was great. He was great. In fact, Robert, what was the record? It was it was a World Series record or something that Babe Ruth held for decades and decades. What was it? Scoreless innings or something? What was it?
I believe it was a scoreless innings record. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me go to postseason pitching.
And I think it was like 60 years or something.
He had, let's see here. He had, in 1960. Let's see. Oh,
interesting.
Not really, because he only pitched his in 1916. He pitched with the Red Sox in the World Series. He had a 0.64 ERA. In 1918, he pitched with the Red Sox with a 1.06 ERA.
That's ridiculous.
But then Ruth didn't pitch at all anymore after that when he went to the Yankees. So
right.
When the Yankees realized, oh, he can hit better. I mean, he can pitch. It's nice if we need a pitcher. That's great, but he can hit 700 home runs. I think we'll put him in the outfield so he can play every game. Okay. I mean,
Right.
If you know it's, and of course at that time when you're a pitcher in the dead ball era, all right, you didn't have, I mean, they didn't have the designated hitter. Imagine how many home runs, if the DH existed back in the dead ball era, how
Mm-hmm.
many home runs do you think Babe Ruth would have? What, 1,000? Because he'd be playing every day and be pitching and he would be doing what Ohtani does now.
Right.
Okay, he'd be going to his manager and say, "Hey, look, I'm not going to pitch today, but I can get you maybe 1 or 2 home runs today. What do you think?" It's that new position. It's called the designated hitter. It's supposed to happen in the future. I'd like to try it now. Kidding me? He'd have 1,000 home runs.
So the National League first proposed what we call a designated hitter back in the dead ball era, and the American League said no. Isn't that wild? And yet it began then in the American League. But no, I mean, to your point, again, as far as Babe Ruth, but I still would like to sort of, and wait, actually, Big Clue has a way more important question than mine. So, Big Clue has a question. It's a question for chat. Would you guys want the ability to trade players in a future version of the Shanks League? So
I think so.
let me do this as a poll, Big Clue. I'll do again. Not every manager's here. I'll do it as a poll, and we can go ahead and just keep talking. I'd like to return to WAR. Just what you guys think of the stat. Is it given too much weight, too little weight? Where are you guys on it? I'd really like to know, just in general.
I don't have much of an opinion because it's not my sport. But
Obviously,
I learned from Cyan.
Well, if it wasn't for WAR, Scott Rowland wouldn't have been put in the Hall of Fame. So obviously they look at that pretty much. Okay, I mean, here's. Hold on a second. Give me a second. Let's have a look real fast. I'm on Baseball Reference as we're talking.
Okay.
Let's go to the Hall of Fame for the Hall of Fame.
Polls up, gentlemen. Please vote.
Hall of Fame ballot. For this year.
Sure.
Okay. So on the Hall of Fame ballot this season, okay, for this year to be voted on at the end of this season, okay. Of course, new guys are Adrian Beltre, and his WAR is 93.5. Okay, That's his WAR. That's Adrian Beltre. Yes, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, or he better be, because he has over 3,100 hits. Get his ass in there. Okay. His WAR is 93.5. Next, but his is not the highest WAR, however, that is still available on the ballot. That belongs to A-Rod. But because A-Rod, and his WAR is 117.5, but because A-Rod has been accused of juicing up or cheating or all that, he's going to have a hard time getting in there. All right? He has A-Rod has the highest WAR. Now, here's another thing. You said Adrian Beltre is the 93.5 WAR. The next WAR after Beltre is 70.1. It is the same WAR, just a touch lower than Roland's, and that's Carlos Beltran. Beltran will get his second chance. His second chance this year. He, of course, had 2,700 hits, and his lifetime batting average is 279. He had 435 bombs. Okay, got 46% of the vote. What hurts Beltran is the Astros issue right now, and that's what's hurting him because of the cheating scandal for 2017 Astros. Okay, Manny Ramirez has a 69.3 WAR, but of course Man Ram also is being looked at poorly. Now, let's take a look at this for a second. I'm gonna go even further. Todd Helton. Does anyone here have a problem with putting Todd Helton in the Hall of Fame? I certainly don't.
No, I don't.
16 batting average and 369 home runs.
No.
2,500 hits.
No, he should be in. He should be in. Numbers similar to Gil Hodges, so I think he should be in.
Besides, yeah, but numbers similar to another player who is already in the Hall of Fame, and that is Larry Walker.
Right.
Larry Walker, however, has a higher WAR. The stats are pretty much the same.
Right.
Walker has a 313 batting average and 383 home runs, and Walker has 2,100 hits. Walker, of course, has a lot of awards. 7 Gold Gloves, 3 batting titles, 3 Silver Sluggers, an MVP, and a 5-time All-Star. Okay. Todd Helton, back here. Where is he? Todd Helton only is as a 5-time All-Star, 3 Gold Gloves, a batting title, 4 Silver Sluggers, but batting average is the same, 316. Homers are the same, 369 home runs. He's got more hits than Walker. He's got 2,500. So why is his WAR lower? And why is his WAR lower than Larry Walker's? Larry Walker has pretty much the thing about Larry Walker. He has, which I think WAR is supposed to be now. Also, Helton is the first baseman. Okay.
Right.
Larry
And that's why I
Walker,
mentioned Gil Hodges. So very similar to Gil Hodges.
Larry Walker also played first base, and Walker was also in right field.
Right.
Walker, as I said, has more awards. So obviously, I think the awards help the WAR stat a little bit in some way. Okay, it's not supposed to, I believe, but I guess it does. But if you look at Larry Walker, all right. Hold on a minute. I want to just get that in here. Hold on. It's because I can bring them all up here at the same time. So Larry Walker has now also Helton has more at bats. Helton has 7,900 at bats. Walker has 1,000 bats less. That might have something to do with it as well. But Helton has 2,500 hits. And Walker has 2,100 hits. Walker, 383 home runs. Helton, 369. Helton, 316 batting average. Walker, 313 batting average. RBIs, Helton, 1,406. Walker, 1,311. Now, Walker does have stolen bases, though. He has 230 of them. Helton has only 37. Helton, however, has a higher OBP and Walker by not much. And the slugging percentage of Walker is a bit higher, .565 to .539, but their OPS is alike. Larry Walker's OPS is 965, and Helton's is 953. So look at these. Forget the awards. Forget the Gold Glove, the batting title. Forget the awards, and look at each player's stats. Walker was put in. Helton is still waiting. Why?
Suppose because the Hall of Fame selection isn't perfect. It's the only answer that there is, I think.
Well, I mean, look. Bill James felt compelled to write a book about what's wrong with the Hall of Fame. I mean, I think we can all agree it's a Mongolian clusterfuck. It really is.
I mean,
Larry
Walker. I mean, a friend of mine said, well, they both played on Larry Walker and they played on the Colorado Rockies. I said, yeah. So what does that have to do with anything? They both played at Coors Field. So what's the problem with that? They both hit the ball out of that park. Quite a lot of baseballs. I'm pretty sure they're still finding baseballs hit by Walker and Helton that were hit there all the
Well,
ago.
it's interesting you bring that up too, Robert, because as we've been talking about this. I remember there was, and you guys all remember there was a lot of guff about Larry Walker saying, well, he played in Denver, so anybody could get a home run out of there. But what people forget is Larry Walker was also hitting bombs all over the place. I mean, Larry Walker clearly, good pick for the Hall of Fame, and it's like, I think back, it's like, all right, Yankee Stadium had that short right field porch. Well, that certainly didn't, hurt things for Lou Gehrig and Babe Ruth, but Lou Gehrig and Babe Ruth were hitting bombs all over the American League. So I never bought the argument that Larry Walker benefited and had that great home run total just because he played in Denver half the season. I think that's bullshit. I mean, you are bringing up good stats about Helton. There's some people here talking about Larry Walker was a better fielder. So defense, and that's always been controversial too. What about as the defense doesn't seem to get as much consideration for the Hall of Fame for position players as offense. What do you guys think about that? Because you've got people in there like is it Rick Farrell, who's in the Hall of Fame, and he's not Johnny Bench. But he's in the Hall of Fame as a catcher. He's not Roy Campanella. He's not Yogi Berra.
Todd Helton hit 227 home runs at home and 142 home runs on the road. That's a difference of about 80. Okay? So, fine. Now, fine. So, hold a minute here.
Mm-hmm.
So, Larry Walker bring him up real fast.
Joe, WAR means is WAR. It means wins above replacement.
Replacement.
How much better they are over the average player, right?
Larry
Right.
Walker hit 215 home runs at home and 168 are on the road. Okay, so again, I.S. Helton not in. The same, pretty much the same crap. They both hit more home runs at home. Well, of course you would. You spend 80. Of course you would in that place, but Larry Walker was only about another 50 more home runs less. And you know what? If Bill James said that the Hall of Fame was a clusterfuck, who am I to argue with the man that pretty much invented sabermetrics? So, no.
Well, I mean, look, and Robert, as a Pirates fan, I will be the first person to say Bill Mazeroski should not be in the Hall of Fame. I mean, there's guys in there clearly that shouldn't be. All right, and
Mazeroski is the
Bill
Pirate version of, I hate to say this, Harold Baines.
No, that's the thing. No, so here's the thing. Maz is in there because of one swing of the bat. Was he an excellent second baseman? Yes, he was. But he's in there because of the 1960 World Series. I don't think Maz should be. I'm glad he's in the Pirates Hall of Fame. That's great. But he shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. But you know what? I'm going to piss off some Yankees fans. I don't think Phil Rizzuto should be in the Hall of Fame.
Bill Mazeroski had a 260 batting average and 138 home runs and 2,000 hits. So
exactly. Those aren't Hall of Fame numbers. Those aren't Hall of Fame numbers.
This also depends on who was voting at the time, the era. Because in life, as we all know, there was the unconscious bias.
I'll tell you the reason why Rizzuto is in the Hall of Fame, though. He's got 7 World Series titles. That's why.
Yeah, but but here's the thing. Yeah, he's in for that, but right. So okay, and look how many, and I'm not taking anything away from those great 1950s Yankees teams. I'm not. But if you look at Rizzuto compared to the great shortstops of the game, Rizzuto isn't a patch on the great shortstops. He's not. He's in there because
I take Derek Jeter before I take Phil Rizzuto.
So would I. So would I.
Take Derek Jeter
his offense, hopefully.
You know.
Absolutely. If I had to choose the Yankees shortstop, I would take Derek Jeter. Jeter was a monster at the plate, and he could hit the ball, and he could field. Derek Jeter is one of the best shortstops of the time. So I know people don't like to hear that, but that's the truth.
No, I mean, it's that's why I always, and again, just as an example, right? So Rizzuto, for me at least, right, and it's just one man's maybe ill-informed opinion. Rizzuto's in there because he's with great Yankee teams, and again, it's not, and I'm not making a comparison from Phil Rizzuto to Walter Johnson, because you can't. But Walter Johnson, what he did and was so dominant for a team that didn't give him run support, and that's why, to me, when I think of Hall of Famers, and I think Bill James kind of makes this point in his book, when I think of Hall of Famers, I start running through the names of the greatest, because that's who it's supposed to be. But it's like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It's a mess, right? But so for me to say Babe Ruth, Honus Wagner, Ty Cobb, Phil Rizzuto, Bill Mazeroski, those last two names, it doesn't work for me, and I don't think it works for anybody. I really don't. I could probably get a real. So Big Clue here says the argument for Rizzuto was if Pee Wee Reese, then Phil Rizzuto, and that was false equivalency. Absolutely, Pee Wee Reese was much better, much better. I don't think you can. I mean, world's better shortstop. But getting back to as far as why isn't Hernandez in, or why isn't this player that player? You know what? The way that Ken has talked about, he knows these writers, and Legends knows these writers. My God, we could probably talk to 102 baseball writers, and they're going to give us 102 different reasons, Robert. And at the end of the day, right? Should maybe we fans should maybe have a voice? I don't know, but then that's scary, because fans are going to start. Well, but here's the thing: there's always going to be a bias. There's always going to be a bias.
Now the fans can't, because there's going to be bias. I agree with him actually on that, because I'm a Mets fan. I got to make sure every Met gets in the Hall of Fame.
If it was down to me, Dwight Gooden would be in the Hall of Fame. Sid Fernandez in the Hall of Fame.
It's very difficult to have fans choose this, because they're going to vote for their favorite. They're not going to vote for the one that really deserves it.
And
unfortunately, though, these baseball writers, though, they're now voting for their favorite and looking at a WAR statistic that for some reason
Mm-hmm.
It's now the basis for them choosing a Hall of Famer. You know, here's the thing about Derek Jeter, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Derek Jeter, his lifetime WAR is 71.3. Now that is actually pedestrian compared to everybody, to a lot of other people. Now, the reason why I'm bringing that up,
Mm-hmm.
Jeter played for 20 years, and his WAR is 71.3. Now, real quick,
Mm-hmm.
let's go to Mike Trout. He's not done yet, okay?
Yeah,
Mike
but
Trout
first ballot already, Robert. First ballot already, right?
We know, but
Yeah.
his WAR at this moment,
Mm-hmm.
just right now,
Mm-hmm.
okay? Just right now, his WAR is 85.3. It is 14 points higher than Peter. And will he finish 100 over 100 WAR? Yes, he will finish over 100 WAR easily.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay, Mike Trout, he could have retired 5 years ago, and he would have gone in the Hall of Fame. He didn't.
Yep.
He would be put in the Hall.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, what about another guy? One more guy I'll bring up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he has been in the league for 10 years, and he's not done yet. And right behind Mike Trout is this guy, Mookie Betts. His WAR is 62.3. He's only 8 behind Jeter. Will he pass him? Yes, he will. Okay. Is Betts a Hall of Famer? Yes, he is. Two-time All-Star, 6 Gold Gloves, batting title, 2 World Series titles, an MVP, 293 batting average. Yes, he will be a first ballot Hall of Famer, and Mookie Betts already knows this. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He will go, whether he goes in as a Red Sox or a Dodger, don't know that yet.
The bottom line, who makes a good point there, which I was saying earlier. The writers supposedly have this expertise, but they're human. They're going to have unconscious bias themselves. See, that's
There's such a thing as being too human. They got to look at the balance of work. One of the reasons why Hernandez has a problem getting in is because, well, he's not really liked by the media a lot because of what he did in the 80s, okay, with the Mets and the Cardinals, all right? He really was not a fan of the media, and of course, Hernandez does broadcasting for the Mets, and I love him. Cohen, and Darling make an awesome trio for Mets baseball. Okay, I look at Cohen. You can listen to when I listen to Cohen, Darling, and Darling and Hernandez. It's almost like listening to Kiner, Nelson, and Murphy. Okay,
yeah, I remember those days.
The chemistry those three have.
Carlos gets the he wins the internet today. He says Steve Carlton was a media darling. I'm thinking about Steve Carlton while you're talking about Hernandez not having a comfortable relationship with the media. Carlton, oh my God.
That was terrible.
I listen to the Met broadcasts, then I'll switch. And I decided, because I have MLB at bat, I can watch any baseball game I want, and I listen to the announcers there. So I switched to the Philadelphia Phillies broadcast one time.
You're supposed to hate the Phillies, though.
And I don't know whoever the guy was. And I'm sitting there, and I'm listening to these guys. I'm saying, these guys are boring as hell.
You can drop the bomb, dude. You can drop the bomb. That's fine.
It really, for those guys. But But the thing is that, but the thing is, as I said, but Hernandez, okay, being, not a media darling, unfortunately, I think has hurt him in his Hall of Fame vote, and I think he's aware of this. Keith Hernandez does not come across to me as dumb, so, boring one man's opinion. John Kruk is about as interesting as a 5-pound bag of fertilizer, Ken Castro. So,
Oh, I thought John Kruk was interesting, though. I loved I always liked Kruk as a player, and I'm a Pirates fan. So, not that we hate the Phillies. The Phillies and Pirates don't really have a rivalry. But the one of the most wonderful things was what All-Star game was that he bailed out on Randy Johnson? Was that 92, 93? What was that? John Kruk was like, he just had the third strike. It was amazing because loved it. I don't know. I like John Kruk. He added some color to the game, just like Lenny Dykstra.
It's like the
Again, that's just
Every day is
opinion,
like big
Robert. I am not being adversarial. I thought Kruk added to the game, in a game that
Yeah, he's
otherwise
different.
is becoming. It feels so homogenous. I think that for me, at least, John Kruk was a throwback player. Kruk would have been great in the 1920s, 1930s. I could see John Kruk on the Gas House Gang, Cardinals,
I was just about to
1934.
say that, Beatles. I can see it on the Gas House Gang. Bit like Rick Mailer, my guy. You know what I mean? He just had that everyday, sort of scruffy thing, but very talented, or much more talented than Rick Mailer. And if you wonder why I'm talking about Rick Mailer, because he said on my broadcast today,
Hmm.
I did a tribute game to Rick Mailer, which he didn't win. But there we are. That's fine.
So I think
I
there's.
think one of the reasons why is because of the media, and that apparently has hurt certain players.
It
Why?
has.
But
It has.
then again, I look at the players who are not in the Hall of Fame that actually got along pretty well with the media. Last
Yeah.
I checked, I don't remember Don Mattingly having any issues with the media.
No.
Anybody have any issues with? Did the media have any issues with Donnie Baseball? I don't.
You know,
Mattingly should be in the Hall of Fame. He is pretty much the American League version of Keith Hernandez without the world titles, without the championships, pretty much. Because Mattingly didn't win a title. If Mattingly had stayed with the Yankees one more year and got a World Series, he'd be in. He'd be in. Be in. Because he has no World Series titles, I think that has something to do with it too. But yes, we have a lot of players in there in the Hall of Fame that do not have any World Series titles that they're in. But then again, I don't want to make a comparison with like Ted Williams, because Ted Williams is arguably the greatest hitter of all time. But
Williams didn't need a world championship. I mean, so you kind of anticipated something, Robert, that I was going to say. So are we placing perhaps, or the Hall of Fame? And again, this is like trying to, I don't to try to explain what the baseball writers are thinking. I don't know that we can even agree that they're even in any sort of thought process whatsoever. But so when we talk about all these great players, right? And we're talking about, well, but he was on, had this many, had this many World Series rings, whatever, and that. But now you're bringing up players that didn't. So Ted Williams, who's going to say, well, geez, Williams was in 1946 World Series and whatever, he a couple World Series appearances and no rings. There's nobody, no baseball fan in his right mind is going to say, well, Williams shouldn't be in there. So what happened to in baseball when you looked at the players' accomplishments in and of itself, right, in and of himself, and not whether he had World Series titles or not? Ty Cobb, no World Series titles, none. Right, the two World Series Cobb was in 1907 against the Cubs, 1909 against the Pirates, lost, and that was it. Ty Cobb was never in another World Series. Would anybody say Cobb should be? And he was not a media darling, and yet he's in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, it's funny. You look at someone. You mentioned that too, there, Beatles. That how many players got their World Series titles very early in their career,
Mm-hmm.
and then got nothing after that.
Right.
And one of them happens to be, well, my guy, Tom Seaver. He got
Right.
his World Series in 1969.
And that was it.
Didn't win anything after that.
Right.
Nolan Ryan got his World Series with the Mets in 1969. Didn't win anything after that. Okay.
And yet they are
Willie
deserving
Mays
Hall of Famers because they are in because of their stats, their performance,
stats.
right?
But
Exactly.
Willie Mays got his World Series in 1954. Didn't get anything after that.
Yep.
Okay. And what, Hank Aaron? I mean, Hank Aaron. I think he got one. I think with the Milwaukee Braves.
1957. Yeah, it was 57, right? Yeah.
1957.
Yeah.
But that was it. Okay. And like you said, Ted Williams didn't get any.
Right.
It really is, amazing how a lot of these players, get their, like another player, Cal Ripken, 1983 with the Orioles, and didn't win anything else after that.
Right.
Ripken is one of those guys. Okay.
Walter Johnson won at the end of his career, 1924.
1924, he finally got one. Now, someone got it late in his career. That's a good question. If you're a Hall of Fame,
Ernie Banks, as Carlos says, no World Series appearance. Billy Williams, none for Billy Williams either, I think.
Banks, and he got 0.
Yep.
He got 0.
and who's going to deny Ernie Banks in the Hall of Fame, right?
Speaking of which, when Ernie Banks and some of these players you mentioned, I'll make a little note here. Todd Helton, Larry Walker, Ernie Banks. Did any of these make Shanks 3? Did anyone draft them? I don't
Nope.
remember hearing their names at all.
I don't think anybody got Banks this time. Or
It's
Billy
really
Williams.
strange.
In fact,
You
Billy
just
Williams.
said a whole load of. We just talked about a whole load of players. Ron
Right.
Darling, plays not great.
Billy Williams
Bill
hasn't
Murray.
been in any
Billy
of
Williams,
these.
Ken Williams, Ken
Yeah, Ken
Tucker.
Williams. Yep.
None of these guys made it. Did Greg Maddox make it into the league?
Ken Keltner, fine third baseman for Cleveland. Yeah. We're coming up on Steve's broadcast, I think. So, anyhow, go ahead, Robert.
Another player that's in the Hall of Fame and never takes the title, Willie McCovey.
Stretch. Yep. Yep.
Stretch
Mhm.
never takes the World Series. Six-time
Yeah, the
All-Star,
chance to
but he
draft
has no World Series titles.
Yeah.
I had a
It's-
chance to draft
He
him. I
did
missed it.
play with the Giants in the World Series, but they lost to the Yankees in 1962. So
They should have a
and then,
reset button
you know,
or an alternate.
Stretch.
Because there is an alternate Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and when you look at who's in that, I forget how it was started. It was some guy in Memphis and started, and you look at the roster in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and there's not one actor artist in that alternate Rock and Roll Hall of Fame that anybody would disagree with. And wouldn't it be? But you know what? It's not going to happen in baseball. But you know, in an ideal world, I would love a reset button. It's like, all right, let's start over. Let's start over in that inaugural class. And that whole inaugural class belongs. So let's say, when did it start?
The inaugural class belongs in there, yes.
Of course. So when can we say, when did it start falling off the rails? And start from there and say, okay, let's hit the reset button from here. Not going to happen. I'm just saying hypothetically that, you know, in an ideal world, re-examine the Hall of Fame and say,
A long time ago. I don't know what year to choose.
and I would say to
way
Bill
back.
Mazeroski, dude, you're in there for one hit that you made in your career, which was awesome, but you're not a Hall of Famer. Sorry. Yeah. I don't know. Anyhow, I haven't heard anything from Steve Tate yet. Kind of just waiting on that because that's supposed to be around
down the
6.
rabbit hole. He's still doing his thing.
Yeah.
So I reckon in about 3 hours, what maybe we can do now, we will have it. He said for 3 hours, right? So we've been yapping for a while. So I'm sure if he hasn't got it on speaker, which he probably does, he's probably an hour away,
Yeah.
maybe I'd say. But I don't want to put pressure on Steve. Not that I ever put pressure on Steve.
Yeah.
You know, I can't wait for it to come out. Though. I was even going to load up my history file on Action and just pick my players and have a little game. So I can't wait to get my boys on the field. The last time I heard from Steve, he said, yeah, do you know what I mean? The last time I heard from Steve, he said, I'm doing MV's team, ... Wow. So I'm thinking, well, I'm thinking,
Yeah.
does he mean, well, what a pile of shite, excuse me, or does he mean, wow, MV's going to be tough again this year? So I can't wait. I can't wait for the competition to start.
MV.
Tonight.
That's why we love you, brother. I'm telling you. So, anyhow, Carlos Yes says sometimes he blames the Veterans Committee. Don't get me wrong, many great players over the years, but Hall of Fame should be elite. Yeah, I mean, it should be, and that's why I'm arguing. And I don't mean to, look, Harold Baines, I know, and I'm guilty of bashing on the guy, but I also, you guys remember I prefaced, he had to be a fantastic athlete to stay in Major League Baseball. I mean, you know, Legends was talking about, you know, because he did, you know, some pro ball. He said, but, you know, we forget sometimes as fans, just in the levels, say like you're going from single A to double A to triple A. He said those aren't just like little incremental levels. They're huge. Right, and even the difference from AAA to the major. So look, Baines, and he hit whatever he hit, 300, 301, whatever. He was an excellent player. I'm not saying that. I just bring him up because of that night of that guy talking about Sandy Koufax, and it's like, well, let's look at that. But look, I don't think Mazeroski should be in there. There's so many players. Should Rick Farrell be in there? That gets back to the defense question, you know, because look at the catchers. You know, Rick Farrell he's not Mickey Cochran. He's not Johnny Bench. Johnny Bench is probably the paragon of all catchers, right? Roy Campanella. We could look at any, you know, sort of modern guys. I mean, was Rick Farrell as good as Russell Martin? How about that? But yet he's in the Hall of Fame.
Ozzie Smith's in the Hall of Fame.
Who?
Ozzie Smith.
Well, great, right?
Ozzie Smith's a little Ozzie Smith. I don't think you can compare him to some of the other shortstops. Ozzie Smith was an absolute wizard at the
Defense
position.
comes into
Defense,
it.
right? Defensively, he's not Wagner or Archie Vaughn at the bat, but
No,
yes,
but
defensively. Oh my God, got to see Ozzie Smith play, and oh my God,
could you say maybe that Ozzie Smith could be the? Could you say maybe he was the Brooks Robinson of shortstop?
yeah, I would
Would be the
that I
Max
would agree
Keener of
with.
shortstop.
Jesus,
Brooks Robinson. Brooks Robinson. Like we're talking about, Brooks Robinson.
he could
all
hit for
right,
some power though. Brooks Robinson,
had 267 batting average, 268 home runs, almost 3,000 hits.
right?
But then again, Robinson, if the ball was anywhere near him,
Oh my God,
the glove. Okay.
Robert, if it was in the ballpark, my God, I've looked at things on YouTube of Brooks of Brooksy playing third, and there's one where he's way and he's getting the ball, so it goes over the bag at third. It's in foul territory. He makes this throw that I don't even understand how human physiology, some of those plays that Brooks made at third were possible. So yeah, I would agree that Smith definitely would be the Brooks Robinson at shortstop.
Ozzie Smith, though, is that Ozzie
Yeah.
Smith only had a 262 batting average
Yeah.
and only 28 home runs. You know that Ozzie Smith is in the Hall of Fame for the glove. That's why he's in there. Not
Oh, yeah.
for his offense.
No.
Although he did now 2,400 hits still is not bad.
No, nothing to sneeze at all.
2,400 hits, and his WAR is 76.9.
Oh, I'd never argue that.
Batting average.
No, Ozzie Smith definitely is a Hall of Famer. There's no doubt.
Scott Rowland gets such a hard time. Bearing
With-
in mind defensively, statistically,
Mhm.
he
Mhm.
is as good as a third baseman as many. Yet there's such a furore, or was a furore, about him being a Hall of Famer. I don't get it.
About who? About who? MV? About who?
Scott Rowland. Scott Rowland.
Scott Rowland. Well, so third base though, man, when you've got at the top of third base Mike Schmidt and Eddie Matthews, that's a freaking high bar, my friend.
And Brooks Robinson.
And Brooks Robinson, you're talking a really high bar. I mean, but I'm taking Brooksy out just for a second. Just look at Schmidt and Matthews. These guys were sluggers and superb third basemen. That third base is a crazy hard position, man. Right? As far as that metric being set so high, and I would argue by those two players. You know, I really would.
Yeah, Clue's saying a really good point, because the bar is so high, and you just said the same point, Beatles. So I guess Scott Rowland, on his statistics particularly,
Mhm.
whatever metrics, it's a Hall of Fame. But it's just that when we're comparing to the ones at the very top of the tree, you're talking about the two best first basemen of all time, Mike
Absolutely.
Schmidt,
And Eddie
yeah,
Matthews.
So you're right. So therefore, that's what I was just curious. Clue makes a really good point here as well, which was
The big issue I have with Scott Rowland, really not because he's in the Hall of Fame. Okay, really. I mean, if I look at his stats, 281 batting average, 316 homer, 2,000 hits, a 70 WAR. Okay, 7-time All-Star, Gold Glove, fine. It's not that he is in the Hall of Fame. It's he was put in for. There are others that should have been put in before him.
that's third base.
That's my problem. Okay, there are players that are waiting to get in the Hall. That after they're put in, then you want to put in Rowland. I would say okay. That's maybe I think that's how I really should phrase it. It's not that Rowland is a Hall of Famer, and I'm still on the fence about it, but he was put in above a whole bunch of other people that should be in there before he is, that have been waiting longer than he has been. Okay, like here, look. You know, if you look at the Hall of Fame, you know, for what's been happening. Okay, like if you look at the Hall of Fame that's going to be on the ballot for this year, if you'd have put in Todd Helton, my opinion, Billy Wagner, right? I don't know why Gary Sheffield's not in. I guess maybe they think he's on the crap. I don't know. He had 500 home runs. I don't remember Sheffield being mentioned in anything. Okay. No. A-Rod, Francisco Rodriguez. Because if you could put in Billy Wagner and his, if you're going to put in Billy Wagner and his 422 saves, you might as well put in K-Rod and his 437. Okay. And of course, if you're going to put in Billy Wagner and his 1,196 strikeouts, Might as well put in K-Rod and his 1,142 strikeouts. All right, it's this is the thing I guess I really have about Roland. There are 5 or 6 other players I put in before I put in Roland. If you put in Helton, Wagner, and you know what? For all you Braves fans that really think Andrew Jones belongs in the Hall, which I have a problem with that 254 batting average, but okay, fine. Those guys in first. Put the guys in first that have been waiting, that are more deserving at this time before you put in Roland.
Big Clue's waiting for me to say Sherry McGee, so I'll just say it. So, okay, Carlos has an interesting question, and this is for cards and dice and digital. And I like this question. Before I get to that, though, Bernie says, Bulletin, the Red Sox just beat the Angels in walk-off fashion, 6-5. Really important, this game. 18 August 1967 was the game that Tony C was beamed. He made it safely and will be in tomorrow's YouTube broadcast. That is awesome. No, I'm giving my cat some snacks, Sean. Sean, we're not ignoring you about oh my God, we're going crazy here, but we're not ignoring you. Now, Carlos, this is a good one. So for cards and dice players and digital players, he says, do you guys think these replay games value a player on defense correctly? What do you guys think? Whole chat, because we all play some baseball or another, right?
This is kind of like what I was saying about whip. Do they represent really well in the game, and is it different per game? So, Carlos, great question.
That is a great question. So the question, Robert, is Carlos Yaz is asking, do you guys think that these replay games value a player on defense correctly?
Problem is that there's so many game engines out there, like cards and dice. Inside pitch may not favor like a certain player, you know, maybe like, I'll give an example, like 1985 Don Mattingly, inside pitch has him rated as a 2 from a 1 to 5, but then again you look at Stratomatic might have him rated higher, like a 4 or 5. The problem is also the game engines, okay? Every game engine is different compared to, and of course you're talking about maybe PC. Well, I know Action's going to rate stuff differently than Out of the Park,
right?
Or you know, or MLB The Show is going to rate things differently from Action PC Baseball. But you got one thing about MLB The Show, though. MLB The Show, there's a big difference between MLB The Show and Action PC Baseball and Out of the Park Baseball. Out of the Park and Action PC are simulations. MLB The Show is a game. There is a difference. Where MLB The Show, and the reason why I say that is because MLB The Show, you're swinging the bat, okay? In Action PC Baseball, okay, or Out of the Park, it is the statistics of the game engine giving you the result of the play.
Robert, can I ask something? Because that's a really good point you make there, to be honest. But I'm curious now because you've stimulated my brains. So if you're playing AI versus AI in MLB The Show, would that not constitute a sim in itself, just that we're viewing it, you know, with more animation?
Nope, and I'll tell you why. Because even though the AI is playing the AI, it still matters on how the AI swings the bat, okay, in that certain regard. The problem, in order, you would have to set up MLB The Show where it is strictly stat-based on everything that is happening. And of course, you can't do pitch by pitch. It has to really be a one-pitch mode, okay? You don't want to just sit there, ball 1, ball 2, ball 3, waiting to see what the outcome of the play is. The count, really, watching the count get to that level, you know, it's redundant. It doesn't matter because it all matters on if the pitcher is going to strike out the batter or the batter's going to get a hit, or the fielder's going to make an error, or the batter's going to hit the ball out of the park.
So Robert,
AI I can't do AI versus AI on that.
I have a question for you, Robert, because you are like a guru with Inside Pitch.
Yes.
Outside of the developer, okay? So just applying just to Inside, which I don't know you play other baseball games, but you're most visible with Inside Pitch. So let's take Carlos's question just for you. Do you feel Inside Pitch values players defensively correctly, or rates them? You know,
so.
You do?
I think so. Although there are Chris I mean, I can remember I did have Chris during one of my games in the chat, which of course was a great honor. That
Yeah.
is something
Yeah.
he does not do often.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Chris is a very private man. Okay,
Uh-huh.
he does not. Dave Gardner has been trying to get him on digital to dice forever, and he can't get him. Okay, they
Right.
were able to get Joe Bryan a payoff pitch on digital to dice with him and
Right.
Uncle
And he
Ron
got John
Judkins
Gerson from Appa also. So,
and
yeah.
Appa. Okay,
Right.
but Chris Davis, right, was not. He's a very private individual.
Mm-hmm.
He'll talk to you if you send him an email. He has no problem emailing, but face to face, not easy to get him. When I actually had him in the chat, okay, not only was that an honor, that and you know that really was that. I should have looked outside to see if the sky was falling, because that is something that man doesn't do often, right? He
Right.
does
Right.
not do that to really get into it. But there is certain things he does do,
Uh-huh.
okay?
Right.
And so with his ratings, because of his game engine, even he has admitted that some of the earlier seasons he was doing,
Right.
okay, before the game went to inside pitch, I think it was named a different, I think a different game or something like that before he called it inside pitch.
Mm-hmm.
He was using an older system to rate the players. One of the reasons why he actually said, well, Don Mattingly, he has rated a 2 in the 1985 season, which I did do. Okay, now he says if I was to re-rate, he'd probably be a 4 or maybe even a 5 due to the information I have now. But of course, the technology that they had back then was different than what we have now, because he was making that game like in the early 2000s and stuff, and places like, and he uses retro sheet.
Going off mic here, guys. Keep it going. I have to go off mic for a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
But keep going. Keep going.
And he was using retro sheet as his main source to get the information he looks at, right? And that's where he was getting his ratings from. And some people have caught him on the ratings. Some don't like the ratings. I tell people, I say, look, not every game engine is perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. There's always going to be some issues. I always tell people, hey, if you don't like the rating, change it.
Change it. You remember RJL on Out of the Park? There was some controversy a few years ago about Ichiro's rating in right field. Out of the park, out of the box, had his arm as a 5 or whatever it was quite low because of the way they generate their stats. And as we all know, Ichiro has a rifle of an arm, but because out of the park, to answer Carl's question, values assists.
Remember, then, also, Out of the Park uses a different set. They do. Out of the Park, I think, uses zips, I believe.
That's right.
They used to use Laman. They used to use the Laman database, the layman database, the Laman database.
Which is what Digital Diamond still uses. They still, and so does Dombrov. That still uses the Sean Laman database.
Ichiro's arm is low because of the low amount of assists. The reason why there's low assists is because no one would run on Ichiro. So yeah, it's a really interesting question that Carlos asked. You know.
Chris Davis utilizes DIPS, the Voros McCracken system, okay, for his ratings of pitchers and everything else. And he uses, I believe he uses BABIP for pitchers when it comes to hits, okay, against certain batters and such. But the thing is, you know, with all the different engines and different rating systems that there are, because I was telling people, so well, I'm upset about the rating and it really shouldn't be right. I said, okay, fine, but that's what his game engine uses. Okay, right. You know, every game engine is different. So, like, if inside pitch, a Mattingly of a rating of 2 originally, and I'll keep it that right now because I don't change any ratings. I don't do that. To me, I go to Chris. I say I'm going to play your cards as written. I do have some house rules, but it doesn't change any of your ratings. The only house rules I use is compared like choosing a pinch hitter or a pitcher or a little bit of base running mechanic that I added in there, but that's about it. Okay. Everybody has house rules. That's house rules. I guess you could say is modding for cards and dice. Okay, that's cards and dice modding without actually going into a computer, you know, and modding a file. House rules is modding, is exactly what it is. Okay, it's just doing it without a PC. Think now, if you look at all these game engines, you know, they're
Hmm.
all different. So, um, so
Which
we
one's
go
your
back
favorite, Robert?
to that.
I mean, which one's your favorite? I know you play inside pitch. I've seen you on there
Inside
loads and
pitch is
loads
my
of times.
favorite, and the reason why is because it's the most fun I can have. Okay, I have tried since it's only just you and me. And here I'm not gonna. I really don't like bashing other game systems, but I have tried a lot of the others, and this was my figure on them. First of all, APA. My major problem with APA, I can't play it because pitching is abstracted. How do you
Really?
abstract the number one fundamental of baseball, and that is pitching? It starts with the pitcher. Okay, so you go ahead. Oh, the pitcher grade is his grade is an A, so it's going to be an out instead of a single. Okay, so a grade A Sandy Koufax from 1963 is the same thing as a grade A Nolan Ryan of 1981 or 82. No, not even close.
I
Okay,
think I think Ken Castro would politely disagree as he puts in the
Well,
chat.
it is. It
first
isn't.
of all,
Yeah, it's not abstracted in the master game. I can
but it's
attest to that
not
as well.
abstracted. Unfortunately, Ken is 100% correct.
Okay.
It is not abstracted in the master game.
Right.
Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to talk about the master game.
Right.
Ken Castro is 100% right. If you're going to play APA, the master game is the only way to play that game. Even there, it's slightly abstracted still, but it makes a lot more baseball sense. Ken is 100% right. Okay, so and he says he don't play the basic game. As I
Yeah.
said, he's 100% right.
Yeah, I never
But if
played.
you
I
just
never
play-
played APA Basic either
if
because
you just
for
play
that
APA
reason.
Basic, you're playing abstract. You're rolling off the hitter card. You don't even need the pitcher card, really. You just roll off the hitter card. You don't need the pitcher card except maybe to look up the the W the W modifier, the ZZ modifier. And I only hope that Appa Brian does not list as Appa Brian, who I happen to love dearly. Okay,
Mhm.
Appa Brian, who does his Appa Baseball Classics, which I love listening to him because he is so relaxing. Okay, and I watch a lot of Appa Brian stuff. All right, so Appa, if Brian, if you ever listen to this, please don't hit me. I'm sorry, but I just have a problem with pitching that's abstracted. That's my issue with Appa. But no, Ken, he is right. Appa, no, Appa Basic. No, I'm not going to say Appa is not fun. No, my words, Appa is not fun. That did not come out in my mouth. Okay? I just don't like the abstracting of pitching. And as I was playing Appa, I was rolling. But here's the thing: for me, I wasn't having fun. I'll say I wasn't having. I was rolling the dice and said 66 home run. Okay, roll again. 66 home run. Okay, 11 home run. Okay, 11 home run. I got bored. So
And that's fair. It's a view, isn't it? It's a perspective.
You
I
know,
think that's a fair comment.
that's Appa. But
Right.
no, but Ken is 100% correct. All right, the master game, which I do have a copy of. I do have a copy of the APA games. I do have the master, and I played the master game. And the master game is so much better. It's 10 times better than basic, right? At least more realistic and more set. And yes, and Ken Castro's 100%. The master game is night and day.
Really, I have to do some research into these games because obviously I know APA because I've got the APA Windows, which I don't understand, but still. But it's intriguing to hear what you're saying, Robert.
So Bernie.
Ken, do you like the Merino boards, Ken? Because that's what Appa Brian uses a lot, is the Merino boards. Do you like that over? Would you prefer using the Merino boards over the master game itself, or just prefer straight master with a little bit of touch there? Because I know about the Merino boards. I've seen them as well, and the Merino board is supposed to be a combination of master and basic in a way, but I heard the Merino boards use Merino boards on games that don't count. Okay, so I mean, I agree again with Ken because he's right on that. But to me, APA just wasn't fun. And now we'll go to a game that I know a lot of people are going to beat the crap out of me for, and it is Stratomatic.
Oh.
Glad you brought that up.
Oh, my pancreas, my pancreas.
APA gets points for. One thing I like about APA, you get everybody. get every player that played in the season from APA.
Yeah, no outlier bullshit. No outlier bullshit like Strat. Come on. Strat makes
Cards
you
are
pay extra
expensive.
for those players. What is that?
Those cards are expensive, but you do get every player. At least APA offers that, and
Yes.
that is the reason why. Okay, I will not knock APA with that. And Ken is also correct. The cards quality is outstanding. They're always well printed. They're always clean, and they're very easy to read. I will say that as well as that as far. Okay, for that. Now let's go to Stratomatic.
Oh boy.
What is my number one?
And before you do, Robert,
So
before
I'm
you
gonna
do,
mute my mic while you talk about Strat. Go ahead.
Robert, before you do,
Stratomatic.
Robert, before you do,
The number one problem with Strat, you don't get everybody.
That is a huge
I
problem.
was about
It
to
is
say,
so
I was here for it.
huge. How can you do a replay, okay, and you don't get every player that played? Oh, well, you could go ahead and download our Stratomatic card viewer and maybe print it out, or you can get our Stratomatic baseball computer game and do this. I said, but why? You
God.
only give 27 players
That
per
PC
team.
game
Today,
sucks.
These days, players have in a full rock. Here's the funny thing: in my inside pitch, okay, if I was to pull out a team from 1956, that pack, okay, not including the French players, which you can download it for free, all right. But even if you include the French players, that pack is maybe about at 27, 28, 29, 30, 31 players, and that's it, because that's how many players they used back in the day. How many players does a baseball team today use a whole season? Call-ups, injuries, send-downs, all that. I would say what? About over at least 50? See, the thing is if you look, because if I pull out, I have a pack here of the 2016 Cubs I'm holding in my hand for inside pitch. The pack is, I got like 40 cards in here, right? And some of them I won't use for the next game because, well, they're not scheduled for that game. But I have them if I'm ready to play. But Stratomatic, they only give you 27 cards, 27 players per team.
Yeah, that's stupid.
And they don't even offer extra players.
I don't know of any other baseball or cards and dice baseball game that even does what Strat does. But here's the thing, and I'm not knocking Strat players. Let me just put this up front. But I would ask you guys, why do you guys put up with this from Hal Richmond and company? Say, look, everybody else, inside pitch, every other cards and dice game, when I buy a season, I'm getting every player. Why? So, and I'm not picking on Strat players, but why do you guys put up with that? So you're basically going to pay again, right? Because, all right, you're going to say, maybe some guy only had 50 at bats or whatever, but he was part of that season. And that the other thing I never understood about Strat, and then I promise I'll shut up, is this: as far as the cards and dice game, is Strat creates an artificial demand for their seasons. I would go on Strat boards and guys would be like, I really hope that they do. I'm just going to pick a year here. I really hope they do 1967 because they haven't done it for 10 years. And they're begging these guys as if they're at St. Peter's Basilica kissing the Pope's feet. And it's like, guys, why do you put up with that? I mean, but especially I hate to use the term outlier players. My God, these guys are in the majors. But why? You're not getting the complete roster. You're paying. What does a Strat season cost now? Who plays Strat here? What's it cost? What's it cost? $30?
I bought a copy of Stratomatic actually recently last year for the 1986 season because that was the first actual baseball season I ever had from any of these kind of systems before when I was very young. Of course, being a Mets fan and stuff, the 86 Mets are my favorite team. But that cost me about $60. And then, of course, they still added shipping to it. And I still didn't get all the players. Thanks to one of my subs, my Basement Media Productions, Nicholas Valvaris, he actually said, me all the pictures using your Strat card viewer, and I will print you up those cards that you're missing so you actually can do an entire 1986 season, which he did for me, okay, and they look really good. And I'm looking at the chat, and Bernard Strom actually makes a very good point. Not every baseball game you play has to mirror every aspect of the game. The number one reason to play is to have fun, have the results be
yeah.
He is 100% right. That's why Inside Pitch it's on my list because of the fun factor of inside pitch. And I think another reason why Strat players so kind of worship Stratomatic is because the game system's been around for over 60 years.
It's 10 years younger than APA. Yeah.
No, it's been around since the Cold War. Tony Porter records. Tony Porter can actually give more of a statement on Stratomatic than I could.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and APA. Tony Porter is the real expert on those, on the actual workings of the company.
Right.
Not just the game, but the actual workings of how those things work.
Mm-hmm.
Tony Porter. But they've been with that company for so long. Plus, Stratomatic is actually pretty easy to play. Roll the dice. There's a result. Done. Okay, it's all on the card. You don't have to look all over the place, although there are charts, but it is all on the card. Okay?
Well, so they're both excellent game engines, right? So APA starts in 1951. Strat, my understanding, is 1961. So regardless, these games have been around 60, 70 years. They're both doing something right. My problem, well, I'm not going to get into their PC game because that is like bad.
PC game is
but
I will never buy the PC game again until they get it to 2023 standards. Until then, because right now I look at the PC game and it looks like I loaded up a floppy disk in order to play it. So no.
Yeah, I just so I get where you're coming from, but see, here's the thing, right? So we have the alternatives. Robert, the only reason I'm not playing Inside Pitch right now is because I'm waiting for Chris, and he said eventually it'll happen, to do some seasons before 1940. Then he's got me. I've watched you, and baseball demos, but especially you, play enough Inside Pitch. It's like, okay, I would play this game and the APA Master game and go back to Status Pro. Those are the so Inside Pitch I've never played, but I've watched you play it enough. It's like, you know what? This is a game I could totally get into, but I'm waiting for older seasons. But here's the thing. It's so for a long time, my friend, the paradigm, right, the gold standard, if you will, was just APA and Strat. But now we've got Inside Pitch. Clinton is a big fan of National Pastime Next Generation Plus and National Pastime 3. And we are in a golden age. We talk about these baseball sims. Bernie loves PC Replay. I cannot get into that game. But I love Action PC. I love Out of the Park. Right? You know what I'm saying?
I'm also not going to knock Fall Classic Baseball, which is getting a lot of pull. Payoff Pitch, which was my first love before I entered Inside Pitch.
I remember. Didn't you do Payoff Pitch early on in your channel?
I have Payoff Pitch games on my system as well.
I thought so.
What turned me off a little bit to Payoff Pitch a little bit was cards. I was starting to. Yes, Ken Crash was right. Fall Classic is outstanding.
Yeah, Ken's talked about that on the channel quite a bit. I wish I could afford it.
And by the way, rest in peace, Greg Sovan, who created that game. But thing is that the thing with Payoff Pitch though was Payoff Pitch was becoming a little predictable. So in other words, when I roll the dice, I really do not have to look at the card to get the results. Because if it was a high percentage rule, I already knew it was going to probably be an out or something like that. It got a little predictable. Then Joe Bryan started updating his engine a little bit, his charts. The problem was he actually said at one point that updates I'm doing may not work well with older seasons that you have. By him telling me, and I have 27 Payoff Pitch seasons from him. Just like I tell you, I have all the seasons from Inside Pitch from 56 to 22. I was doing that with Payoff Pitch. I was getting all the seasons. The one thing about Payoff Pitch, he has the best card quality of any game system, period.
I've heard that.
Card quality. He has the best card quality of any system. His cards, I could probably fire a gun at the card and the bullet would bounce off. Right?
Oh my God, that's funny.
But
Brandon makes a really good point here, actually. I don't know if you all are more clear on it.
The thing is that he started updating his charts. He started updating some of his system. And when he told me, he said some of the older game seasons that he's already done may not work as well as they will with the new ones. I said to him, well, if that's what you're doing, then you need to update all your other seasons. He said he won't do that. And that, unfortunately, turned me off a little bit when you're telling me that that a lot of these seasons I just bought are now no longer as accurate or as playable as they would be now because of what you updated, and I stopped. And so I stopped with payoff pitch. But then I started watching baseball demos, okay, and his inside pitch stuff. And
Oh,
inside
so that's what got you into inside pitch was baseball demos? I thought it was the other. I thought it was the other way around. I thought you got him into that.
No. He was doing inside pitch longer than me. You'll find David Baseball Demos has older videos of inside pitch than I do.
Oh wow, okay.
But the thing is that I was watching him. I was seeing how the game flies. I'm saying, this is good. It comes off. You start off the pitcher card as you should, okay, not off a batter card, because the ball starts with the pitcher, not with the hitter. All right, and I see, okay, it's a blank. It goes to here and there, and it was the base running mechanic that was getting me a little bit confused. I said, okay, fine. Well, I think I may have more fun with this. So let me go ahead and order a copy of Inside Pitch. So I started this at the beginning, his 1956 season, and started playing it a little bit offline. I said, this is fun. Yeah, you're rolling the dice a little more, okay, but this is fun. It took me a while to get the batting mechanics down, the running mechanics down. Like, that's what scares off a lot of people of Inside Pitch is the base running. That's why I created a base running helper card to help people get into the base running a little bit easier. They don't have to worry about adding or anything. Just do it when you put the game down, you know. And that's how I got the base running mechanics. I just constantly practiced until I got it right. But then another reason now, I was already liking Inside Pitch. Then Chris, and in what was it? I think it was 2021. Chris actually puts on his, goes on the forums and says, I'm gonna update Inside Pitch to 3.0. Need some help. Now, there are not many game developers that will ask you, how can you help me make my game better? And I will actually take your suggestions. Okay, I will listen. And I will send out videos of my chart, of some of the rules here, how I can make the rule book better, you know. So I was already doing Inside Pitch at the time. I think it was I was doing the 81 season, I think, when he started upgrading his system. Said there was no, oh, she's nice. And no, it was using version 2.0, and he said, what do you guys think? What can I do here? Because I want this to be a final version, but I could really use some help in making the game better, all right? So I sent him suggestions. Jim Doyle sent him suggestions. Rick Query sent him suggestions. I think Baseball Demos sent him suggestions, okay? And he expounded on every single one. He actually took he took a couple of my suggestions, as a matter of fact. He had it where on a fly ball, all right, to the outfield, normal rule is, okay, on a fly ball to the outfield, if it's an error rating, okay, if it's an odd number under the error rating, he drops the fly ball, because not many outfielders drop a fly ball. I mean, if you're dropping fly balls in the outfield, you won't be in the majors for long. All right. So, but he
guys,
didn't have that rule for pop-ups, because pop-ups in the outfield, the infield, not many people are dropping pop fly balls in the infield either. And it was a normal ERIC rating check. So I said, you should change the same thing. He took my idea and added now the pop-up error rule has to be an odd number in order for him to drop it. Okay.
Guys, I'm gonna cut in. I'm sorry, I'm not. This is so Bernie's gonna be doing a game at 4 p.m. his time, 7 our time. So I'm gonna cut this out. But I'd like to continue the conversation. Maybe do a game, have a good chinwag again. Again, the controversy is all fine, and everybody just at the end of the day, it's not personal. It's fun. We're doing something that I think is an age-old tradition in baseball. Except this time we're talking about games and things like that. And I appreciate it. I like it. And I want this channel. I know that, some people, are going to disagree with certain things, and some people are going to agree with certain things, whatever. Some people are going to be hurt. But remember, none of this, guys, please, 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 none of this is personal. We all love the game of baseball. We all love whether we're playing cards and dice, we're playing digital, or an
Yeah.
amalgam of both. And I think let's keep that in perspective. And that again, I mean, all of us growing up, right? We were all part of those discussions. Who's the greatest? And you'd have people saying, Willie goddamn Mays isn't a patch on Mickey Mantle, whatever. But the thing is, guys, let's keep it in perspective. They're games. We're all united, no matter our faith, our politics, our ethnic origin. And I don't mean to preach here, but I know that I'm watching the chat. And I just want guys to just remember why we're here and why we go to any of these things, as this goddess here that I've created is looking out, trying to give you a sense of peace, man, getting all new age here. That I for one appreciate the passion from everybody in here, because if we had people in here just saying, yeah, whatever, I just play whatever, this is like everybody's got strong convictions, sticking by them. But let's not take it personally, anybody, please. And that being said, because this has gone so long, I can't thank everybody. So I initially I want to thank Robert for coming on. Robert, always fun to have you on. MV, even though you're going to lose miserably in Shanks 3-0, it's glad. I'm so happy that you're here. Cousin Ken, you're the
Can't wait
heart
to
and
play
soul of
Robert
this
when I'm
channel.
centre fielder.
Sean, Sean DeMarco, World's Worst Gamer, Big Clue, Steve Tate, all of you guys, Aaron Reed, Joe Murdy, Carlos Yaz, and anybody that I might have missed. I'm sorry, YouTube doesn't allow me to go back that far on a 4-hour and 45-minute chat. I'm going to be a little late to your game, Bernie. I've got to run. The other reason I'm cutting this off too. I don't want to cut into Bernie's game, but I want to thank you guys, and I'm hoping that we can keep this the coalescing of communities together. Robert, you got a bunch of great people in your chat, as you do, MV, and we don't all cross pollinate, but when I come to your games, Robert, if you've noticed, and I invite you to do that here. I never talk about
It's
my
great
games.
stuff.
Right, when I go to your games, I'm there for your game, and I'm there to chat. Like, who is it? Is it Brian? It's one of the Bryans that always talks to me about Deadball, and I love it. But you make games fun in your way. And let's get to Bernie Strom's thing, right? It's about the fun. And Robert, I love the fact when you do stadium cheers, yay, stadium groans,
I love it.
right? I love it. You bring your own crowd.
The
MV,
enthusiasm, man. And he's a Mets fan.
and well,
all good
I'll
for me.
I'll excuse that. I'll excuse the Mets fan thing. But here's the thing, right? Everybody makes it fun. I love going to almost everybody's channel. There's one channel I don't go to anymore, but I'm not going to name names. But everybody else, this community is wonderful. I thank everybody for coming in. I was just going to do an old time PC baseball game, which we did 3 hours ago, 1917 Red Sox and White Sox. But we got, I think, a spirited, passionate discussion and sometimes disagreement about this game and the games that we love. And I hope that we can keep doing that and that we don't make any enemies. Okay, and with that, Clinton Parks comes into bench jockey at the end. So, guys, thank you. I truly, truly, I mean this.
Thank you.
I appreciate every one of you because, as I say all the time, this is not my channel. Yeah, I'm the guy that can end the stream, right? But this is our channel, and so Robert, you're new to this, to my little YouTube channel. Ken Castro has been around with me since day one, but you know what? I value all of you. Happy birthday, Clinton. May God grant you many more years. And I appreciate you guys, and thank you. And I hope that as you go away, you realize, hey, I argued my point, the other guy argued his point, but at the end of the day, we don't think of any of ourselves any less as people on this beautiful planet that we live in. And with that, I'm going to close it off. And
happy birthday, Clinton.
Yeah, so head on over to Bernie's channel. And then I think Steve Tate's going to be doing a broadcast. I'll be doing something later, probably restarting the 1929 World Series or whatever. So, Robert, thank you. MV, thank you, Ken, everybody. You guys really mean so much to me. It's if I know you all, and I hope someday we can move out of the virtual pub and into a real one. I want to meet and shake everyone's hands here. I really, really do mean that. And with that,
See you guys next time.
yep, love baseball, live it, cards and dice
Yeah,
it, digital
thank
it,
you, everyone.
argue it, everything. But love this game and have fun. Bernie summed it all up. Let's have fun. All right, guys?
Yeah,
See,
see y'all.
Take
see you
care.
around the batting cage. I'm going to go ahead and kill the Discord, guys. All right, guys. Thank you very much, and we'll catch you tonight. All right. Good night.